happened in the immediate aftermath. And then I drop a text message after everyone is denying that. Tucker Carlson then comes out and confirms the conversations that he had with Charlie. Megyn Kelly then comes out and confirms the private conversations that she had with Charlie. People then begin to ask a reasonable question, which is, why are we lying about this? If they were forthcoming with that and they had said, hey, yeah, Charlie was starting to ask questions. I think after October 7th, it's reasonable that people are starting to re-examine our relationship with Israel. We wouldn't be here today. But it has been lie after lie after lie.
Yeah, we're live, guys. We took a poll, and we're going to watch this insane debate about Charlie Kirk today. So it's going to be crazy. I'll try not to interrupt too much.
Debunk after debunk after debunk. Yes, I did share that I had a dream that Charlie was betrayed. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I look at what the organization has become, the people that they are partnering with, the lies that they are telling, the extraordinary people that they're sending out to say that I hadn't speak to Charlie since 2018, and it begins to look like a conspiracy. And just as a historical fact, that entire term was created by the CIA to gaslight people after the assassination of JFK. So it's not exactly one that makes me nervous. Like, calling somebody a conspiracy theorist is essentially saying that they demand further answers and they're not accepting the Fed slop. So I'm grateful that you came today. I don't need to, like I said, take cheap shots and discuss your manner of debate or your strategy. And I'm also grateful that you shared that you had that text message today, because everybody watching knows that I have been demanding not a debate, just an open conversation with Turning Point USA. They should be here. It shouldn't be you in that chair. It should be the person that took Charlie's place, maybe Erica Kirk, maybe Andrew Colbert. He's a spokesperson. And rather than doing that, they send us another influencer. So,
all right, just to catch you guys up and you can help each other. Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens have been having some online beef. Andrew Wilson doesn't like that Candace Owens talks about Charlie Kirk's murder, so they challenge. I think this is like a $300,000 challenge to have this debate on. I think whether or not TPUSA was in on Charlie Kirk's assassination. So that's what we're doing. I was putting a show together this morning, and I text Jen because like it's all anybody's talking about. And I was like, hey, do we want to just watch this? So we put up a poll in Discord, and here's what we're watching today. Let me turn on the.
Somebody was behind him as a patsy, influencing him. You're not even saying that he didn't even shoot Charlie Kirk.
Right. I would, if you said, was he involved that day, as I have consistently said on my platform, I would say yes, he was. I don't
debate
know
is
what
live
role
now.
he played, but as the shooter, 0%.
Do you have any evidence for it?
For what? My percentage?
The fact that he didn't shoot and kill Charlie Kirk.
Yes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to, all of the evidence that he feels that he has. I mean, I'm not even convinced that Charlie was shot from the rooftop on Losi that day, based on the evidence that has been.
Do you think he was shot?
I do not think that Charlie was shot from a 30-06 from Losi.
Yeah, but just shot at all.
I don't know. I think that a projectile hit Charlie, and I'm open to other people's presentations, but I have not seen any compelling evidence that Charlie was shot by a 30-06.
Can we see, maybe if we're going to have an olive branch to each other, if maybe we can establish what we consider the facts of the case to be first?
Yeah, sure.
Can I just point out, Andrew Wilson and I are the same age. I found that out this morning. I had kind of forgotten that, and I was watching a clip pulled up of him debating the person that was like, your wife has 3 baby daddies. We are the exact same age, which is pretty crazy.
Okay. So you're not sure if he was actually shot. You're open to alternative theories.
Yeah, Andrew's not changed. She requested that Andrew not be allowed to smoke in this debate.
He was definitely hit with a projectile of some description. If we're talking about, was he shot from a gun, a 30-06, I would say definitively no.
Okay.
It defies common sense to think that he had a Superman neck, and even if he did have a Superman neck, which has been demonstrated, I think actually recently a YouTuber actually set up Spalhalla steel cages and shot.
I'm going to be like a real streamer today too, and I got a breakfast burrito, so I'm going to be eating that a little bit off camera. I apologize in advance.
Under no circumstance will I.
So at least not a 30-06.
Definitively not a 30-06 from Losi, 150 feet. No,
but you're not necessarily closing off the avenue that he could have been shot at all.
With maybe a smaller
caliber. Okay, and then there's some things that I'm going to make concessions on that I do think we need more answers on, and I'm fine with that, and we can get to those things as well. The other thing is, in the timeline, one of the things that we dispute, I think, on the timeline is that you think that Robinson drove hours away to a steakhouse in
Yes.
the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what's the compelling evidence that you think you have there?
I spoke to the owner of the restaurant, and I have seen the receipt. I know the conversation that I had, and I think it's enough that it will be presented. Obviously, if this goes to trial, but yes, I do believe that he was.
I don't really have a dog in this fight. I mean, I can't stand Andrew Wilson. Like, if one of them had to go, I would say Andrew Wilson. But I do think that Candace Owens going to really struggle here.
In Panguitch, which is near his grandparents' home.
Did he give you an unedited copy of that receipt?
I have seen an unedited copy of that receipt. It was not given to me from the owner. But I want to, before we get into like all the timeline stuff, I want to address what you think is evidence so we can keep this on par with what your claim is. Since,
well, I think that that's a piece of evidence that's in dispute. And that's why I'm.
Yeah, but we're trying to get to whether there's overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson did this.
Yeah,
so whether then starting
if you want to use the first part of that for the internal critique,
we should go over the actual evidence that we feel.
The first reason that I think it's compelling evidence is that Tyler Robinson's rifle was found near the crime scene. So I would consider that.
Bro, can we talk about Patrick David's pants right now? He's wearing fucking capris. I just noticed that.
Very good evidence. And also the fact of the matter is that I dispute this claim that a 30-06 could not have made this wound. I think that that's absurd. 150 grain Remington core lock absolutely could shatter when it hits.
Channeling his inner Andrew Tate. Yeah,
when
maybe.
You say that there's some steel neck and it's a smaller caliber, you have to make a counter explanation. Why wouldn't a smaller caliber also go through bone?
It could. I didn't say it can't.
Right, exactly. So if that's the case, then ammunition is going to be the critical key here. And if we have frangible ammunition, which we do in this case, a flex tip round, well, I'm sorry, not a flex tip, a soft point round from a 150 grain Remington core lock, that's just a small
Andrew Wilson knows all about soft tips. I'm certain of it.
Jacket that goes around the actual lead piece. This thing could have split apart in air for all we know.
Oh, Patrick, I'm going to interrupt a lot. Now I'm going to pause it for like 20 seconds of silence for Patrick. We don't want to do that, Patrick. They're going to get mad at you if you say stuff like that.
Definitely upon impact. And we have the medical examiner who confirms this in a summary. And my team can bring that up, the summarization, which means he would have to be.
That's a good idea, Patrick. Find a different feed. That's a good idea.
A part of some kind of conspiracy as well.
Okay. So just to start with your point about saying that the gun was found near him, near Losey Center, or I guess off in the woods. That gun, did you watch the testimony? Did you watch the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, we covered it live. Yeah.
Okay, so forgetting what the summary of the medical report was, did you watch the testimony that was given by the Caitlin Oliver, the ATF woman, Samantha Carner?
Sean said, hey, happy Friday, RTP fam. Hope everyone has a great weekend going to see Kesha tonight in Northern Virginia with friends. Enjoy.
Those people who went into the science of...
Yes, I recall. You're talking about...
The bullet analysis.
Yeah, when they went into the DNA.
Okay, so that's kind of the most relevant part.
Okay.
I'm not denying, I've never denied on my platform or anywhere else that a gun owned by Tyler Robinson was found near the crime scene, right? That doesn't remove, if you think somebody set up as a patsy, you could take a gun out of this room right now and you could...
Nobody uses 150 grain soft tip 30-06 rounds. Nobody. Apparently one person.
Walk out and plant it in the woods near a crime scene.
I agree.
That's not convincing evidence to me.
I concur with the fact that that's a possibility.
So I think, have said on a platform that you were a gunsmith.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And for how many years?
Many, many years.
For many years. Mm-hmm. You also said that you were an Army sniper.
I wasn't a sniper in the Army.
Okay.
And I never said that.
Sorry, your wife tweeted that you were an Army sniper.
Yeah, I don't know. Like 15 years ago, she said something.
Does it change 15 years later?
She said that it was colloquial. So
Army sniper is a colloquial term?
Yeah, I was never an Army sniper.
Okay. What did you do in the Army? Did you teach this? She then corrected it and said you taught rifles in the Army?
No, I didn't teach rifle. No, I taught rifles as a private citizen.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I was an NRA instructor for many, many, many years alongside my...
I know there's some question as to whether or not he served in the military. I've seen him publicly say he served and didn't serve, so I'm not sure.
My gunshot.
As with your expertise,
Mm-hmm.
when She gave testimony on the stand, Samantha Carner, that there was dust and there was debris that was found
Jade, I think the gun was his grandpa's.
in the gun barrel.
Yep.
And then when we had the person who, and this was, I believe, Caitlin Oliver, who explained painfully about the DNA, the prints.
Well, let's start with a point at a time.
I'm not done. You
Thanks, Diet
said
Pepsi.
something, so I'm going to finish my thought, right?
You don't want to do a point at a time?
No, well, sure. If you want to respond to,
Well, I
but
wanted
I
to
want you to
start
respond to
with
2
the
points.
debris.
I want you to start with 2 points.
Okay.
Dust and debris in the gun barrel.
Yeah.
Secondly, the fact that there were 5 sets of prints, 5 plus actually by the end of the testimony, 5 sets of prints for which we already had the woman who worked for the FBI forensics testify that above 2 prints, if you're taking a sample, it's no longer a science.
Is that real? Nick Shirley and Tyler Robinson are cousins?
She testified that when they took the sample of what was on the trigger, they saw 5 plus prints. And among those 5 plus prints, Tyler Robinson's was the most degraded. So I would like you to explain how Tyler Robinson's prints could be the most degraded when she said, actually, you could have DNA on something that you've touched. You could have DNA on something that you've never touched. And to get DNA degradation, they've looked at pieces, items 20, 40 years on that don't have degradation. Yet Tyler Robinson's prints, amongst 5 plus other prints, were the most degraded on that weapon.
Yeah. So let's get into all 3 of the claims. First, with debris. When it comes to debris, firing a rifle doesn't always blow the debris out of the barrel.
Okay,
So-
you think there could be debris and dust.
Yeah.
He just fired the weapon.
Sure.
Okay.
Not only that, he left it in a forest. Now, I don't know if you agree with me, but if you leave a rifle in a wooded area, it's also possible that debris could get in that way. But I'm not even sure that that's what the case is. I think it's far more likely that he fired the shot, it just didn't blow all the debris out, and it often doesn't. You'll find this if you take Grandpappy's dirty rifle and it's all dusty inside the bore and you go fire it, you'll often look down the bore and there's still dust.
Okay.
Happens all the time.
Okay. And the prints?
Yeah, so the prints, we don't know all of the details on just yet.
We do. It was excruciatingly long testimony on the prints.
We don't, because they haven't gone to trial, so we don't know on the print front. But Tyler Robinson's DNA was on there. You made the claim that Lance Twig's DNA was on there, and it was not.
This is going to go bad for her. She's not ready for this. This is not going to go well for her.
Well, when she gave the testimony, no, hold on. First, let's go to your first point, because that's wrong. We can get a fact check on that. What do you mean we don't know until it goes to trial about the degraded prints? She testified, and this is the person who took the prints.
Yes, but the problem is that inside of this particular testimony, you agree with me that there's going to be much more of the DNA analysis during the trial, right?
But you also would agree that her fact is not going to change, that among the prints, his was the most degraded. So I'm asking you to address that. How could that be possible?
Let's give it, let's just grant this for a second as a possibility that his fingerprints were degraded.
It's not a possibility. It's a fact. The person who took it.
Newsom, can you just be like normal for a second? I don't like Andrew Wilson. I liked the debate I had with Andrew Wilson. I think Andrew Wilson is smart. I just think that his entire worldview is fucking stupid and based on an ideology that is oppressive and silly. If you want to beat off to him, like, can you just do that quietly on your own? That'd be great. But I do agree. I do agree Candace Owens is unprepared for this, and it looks like the money is what got her to do it.
Granting it for the sake of argument.
You should grant it because it's a fact that she presented.
So now it's granted. So what?
What do you mean, so what?
Yeah, so what? What does that prove?
It proves that if his prints were the most degraded amongst 5 of them, you're going to have to explain how that's possible if he's the one that recently fired the weapon.
Yeah, so wait a second. You're saying that it's an impossibility that if his fingerprints are the most degraded,
I'm telling you to explain it. You're the gunsmith.
Well,
so
wait a
explain
second. How would a gunsmith give an analysis on fingerprints or DNA? Do you think that I work in a DNA laboratory
So
with
your
fingerprints?
answer is I don't know. You can just say you don't know.
But
you don't have to.
But I did.
No, you said so what?
Yeah,
so say I don't know. I actually don't have an explanation for that,
prove,
Candace.
Though, is my question.
Well, I think
maybe smart's either way. Skilled. He's a skilled debater. How about that, Cranberry?
that what it would prove is that it is a more viable theory that people who had stronger prints on the gun may have used it more recently.
Did they say who else had fingerprints on the gun?
They named Matt Robinson explicitly.
Okay.
And this was a part of the testimony where she was speaking about how they got samples of elimination samples from the home of Amber Robinson, Matt Robinson, and Lance Twiggs. Those were the three names they named.
So are you saying that Twiggs
Would you like me to
fingerprints-
finish my statement?
I just want to make sure I'm clarifying.
I'm trying to finish the answer, but it can't be clarified until the answer comes out of my mouth.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
This was a portion.
This is the problem that Candace is going to have, is that Candace's entire argument is going to rely on like a strung out narrative, and Andrew's going to try and pick this apart piece by piece, and she's not going to have answers for this. I think this is not going to go well for Candace Owens. That's my prediction. Anybody else think that?
Of her testimony where she was explaining how they got elimination samples from the home. And she named Matt Robinson, Amber Robinson, and Lance Twiggs as the elimination samples that she was using. And so she explicitly said, some of them, so we can assume 2 out of the 3, were their prints were found on the gun. She explicitly named Matt Robinson as someone who had prints on the gun, and then said there were 5 people that they had taken.
The other thing is she has an impossible position to defend. Her position she can't prove. Andrew loves picking debates this way, where like he forces you in, like he wants to critique, he wants to pick apart your position. This is impossible for her to win this debate. Even with somebody who wasn't very prepared, it'd be really hard for her to win this debate.
That sample from. And again, what's also relevant here is the earlier testimony, which came from the FBI forensics analyst, I believe it was on day 2, where she said that when you're using those mixtures and those samples and you get up to 5+, it's really hard to make any sort of a determination. So both of those things are relevant. If you can't explain why his prints are the most degraded and you're saying he is the shooter, it's not really a so what. It's an open-ended question that people have a right to pursue. It's not a conspiracy. It's actually proof of my claim that there is evidence that he was set up as a patsy.
That wouldn't prove anything about him being a patsy.
It said it's evidence to support the claim that he could have been set up as a patsy.
So this is why I said earlier, so what? Because even if it's the case, this doesn't have an explanation for it yet. That doesn't actually give you any evidence in your corner for Tyler Robinson being a patsy.
Okay,
hang on. I didn't cut you off. Right?
You did.
Would need to actually
The whole
explain
time.
how this would demonstrate Tyler Robinson. This is tied into Robinson being a patsy. Are you claiming that these fingerprints were Lance Twiggs or that he had any DNA there?
I'm saying that it could be Matt Robinson, it could be Amber Robinson. That sort of information is going to come out during the trial.
How would that tie into the idea that he's a patsy?
Yes,
though?
because if his is the most degraded prints and the information that I shared on my platform is true, that this gun was given to Tyler Robinson as an heirloom. I had conversation with members of the Robinson family, Twiggs family, both of them. You know, like I said,
TikTok's probably going to take this down. So just remember, guys, we are also streaming it on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch.
not just dreaming. And if we're having those conversations and they told me that that gun was only given to Tyler Robinson because it was a family heirloom. Okay. So it was his grandfather's gun or great grandfather's gun.
Okay.
I don't remember the difference. I don't remember which one it was. And so he got it because he's the firstborn. So, but he's not much of a shooter is what I was told. And so he has this because he inherited it, essentially. So if I get something from my grandpa and I put it up on the shelf and I own this, you could see that could be.
How do we get to the patsy part?
You don't let me ever get to the end of the sentence. So how could we get to the patsy part
Okay,
if I can't
I'll
get to the end of the
wait
sentence?
patiently till we get to
So
the
that
patsy
could be a
part.
reasonable explanation as to why there was dust in the barrel, because he doesn't often shoot this weapon and he is indeed a fisher. And it could also be a reasonable explanation for why we have Matt Robinson's prints on this. Obviously, Lance Twiggs, even if he has prints on things, they live together. That doesn't really mean anything. But that could demonstrate that somebody took his weapon and put it somewhere. His prints are the most degraded. Somebody else's prints, there's more presence of somebody else's prints. And that could demonstrate that somebody is taking items from his house and putting it into various
But it
places.
also could demonstrate nothing. So the problem that you have here is that this is pure conjecture.
No,
this is not evidence that Tyler Robinson is a patsy. It's only evidence that you have conjectured up that, if it's the case that these are the more degraded prints, then therefore that means must be patsy because dad's fingerprints on gun.
I didn't say must be patsy.
Andrew's ability to take an argument and turn it into something stupid with an inappropriately low amount of words is maybe my favorite thing that he does. It's so he just jumbles it together. So Patsy good, no fingerprint bad. That's not what she said there, Andrew. He always
how
does
this actually links in to Robinson being a patsy.
Okay, I just described that for you, so I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you, so I'm going to move on from that. But to just go back to your point about this is not
LLM.
evidence, you can't make that claim because the entire basis for why you think that there's evidence for Tyler Robinson being the person that took the shot is based off of a hearing under Utah 1102 rules, meaning that they are doing the exact same thing that I am doing. This is the state. You said you're here to represent the state. Well, did you watch the preliminary
I
hearing?
didn't say I was here to represent the state.
The state's position you think is strong and convincing.
What
okay?
I'm here to do is represent my own opinion.
You
which
said
is
in
that
your opening
based on
statement-
You're here to represent Turning Point USA.
Based on the evidence presented so far by the state.
The state has
that I find it
presented
convincing.
evidence under Utah's 1102 rule.
But this doesn't demonstrate any patsy
No, that's very
behavior.
important because that rule is hearsay. So you can't say at the same time,
Great.
Candace, you're not allowed to. And what that means under the Utah rule, which I'm sure you know, because I'm sure you watched the preliminary hearing and yourself understand what that means, is that the entire hearing was hearsay. It means none of that information that was presented is going to be allowed. The majority of it, the overwhelming majority of it is not going to be allowed at the trial. They're allowed to present when it's just a probative hearing.
I don't think all the evidence that was put in was hearsay.
Okay, you didn't watch this case.
But not only that, no.
This is a huge point. This
I
is,
want to.
this
Well,
is crazy
we
that you
can
don't
call
know
for
this.
a fact check if
Yes,
all the evidence
we need
was
more than a
put
fact
in.
check. This was every single
The team
day.
in the back is
Utah
actually
rule
saying
1102.
they want to go there. So they said there's a medical examiner's explanation of the shooting that's in the back. Rob, if you want to pull it up, and then
I don't have a great deal of confidence that Patrick Bet David has good fact checkers. We'll see.
Candace, if anybody from your team wants to pull something up, no problem as well. But they're requesting it. If you guys got it, pull it up so we can show it. And in the interim, is that it?
Yeah. So I'll read this.
Just what are we looking at, just so we know?
Yeah, so this says the bullet, or at least part of it, sequentially perforated the interior left of Mr. Kirk's neck, strap muscles of the left side of the neck. This is a summary, by the way. Left common cartoid on the left internal external jugular veins. The bullet also obliterated the left side C27 vertebrae, transacted the cervical spinal cord. Medical examiner observed a significant portion of Kirk's cervical spinal cord was traumatically absent. Mr. Kirk suffered from other severe injuries, including bilateral, apical, and posterior intercostal hemorrhages, pulmonary, apical hemorrhages, multiple disruptions to the thyroid, et cetera, et cetera. So the summary of the examination is that he was shot.
Okay.
That was what they were pulling that up for.
Okay, and I'm not disputing that he could have been hit with a projectile. We're not disputing that, so I don't know why this was brought up as a fact check. Could you bring up 1102 Utah rule? Because this is an unbelievable point that you're making by saying that I am not allowed to infer off of evidence.
You can infer. I'm trying to follow the inference.
But your entire
Not a solid reader.
reason, like you asserted that you believe there's overwhelming evidence on the basis of what we saw in the preliminary hearing. The entire preliminary hearing was hearsay.
Yeah, I'm fine with your inferences.
But no, you just literally said I couldn't do that. Yes, I can.
No, I didn't. I'm just saying from your inference, how do we get to Patsy?
This is how you got to Shooter. The Tyler Robinson did it
No,
the same way that
I
you
didn't
got to
get
Tyler
just
Robinson.
Shooter from that.
Yes, you did. You again, this is something important, so we should pull up a fact check about what the 1102 Utah, and under their constitution, for the sake of a preliminary hearing, they do not have to have hard evidence. They don't have to put people on the trial.
I agree, they
swear
don't
them
have
in.
to.
But no, that's why the entire hearing was basically hearsay. Officer Bagley
But
was
not
saying,
all of it, like I said.
the overwhelming
And
majority.
again, no dispute.
Outside of the one
But
that you don't want to give. Please don't cut me off.
Though.
Outside of that is what's in dispute. It means
not.
that your entire brand of saying you don't have evidence falls apart when the entire preliminary hearing is based off of hearsay. In fact, Lance's testimony before they had about an hour debate. Actually, maybe it was more than an hour debate before he sat, and they said this is not going to be allowed. You wouldn't even be allowed to do this. We'd be able to cross-examine him. The questions that they're asking Lance are all leading. And what did he say? Well, I'm the magistrate under Utah Constitution. 1102. It is my job to allow all of this so we can see if the state has enough here that we can then move to a trial, which will then, they would not allow this stuff. They would say we get to cross-examine Lance. Lance
But
just
you're
can't
arguing
willy-nilly
things I'm not disputing.
But the entire substance of your argument is that people can't infer off of evidence.
No,
That's what you're saying
it's
to
not.
me. when you say Candace,
Here,
you
I'll
can't
give you
talk
the
about the degraded
argument
prince, which is a
now.
fact.
Yeah, I'm not
and then
saying
infer
that.
off of that
Didn't say
that
that.
Tyler could have been a patsy.
You're just literally making stuff up. So here's what the position is. I'm asking this.
By the way, I
I'm
have Rule
saying
1102
that
ready
I
if you want
think
to
you.
read
Let's
it.
pull that.
This is because Andrew Wilson is terrified to take a fucking position, is what this is. Now Candace is actually doing better than I thought. She's reversing this and saying, like, you can't use the same standard for me and not have that standard be applied to you. And he's like, I'm not taking a position. Remember, I'm not taking a position. I'm only here to pick apart yours.
Let's
pull
pull
up
that up.
1102.
I am
Get there
doing
from the
exactly what the
inference.
state did. I
Okay.
am looking at a piece of evidence, and I am saying.
But you're not showing me how you get there
Can you
from the
describe to
inference.
the audience what Rule
Yes.
1102
So this,
means?
just so everybody who's watching this at home understands what I am saying, even if he doesn't. What Andrew is arguing is that I don't have the right to extrapolate from
Never
a
made that
fact
argument.
like.
Just making it up. Just purely making it up. I'm asking based on
Andrew,
based on
can I
your
show my evidence? You
inference.
just showed yours. Reliable hearsay.
You'll get a chance.
Reliable hearsay in criminal preliminary examinations. The entire preliminary hearing that you just saw was on the basis of reliable hearsay. And what that means essentially is the people who are making the statements can just say, Patrick told me that he did this on Monday. Patrick's not here. And that is, they can allow that into the hearing. That's just because it's just meant to be probative. And so it's the state saying, here's what we have inferred. So you are allowed to take
She's doing a good job, honestly. Actually, she's doing a better job than I thought.
a piece of evidence.
This is
and
all
then you are
dumb,
allowed
but-
to infer off of that evidence. Okay. Case in
Thing
point, that's a
nobody's
demonstration that's a demonstration of
Mods, can you mute anybody who's saying Christ is king? Thanks.
what I just did. I said
Thanks, Trudy.
the prints were the most degraded off of Tyler Robinson. And from that, what I am inferring is that it's plausible that Tyler Robinson was set up.
That doesn't.
Okay.
That's the point in contention.
That's not a point in contention. That's
the point in contention.
It's not a point in contention. If you're saying it's a
It
point
is the point in contention.
It's not the point in contention. I'm telling you that was what the entire hearing allowed for. So the evidence that he
Great,
is
but we're
describing
asking you
that
now.
he is using to argue his case is all based on inference, not fact.
Great.
Inference, not fact.
We're
so what they are
just-
inferring off of the facts.
So again, we're going to take this, and I'm just going to even grant it because it's irrelevant. I'm asking how you get to the inference.
Is Andrew's greatest trick. When he loses, he goes, I'm just granting it to you. When he can't argue it anymore, he says, I'm going to grant it to you, which is why when I debated him, he granted me the entire argument and said, can we talk about my feelings now? That's his little trick.
That even if you dispute that piece of evidence, that means patsy. I'm looking for the logical chain for how you get to that inference.
What I am telling you is it's the exact same way that when you tweeted, I think that this evidence is overwhelming. When they say that looks like Tyler Robinson's car, he drives a similar car, okay? They are inferring that that's Tyler
Can
Robinson.
you walk me through the inference so that I understand?
It's not a fact. It's not a fact. When you show a blurry image, which you kept citing that we have
I'm
images.
talking about your inference that the fingerprints, even if they're degraded, equals patsy. How do you get that inference?
I didn't say it equals Patsy. I think
Newsom, I didn't say I won the debate. But get it together, man. Do you need just go beat off to your cutout of Andrew Wilson, please?
is enough evidence that it should be explored, which is exactly what this preliminary was in the inverse.
That's not what in dispute. What's in dispute is when you said, I'm using this as evidence that he could have been a patsy. I'm asking, how do you get the inference to patsy from that?
Because what I am saying is that it shows that somebody else had more DNA presence on that gun than Tyler Robinson did. So it is plausible, which is all they're doing. They're presenting plausibility based off of the facts, okay? It is plausible that somebody just took his gun and put it there. That's it.
Is there equally
that's how it works.
And is there equally 100 other plausible explanations?
I think that's the reason why
I implied
most
I won. Well, I was just quoting him. He said, I will grant you the entire economic argument. And then he said, can we talk about how I feel about immigrants? That's just a statement of fact of what happened. Nobody really wins debates. But I was just telling you what happened in that debate.
people are exploring when things don't make sense.
Got it.
So yes, at the beginning of that, this is how the court process works.
So
just so we're clear,
if
this
there's
is the
100 other
state's evidence
plausible
and they're inferring.
explanations, then Candace, why is it that we should go with this idea that it was a patsy?
I'm not saying that we should go with the idea that it was a patsy. I am saying that there is.
I thought that was the whole defense, your whole claim
No,
today.
my whole claim was that there is more evidence that he is set up as a patsy.
How does that equal evidence of patsy?
I don't know how many times I can say this. Like, I'm saying that.
Oh no! Andrew's stuck. Andrew's stuck. There's more evidence that he's a patsy than he's not. So how does that prove he's a patsy? I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's more evidence that he's a patsy than he's not. Well, how does that prove he's a patsy? Andrew Wilson is a smart guy for dumb guys. Hey, dumb guys, good to have you here.
I am using the exact same mechanism that you are accepting for some reason in the Utah courtroom.
Yeah.
Right? To say, I'm going to look at the evidence and I'm going to infer an alternative theory. So you just saw the states and you're accepting it. And they have not presented any concrete facts. You listed on your own Twitter that what you found to be convincing was something that looked like his car pulled into the driveway, a blurry image.
No, I didn't.
A standard white guy coming up the steps that could literally be anyone.
This never happened.
Can we get a fact check on that? Can we pull up his tweet where he goes over
I didn't
the
say
four?
that's what convinced me.
When you
Also, I just want to point out the FBI's incompetence. Took them about 1.5 years just to find Lance Twiggs.
actually didn't say it's what convinced me, but you said
Right.
this is the evidence that you found to be overwhelming, and you named, I believe, actually 5 things. I think you said it was his car. You said it was.
Well, there's multitudes of things that I find.
You
to
just
be
said you didn't
compelling
say it, so we're going to
evidence.
get a fact check on that. You
Sure.
did.
Go ahead.
You said the blurry images coming up the steps. Quite literally, when Officer Bagley testified, they talk about when I'm talking about making inference. This is the most I thought was the most absurd testimony I've ever heard. And pardon me, it was actually Hull, David Hull. They asked him a question: how did you know the guy in the maroon shirt was the same as the guy that came up the stairs later that was wearing the American flag black shirt? And he said, they're wearing the same shoes.
Why is that absurd?
That's how you decided these two are the same people. Oh, wow. What a scientific. They're both wearing Converses. Okay.
That's true. Not many people wear Converse. You just say, glad you're back today. My work day is so long when you're not on Happy Friday, y'all. Thanks, buddy.
An absurd thing to say. That is not evidence that these are the same people if we're both wearing Converses. That was what he said. That's what flew on the stand.
But I still don't understand how that would be absurd. If somebody,
it's an absurd thing.
For instance, if somebody were to change their clothes but keep the same shoes on, wouldn't you utilize the shoes to try to track that person? If
The
they were changing
idea
their
that on a
clothes?
college campus, 2 people wearing this totally different outfits, but both wearing Converses can't happen is such an absurdity that I don't even need to argue that. I'm just going to let people deal. Why is it absurd? Just concede that point. Obviously, it's an absurd thing to say.
I'm not
I know
sure,
these are the same people because they're both wearing Converse.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in context that's what happened. But
It
even
is.
if it
You
is,
can get a fact check on
but
it.
even if it is, again,
And it was
if
Hull.
we're utilizing inferences, whenever we're dealing with logic and we're dealing with making a logical inference, we're going to take the entire collaboration of evidence and then we're going to make inferences from that. You would do that with any type of logical proposition. Otherwise, you could never have a true or false claim.
Yeah, it's a really interesting position he's taking right now as he has tried to take any single piece of information she's put out and said, how does that prove your point? He's spent the first 20 minutes taking each piece and saying, how does that by itself prove your point? And now he's like, you have to take all of the evidence together collectively. It's interesting how his standards change when he gets cornered.
You just told me I couldn't.
So
do
when
that.
that never happened. You're just making stuff up. So anyway, when we're talking about logical inferences, what I'm looking for is the logical inferences that you have that Tyler Robinson's a patsy based on a totality of evidence that you have.
We can keep going through your other evidence, but we should find
Yes.
his tweet where he lists the reasons that he was convinced.
So let's start with the 30-06. I think that's fine.
Your team's looking for. Do you remember how long ago that was?
The tweet of the 5. Did you delete it or no?
No,
Did
I
you
don't
delete
delete
tweets?
tweets.
Okay, cool. I just look for. He said it
Unless I
was his
misspell.
car. It was his. It was the car, and it was definitely the staircase photos, and it was when the trial was
Okay,
going
she
on.
has it. Perfect.
She has
If you got, Skylar has it. If you want to pull it up so we can
Fantastic.
see it.
Somebody said, so give me the clear evidence right here. I want you to provide it right here. All I heard from the investigator was, we believe this to be Tyler Robinson. Is belief something you go as a fact? You wrote the car pulling in. That's a totally blurry image. Robinson getting out of it. You have no idea if that's Tyler Robinson. The fact that he is seen 4 other times on camera, the fact being just a standard white boy with brown hair was seen walking up staircase. The DNA on the roof, we should discuss that. And on the screwdriver that he left behind, it's overwhelming, man.
Yeah, but that's not an exhaustive list.
Well, just so we're clear, you did tweet it.
But it's not.
It's not an exhaustive list. It was just my entire argument. You make it an exhaustive list. You got a blue check mark. You can basically write as much as you need to. Make it exhaustive then.
An exhaustive.
Yeah,
well,
but just
you
5
said
seconds ago, you should
You
concede.
said I only said this one thing and said that was overwhelming, actually.
That's not what I said.
It is. You could even pull
Patrick,
your
did
own
I say
clip.
that?
Well, the first time you said, this is a stupid argument. He's like, you said it was only one thing. Now that you've shown it was all of these things, which don't prove she's actually gone through each of those points already. Now, then it wasn't an exhaustive list, and now it's back to you actually said it was only one. This is embarrassing for Andrew. I was wrong. I thought he would walk all over Candace Owens, and she has turned the tables on him nicely. Sorry you went limp there, Newsom.
Can you fact check if that was said or not? I did not hear her say
So the
this.
thing is funny here is like we still aren't getting to any of these inferences. So
Why are you pivoting?
so
But
that-
just say
well,
you were
I'm
wrong.
not. I'm
It's cool
gonna-
to just say I was wrong. I can say it.
I'm not wrong. So back to the tweet aspect here. It was really funny.
I
That's
did say that about Candace. I think I was wrong.
not an exhaustive list of why I find it.
I didn't say it was exhaustive. I just said you said it.
And on top of well, no, you didn't. You said that I only said this one thing, and then said based on that it's over. Well, I didn't. You didn't mention that I mentioned the screwdriver, DNA, all these other things. You never mentioned any of that. So no, you're
Dana
actually
says, why do dogs like cell phones? Both have caller ID. I like that.
incorrect there. But on top of that, moving over to the
My bad,
actual
Jay
evidence
Rezi.
itself.
Are you?
Yes, I'm okay. Anyway, back to
I
the
wasn't gonna ask
evidence
if you're
itself.
okay.
Yes,
Actually,
I'm fine.
I'm glad you're asserting that you're
But
okay.
back-
I wasn't worried about your health. I'm just
but
saying
back
that
to
I
this.
just said you tweeted this. You said no, I didn't. We got a fact check, and now you're like just gonna gaslight me and pretend that I
There's
said
no gaslighting.
it wasn't exhaustive. I never said that. I just said you did say this.
Zero gaslighting.
I didn't say you couldn't have said more,
Yeah.
but I would like to address what
I mean,
you
this
said
is
in
your
that
time.
tweet.
If this is how you want to spend it interrogating my position, you can do it that way.
Yeah, that's what you do in a debate, you dumb fuck.
Well, if you just want to use all your time picking apart my argument, I guess we could waste time. Why don't we get back to me?
What is that? Oh, Andrew.
I'm just addressing what you asserted
Mm-hmm.
on your Twitter was like the hard evidence that convinced you it was overwhelming. That's literally
That's
your debate
not what
claim.
you said. That's not actually, in fact, what happened in that exchange. I was here for it.
So what's your position here?
Yeah, so my position is that based on all of the evidence, which has
Mm-hmm.
been demonstrated, at least all the evidence to my knowledge, that I am actually not seeing anything that's compelling as an alternative theory. I'm not seeing anything which is convincing me of something otherwise than what the state is presenting as evidence. That's my position.
Yeah, well, hold on, though. Hold the fuck on. What you're arguing right now is that she brought up that tweet. You said you didn't tweet that. You did tweet that. That was your entire position. And now his position is, well, there's a whole bunch of other things that I haven't mentioned, which means that I don't think there's been an alternative that makes more sense. Oh, Lord. Oh, no, this is really bad, Andrew.
Okay.
That's what you're asking me.
He was
So just going
overconfident.
back to what you did actually tweet, is it fair for me to ask questions about that?
Is
That's
that the
evidence.
only tweet you're going to ask me about?
Well, we're addressing your claim that the evidence is overwhelming, and this is a tweet where you listed what you felt was overwhelming. I think that's fair,
but not
right? I feel like
sure,
that's fair.
but not exhaustive, just so you know.
And I never said it was
Okay.
exhaustive,
Go
even though
ahead.
you said I did.
Sure, whatever you want.
But yeah, so going
I could have said other things, but I didn't.
back to that, all of that, as you say to me, well, Candace, why
I'll
are you?
debate this dumb bitch anytime you want, Newsom. Pick a topic, we'll debate. I don't get. You think I'm afraid of Andrew Wilson? He's getting bodied by Candace Owens right now, and she's got a conspiracy theory. She can't even prove what she's saying, and she's torching him. If you can't beat a conspiracy theorist, yeah, nobody's afraid of Andrew Wilson.
addressing and making inferences off of the testimony.
No, I
of-
never asked you why. You're making inferences. I asked you how, with the inference you made, you got to the conclusion.
Okay, so I would like to know how you got to the conclusion, and I'm just going to throw it right back at you because
Yeah,
for some
that's
reason
fair.
you permit yourself to do it, and that's what I'm demonstrating is that you permit yourself to do it, and then you say when I do it, it's a conspiracy, right?
No.
How are you
Talk to-
able?
Newsom, you didn't set up that last debate. Raging Tomato messaged me directly and asked for it. That's what happened. And yeah, I talked about our debate for 2 weeks. And I talk about Andrew all the time because he's a very prominent right-wing figure right now. And I cover politics. That's what we do. You think it's not, nobody's afraid of him. It's silly. Look at this. Look what's happening right now, pal. I've got to stop addressing you because we'll never get through this show. But Jesus fucking Christ, I promise you, nobody is afraid of this guy on the left. Everybody would debate him.
to infer off of blurry staircase images that is Tyler Robinson?
Yeah, so in that particular
Who do I think talked to Raging Tomato? Raging Tomato told me that he directly messaged her and asked to debate me during my debate with Rob Noer. So take it up with her.
case, what you do is you take that evidence, you combine it with other evidence. So it's not just that Tyler Robinson is seen in the staircase.
Why are you calling him Tyler Robinson in the staircase? That's what I want to get to.
Yeah, because, I mean, we'll just use this. If you don't agree that that's Tyler Robinson, then you would just have to humor me. I think it is, so I'm using the name.
But why do you think it is? Because you
I'm
make
trying-
everybody, you
that's
call them
literally what I'm
conspiracy
trying to
theorists.
explain to you.
Now we know Newsom is Tex.
Okay.
So if you're asking for my inference, why I think it's Tyler Robinson is because Tyler Robinson said in his text messages, you'll be able to see me on security footage at the campus. Said it in his own messages. On top of that, Twigs, yes, you can pull them up if you want to fact check that. He did say. On
Yeah,
top
I would.
of
I'm
that,
sorry. I actually think I really did miss that. I'm not saying you're wrong. I
Yeah.
don't remember him saying you're going to see me in.
I'm
in
paraphrasing.
footage.
Can
but
we
it was
pull that
close to
up?
it.
Yeah,
If
I
you
don't-
may
I feel-
have
I
it.
think
if
And
that's
by the
not
way,
pull it up.
Twigs himself said that he
You're
had
gonna see me
some
on the staircase.
that he had some maybe a tiny bit of doubt, but it sure looked like Tyler Robinson inside of this various surveillance footage that he saw.
So Lance, sorry.
Hang
Go
on,
ahead. You're
hang on.
right.
So there's multiple reasons why it is that I believe that that's Tyler Robinson,
Mm-hmm.
not just because of blurry footage.
Did you have a dream? Just kidding.
No, it's because I combined multitudes of evidences.
Okay, so let's address those multitude of evidences. The first one we're working on a fact check on because I do not ever remember him tweeting. That's me in the stair. I mean, or
Well, he didn't tweet
texting.
it.
Texting
Yeah.
that's me in the staircase. I think that I
I didn't say that. I said I literally didn't. What I said is that he texted over, "You'll be able to see me in footage at UVU," and I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said.
Yeah, could we get a fact check on that?
You
The
can find
second
it.
thing you said was Lance's testimony, and actually what Lance says is, I'm not 100%.
I agree.
But in terms of what he wears, again, pointing out the absurdity, he wears Converses, he wears sneakers. If his boyfriend is not 100%, I'd like to understand why Andrew Wilson is overwhelmed by it. That's what I'm trying to get to. And lastly, I would like to remind you that Lance's statement would not be permitted. This was a huge part of the preliminary hearing, that they were leading. All the questions that were asked of him were leading, so they would be struck down at the actual trial. And also, I would like to remind you that he got use immunity for that. Use immunity.
I understand.
Which means like
That happens, by the way, all the time in these
and
cases.
I'm wondering why it particularly happened for Lance and this testimony. And I would also like to point out that something that's remarkable about this, again, leaning to my perspective,
Amy said Wilson conceded to your argument. Pretty sure that means you won. Well, I won that argument.
that Lance has a lot more, which I have said many times, Lance has a lot more involvement than the feds are letting us know. I think more
Nobody
is going to come
disputes
out
that either.
because they interviewed him
Yeah.
on September 11th. And then for whatever reason, just ahead of what was supposed to be slated as the preliminary hearing, which was initially supposed to be in May, they bring him back to do this interview, which in my opinion should have never been allowed. And I actually agree with the defense that it's a violation of his constitutional rights not to allow them to have cross-examined him. But I understand Utah 1102, do what you do. It's all hearsay. But to allow it in that way for him to just be able to also have use immunity, knowing that he's not going to get in trouble. He could literally get up there and lie about anything, and he's not going to get in trouble because the use.
Do we realize that every one of her theories has been debunked before this debate? No, because I don't watch her and I don't watch Andrew. But what I do know from this debate is that Andrew is unable to debunk any of them. So there might listen. I'm not a fan of Candace Owens. What we're watching right now is her mopping the floor with Andrew, though, in a debate. I don't agree with either of them. I think this is all pretty silly. But people want to watch it because it's some fun little drama, which is why we're doing it on a Friday. It's a fun Friday, and we're doing this, but she's torching him.
Immunity was given to him in April, I believe. April 28th is when they gave that testimony to the defense. I think they shot it in like April 20th of 2026. That is not compelling to me for somebody who has use immunity to give a testimony and to say, I'm not really sure, but definitely like he wears jeans and stuff.
That's not what he said.
He did. Actually, you can get a fact check on that.
Yeah, that's
Skyler,
not.
I think
He
you
said
pulled
much
it up
more
if you
than
want
that.
to. So a couple things we have. We have Rule 801, Tyler's messages, that says it's not hearsay. But first, go to what Candace is asking about Skyler. I think you have it. You just texted me if you want to pull it up. You said you have the text. If we can put that up on the screen. Thank you.
It was me. Look at the pictures from the surveillance footage. It was me. Okay. I literally said to you, it's not an oof. I said I didn't remember.
Mods, can you ban Earth True? We're not doing transphobia here just because your bitch ass Andrew Wilson is getting cooked. Oh, come on. Go somewhere else. Go to one of your little Nazi parties to be a transphobe.
This, and I'm happy to have a fact check on that. Okay. I didn't call for the fact check saying you're wrong. I literally said I
Okay.
don't remember that from
Well,
the
I'm
time
just saying to you, like,
Okay.
I'm trying to be concise for you.
And then also bring the 801 that you just said. What was the other one?
Yep, the 801, Tyler messages saying it's not hearsay, if you have that as well. There you go.
Wait, what are we saying is not hearsay? I thought
Statements
you said
that
the
are not
messages.
hearsay. A statement that meets the following conditions is not hearsay.
It was hearsay. They said it in the trial.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. Is consistent with the declarant's testimony and the declarant denies having made the statement or has forgotten, or is consistent with the declarant's testimony and is offered to rebut the express implied charge that the declarant recently fabricated or acted in recent improper influence or motive in testifying. So then wouldn't that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the issue with his
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Would that mean that a bunch of this wasn't hearsay?
So the opposing party, which down the line, like I said, they talked about this for about an hour and a half, and they
Andrew didn't know what he read right there. He doesn't know. He has no idea what he just read. Doesn't that mean that some things aren't hearsay? Yeah, Andrew, that does mean that some things aren't hearsay.
they discussed how if Lance was in court and he was giving his first party, giving his testimony as the opposing party, whatever, all of this would be fine. They had an issue with how the questions were being asked and that they were not allowed to cross-examine him. So that is why his video testimony would not be accepted in the main trial. And what I said to you is this entire preliminary hearing is under Utah's 1102. So they are allowed to just use hearsay. And
No,
so the
you didn't
judge,
say
when
that.
he
You said most of it was hearsay, actually.
Yeah,
The
it was.
overwhelming majority.
Well, I mean, I'm leaning now into my opinion that some scientific aspects, which they kept asserting, like the federal rule 403 or 402, some of those parts were quite
Sounds
scientific.
like you're backtracking quite a bit.
No, I'm not backtracking at all. Where do you feel like let me help you. Where do you feel like I'm backtracking? It literally was done under Utah's 1102.
Yeah, nobody disputed that.
Okay.
What the dispute was is whether or not most of it was overwhelmingly
Phone
hearsay.
a friend. Phone a friend, brother. Phone a friend.
Yes,
the case?
it was. Yes, that's
Okay.
a fact. I'm not backtracking on
And
that
what
at
are
all.
the things
How
that-
many times did you? I mean,
Yeah.
if you watch the preliminary hearing, it's like
Yeah.
they constantly. I'm 1102, 1102, 1102, 1102,
That's true.
1102, and the reason for that is because it's allowed. I'm not saying it's illegal. It's allowed at this stage, but I'm just reminding you that when you're going to sit across from someone and your claim is going to be, "Where is your hard evidence? This is what I heard, and I agree with what I'm watching." You are watching the state put on a hearsay
Yes.
preliminary
There's gonna be
hearing,
hearsay. True.
and all of those things are not going to be allowed, right? Even when they got into witness statements and things of that nature. There's a reason why they swear you in and they say, "You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth. Did you,
These
write
things
this
are not in
statement?"
dispute.
So it's the overwhelming majority of what you saw was hearsay because other people were representing other people's statements. They were saying they had conversations. We don't know where it came from. All allowed at this stage. Okay, but it's hearsay. So it
But
doesn't.
even a lot of that stuff may not fall under hearsay under what we just read, right?
But the evidence that you're speaking about, like when you're just
It's ironic that anytime we play a video of Andrew Wilson, the chat gets more racist. How does that happen, I wonder? Where these people that we never see, we play any clip of Andrew Wilson and the racists show up. What does that say?
when you say that we're going off vibes, you don't know Tyler Robinson, okay? His boyfriend is not 100% it was him. So I'm going back to your points that you made that this was overwhelming evidence for you. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, overwhelming just
You
means
can't
convincing.
consider another option that there
Well,
could have been
hang
another
on. Do you
white
agree
guy
with me
wearing
that I-
Converses on campus.
Yeah, do you agree with me that I said that what overwhelming means to me is that it's just very convincing to me?
Yeah, and I find it to be completely unconvincing.
fair. I
Because
understand that
I
you
looked
can
at those
find-
blurry photos
Yeah.
that they presented and said, your statement on right now is that
Yeah.
he's wearing Converses and he also that's just
But
crazy
these
to
aren't
me.
the evidences that I find the most convincing.
Well, you said that in
Oh,
your
that's what your tweet said, bud. You chose to pick the piece of evidences that evidences is what he's saying now. You chose the piece of evidences that were least convincing for that tweet. You went with your worst evidence for that tweet.
Twitter.
that's not the only thing I've ever said on my Twitter about this case.
Right, but the question that was asked of you was pretty direct.
Yeah.
Right? What
And
did you
and
find
this
to
is
be
not an exhaustive list of all the things
well, that's
that I
not
find
what you said
convincing.
in the tweet. You can tweet longer too. It's not like we're
I
limited now
weep
to
for our
240
listeners.
characters
So
anymore.
wait, so anything that I tweet and all other tweets that I've ever made are now excluded because I used the word overwhelming in this one.
Well, they
even
wanted-
though all of this information I've said so publicly over and over and over again is what informs my position for why I'm convinced on the case. That's bizarre to me.
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. Somebody asked you a question. What are the points that you find to be the most overwhelming? And you answered.
You mean
and
from that day, from that particular day of the hearing that I was responding to?
I feel like this is Andrew versus Andrew. It's a good line. This is crazy. Oh, you sweetheart. Andrew's destroying her. He's getting mopped. For the record, I fully expected Andrew Wilson to pick her apart. He's getting mopped. For the first 5 minutes, I was like, uh-oh, Andrew's got her cornered. And then she's just flipped. This is bad for Andrew.
Okay, this is something you find to be more overwhelming? Let me ask you that question.
Yes,
okay,
that's what I was saying,
okay, go ahead,
yes.
go on. What do you find to be more overwhelming?
Yeah.
Can we do this? Do we want to get into it, or do we want to do a quick ad break? Are you guys good to keep going, or
I'm fine to keep going.
Guys,
but
I need to
can
sell
also,
my-
would you like to take
yeah.
a quick
I
break?
gotta
or-
sell my
matter to me
shitty
either
If
shoes.
way.
we're going into a different topic, that may be another 30 minutes, 40 minutes. I don't want to stop you
Yeah,
guys in the middle
let's
of it.
end
So
it
what
on
would you
what
like
you
to
find
do?
to be more overwhelming.
Yeah. So if we're for me, it's the confessions, the text messages, all of that is what I consider to be, from my opinion, that's the most convincing for me.
Okay, we should discuss the text message confessions when we get back, if you'd like to.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. Folks, we're going to take a quick ad break. We will
That's
be
fair.
back
They
in
are
3.5
both losing.
minutes.
Let's
Thank
speed
you.
through his ad.
All right, you guys, for nearly 2,000
How right
years,
was I,
Christians
by
have
the
lived
way?
continuously
they're
in a
letting them
small
run their
village
own
just
ads?
outside of Jerusalem called
Function and luxury.
What
We
did
had
I
the
tell
choice
you?
to
He was
make it
going to sell
family.
his shitty
We had the
shoes.
choice to make it cheap.
These
We
are
chose
Skechers,
Nike.
but they cost a lot
Instead, we
more.
chose
They're from
Tuscany.
Italy. Get your
We
shitty
chose
Skechers
true Italian
now.
craftsmanship.
Fucking ads do they
Each
have?
pair touched by 50 skilled hands.
long
We chose
ad break.
patience, spending 2 years perfecting every detail, and we chose the finest quality at every.
While this is going, guys, just a reminder that we
we're
decided to
back.
do this based on popular opinion. We took a poll this morning asking if people wanted to do the normal show or watch this debate. It was overwhelming that people wanted to watch this debate. I guess we needed a little drama this morning. So please remember, we are crowdfunded, and this is how we keep the lights on here. We have a gift goal every single day. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are the way to go, and that's how you can help us today. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think we're back. By the way, just an FYI for those of you that are watching The Crucible, there's 30,000 concurrent there watching. Support Andrew Wilson. That's your fans of his. Click that subscribe button and helps him grow his business. If you're watching Candace, I think there's 225 to 250,000 concurrent right now. We'd like to see that 300, 400,000 number on there. Click that button as well to subscribe and share it with your friends and family. And if you're watching it on PBD Podcast, do the same there as well. This allows us to have more conversations like this. The mainstream media hates.
You're falling apart, Tex, worse than Andrew Wilson right now. Now you're making arguments none of us are made. I think that they're both wrong. I'm just judging the debate here. I don't think I mean, this is a real court case, for the record, that's happening, and it's incomplete. We've had like basically preliminary hearings. We don't even know the totality of the evidence yet. They've decided to do this debate and debate what they think is going to be the outcome or what they think the evidence shows. I don't actually have an opinion on this, and frankly, I don't know the evidence very well. I'm simply just judging this as a debate. I'm watching the debate, and Andrew's getting mopped. It doesn't matter who's right here. Neither one of them have the totality of the evidence, and we'll find out. But we're not going to find out today. I'm just pointing as debaters here, and we're watching this for entertainment. Now, if you are watching this thinking you're going to get answers to was Tyler Robinson the shooter, you're not. This is strictly entertainment today. This is valuetainment, as it says behind Patrick Bet-David's square head there. This is all just entertainment.
It's the fact that we're having these conversations right now. Just so you know, they want to control it. This is free for all. This is what's best for the audience. That's why we like freedom of speech. Having said that, let's go back into the text conversation.
Freedom of speech is, of course, the government not being able to interfere with your speech. And Patrick Bet-David, as a reminder, is a fucking dipshit. It doesn't understand anything, but he is a numbers guy.
we're having, right?
Okay.
Let's stay there, and then we'll go into the cross-examination stuff in about 30 minutes.
Okay, that sounds fair. Okay, so yeah, I used basically three pillars for the totality of the evidence. Okay, so if you want to know exactly what those three pillars are, this is going to be the testimony with the text messages and the confessions. This is going to be the physical evidence, and this is going to be the totality of the summary of the case. Okay, so right now we're focusing on one of these pillars in my defense, which is fine. I understand that I have to defend my claims as well. So when we're talking about the messages themselves, they seem totally valid. I have no idea why they wouldn't be valid. And I have not heard any good explanation for why it is that these messages should even be questioned. The defense hasn't questioned them, as far as I'm aware. Nobody has actually questioned that these messages came from Robinson to date, except perhaps you and other people who are kind of in that camp.
All right, listen, I don't know a lot about this case. One of the few things I know about this case is that a lot of people question whether or not those messages came from Robinson. I read the messages. They don't sound like a 20-year-old kid. There's also there's some weird stuff with how they're written. A lot of people question that.
But why should I question these exactly? I'm not sure.
Okay, so first let's just go over legally what the point is of a probative hearing. The defense is not putting on, they're not there to say or to argue or to defend themselves at all. They have to address what is being presented by the state, okay? So they're not here to then say, let me give you an explanation for these text messages.
Agreed.
The relevant portion of what the defense did do was actually before we got to the preliminary hearing. I had mentioned that it was initially supposed to be scheduled for some time in May. They asked for an extension. That reading through those filings of why they were requesting an extension and why I actually believe their extension should have been granted, because they did not receive discovery on their text messages. That was one of the reasons. There were many reasons why they wanted to have an extension, but this was crucial, right? So forget just the general sense that these messages feel off. And yes,
like a Shakespearean incel.
you are allowed to have an intuition. You are allowed to have a sense and just go, this is very weird. We're being told this kid had like above a 4.0, Tyler Robinson. He wanted to get away. I mean, the text messages almost run head to head with themselves. Like he wanted to get away with it. So he thought the best thing to do would be to text a full confession of what he did, down to what I didn't even remember, saying, yeah, and that's also me in the surveillance footage. It felt a little too on the nose. People have common sense. You just don't text message. But then we're also supposed to believe that he put a note under and burn this and get rid of the evidence. But don't worry about that because I'm about to text you a full confession. That it felt off. It felt weird off the bat. The manner in which they were texting, we're told he's like a gamer who's using a Dremel to carve expressions, catch fascist. But then suddenly he's writing like a 1700
also, as a Helldivers
novelist.
player, he did actually get the 500K code correct.
Yeah, I'm not a gamer, so we'll say that if we start debating that, you'll be way over my head.
But yes,
but my point being is just that, first, it's a general sense of why people had a reaction to these messages that seemed like they were written by Jane Austen rather than like a kid who games and writes catch.
Yeah, but do you see how
fastest.
that's intuition?
That is, I just said that. I said just parking aside the intuition of just something feels wrong here, which you should follow your intuition. You should actually do that. If you say the COVID vaccine is running out, feels like it's coming out too fast, and there's too many celebrities telling me to do it, I'd like to take a pause. That's good. That is, you are allowed to do that. I believe in intuition.
But hang on. Let me respond a little bit here because you've been going for a minute. Let me at least respond to a little bit of this. So the first thing is like when people bring up the COVID vaccine, trusting the COVID vaccine en masse was the science. That wasn't just intuition. That was the science. There was tons of competing science.
Now we have two dipshits arguing pseudoscience and claiming that the non-science was the actual science. This is incredible.
They tried to suppress it. That's true. But there was tons of competing science for why you shouldn't take a risky mRNA vaccine.
There wasn't. There isn't. It still doesn't exist. There was no science. There was VAERS. That was it.
The
mass and things like
they
this.
kept telling us was 100%.
Now, when you're talking about intuition, though, when you say trust your intuition, I'm actually giving a different message. You actually should be very wary about trusting just your intuition. It is true that intuition can be useful, but it has to be tempered with logic, reason, explanatory power, and evidence, not just intuition.
That's why we're parking it aside. Intuition's the first step. Something feels off, right?
Okay.
That was my first step with COVID. I don't like the way it's being pushed. It shouldn't require a celebrity campaign, by the way. Another element of that is why people don't feel good about the Charlie thing. Why do we have so many influencers saying things? It's over. Why are you guys all using the same adjective? Can you switch it up? I'm overwhelmed. Like, chill. Like, you could say, I found some
kind
parts
like
compelling. I think this should go.
Like
I found some parts compelling. Maybe we should, see at the trial. That would be kind of.
Don't you think Fed slop's a buzzword for the counter industry?
But everyone on the same day of watching this trial, which was, I would say, not overwhelming at all, Nobody came in medium, right? No one came in like there were some interesting aspects. This was a little suspect. But I do think it's enough to go to trial. They all came in like they were passing away and we're going to die from being overwhelmed.
Well, they're trusting their intuition.
Okay. Well, actually, in that scenario, they're looking at the preliminary hearing and have a reaction to it. It wasn't their intuition. But like I said,
How do you know
parking
that?
aside, just getting to the substance, parking that aside, just a general intuition that sometimes might be second messages. Then
How many more times does she have to say, set aside the intuition, and Andrew Wilson's going to be like, oh, stop relying on intuition? Is it just because she's a woman? Like, you can't hear it? You just can't hear any of it? That's the 50th time she said that. What's going on here, Andrew?
The filings, which came from the defense, and they were requesting an extension saying, we have gone to the prosecution and we have requested all of this stuff in discovery. Yes, you are saying that you took Lance's phone, okay, and that you collected his phone on September 11th and that you sent it off or whatever. You took a picture of the text messages, and we are being given these text messages to review. Crucially, Kathy Nestor said, I have not even been given access to my client's phone during this hearing. She said, I haven't even been given access to my client's phone. She can't tell you, as a part of their discovery request, it's not enough to say to me, Candace, I just got a text message from Candace, and I say, I didn't send that text message. Maybe that's what her client's saying. We don't know because we're not at the trial, right? Maybe he didn't send those messages. Could there be someone who logged into his Discord? Could there be someone who logged in to his Apple? George could be sending text messages right now. We are married. He has every login that I have. And remember, he's up for a death sentence. So if I'm
First of all, George is on Grindr right now. He doesn't care about your phone. He's not worried about you one bit, Candace.
To sow reasonable doubt with common sense, he may come during the trial, and when they actually have to address these points, say, I did not write those messages. I was here. Lance, my boyfriend, was logged into my phone, logged into my Apple ID and my iCloud, sending messages. I know that we have the capability because my husband does it. He has the capability to send messages from my phone. It is not convincing to the public when, for whatever reason, the FBI combined with the SBI, it was not the prosecution's fault. They made that clear during that hearing, would not allow them that discovery request to be able to see where did that message come from. Because you're saying my client was here, right? I want to know if that message actually was generated from his iPhone when he was waiting to retrieve his rifle, hoping that the pooch doesn't have a bad sniffer, like just weird messages. I want to make sure that,
that was a wild part of that. I swear, look, either Tyler Robinson is one of the strangest communicators on earth, or somebody else had his phone that was like 60 years old. How does a young person sound? Pooch has a bad sniffer. They are very bizarre text messages. I'll give her that.
It was actually him. He was holding his phone, and his boyfriend didn't just log in to his computer when he was home. Lance was his boyfriend. That is a crucial fact here. That discovery was not met by the time we got to preliminary hearing. So I remain unconvinced by these text messages. Just as you feel convinced by them, I feel unconvinced by them.
Okay. So then the idea here is the reason that you don't think that these are valid text messages, and you don't, right?
It has not been proven that these messages are valid, and they don't sound valid to me. I don't think anyone, even if someone was selling like a, I don't know, pot on the corner, would be smarter than to write a full-fledged confession. He even writes, I thought I would get away with it, and I was hoping never to tell you until old age. And then we're being told that he wanted to commit suicide. And okay, but he just said he wanted to get away with it, but he's not smart enough to, I don't know, maybe not text it's such a confession like we've never seen. I think this would be like the first time ever somebody has start to finish written an entire, I'm in this surveillance footage and I'm here and I'm wearing my Converse. I'm being a little facetious here, but it was a little ridiculous. It didn't pass a sniff test for me.
You have kids and you love them more than anything.
Maybe she's got a bad sniffer. Maybe that's why.
I do.
If it was the case that you thought that your kid was innocent, wouldn't you be out telling everybody and their brother that you thought that they were innocent? And also, wouldn't you maybe recant and say, hey, he didn't actually confess to me. None of this happened the way that the state is presenting it. What would have prevented the parents from testifying?
Well, two things. I can answer that. And if you watch my show, I keep telling you it's not vibes. So right after the shooting happened, Lance Twiggs, the FBI put him into a safe house they paid for. They went to the parents as well, to Matt Robinson and Amber, basically said, your life's at risk. There could be somebody who jumps up and
Remember
wants
when Candace said no one says vehicle when they speak about a car and then play no video Tyler and he said vehicle? No, I don't. Again, if you're watching this thinking I have a good opinion on this, I don't. I'm just watching this as a debate. I haven't followed this story at all.
Charlie Kirk, and we're going to watch you. And they went into a federal safe house. What happened next is that they started thinking that the feds were maybe gonna, maybe not as honest as they thought. And
how do you know any of that?
So you gotta watch the show, right?
Yeah, no. How do you know that?
I had a source within the Robinson family.
You have a source, an anonymous source, of course. So there's no way for us to verify that what you're saying right now is actually even true.
Do you find it to be reliable hearsay?
No, I don't find it to be reliable at all. It's just a source.
I'm just doing what the prosecution
What you're doing
did.
is a cool story.
It's not cool. Well, you must have hated watching the preliminary hearing.
You're giving us a cool story. You're saying that according to your sources.
Okay, real quick, just before they go down this case is this trial is nowhere near over. Neither one of them are the prosecution or the defense. Both of them just have cool story right now. That's what they both have right now. This is an interesting attack. Let's see where he goes with this.
Reason that the parents haven't recanted any of this.
Recanted what? They have no statement from the parents.
Wait, I just want to make sure that if it was the case that was being reported in mainstream media that your father came to you and said, hey, is this you? What's going on here? And then he and one of his buddies took you in where you turned yourself in.
Andrew quoting mainstream media. How does that fit with you guys? All you Andrew Wilson losers out here. Now he's quoting mainstream media. Well, if mainstream media said it, it must be true. I'm going to guess that doesn't jive with a lot of your guys' worldview.
And you wouldn't go out and be like, no, that's not what happened.
That isn't what happened, though. You're just wrong on this.
Okay. Maybe I'm paraphrasing. What am I wrong on?
So what is sorry, just so I'm clear, where is your evidence that the parents turned him in?
Well, no. I didn't say that.
You said there's the mainstream media?
I said with a sheriff friend.
Yes.
But the father did confront him.
The father confronted what?
Tyler Robinson.
And where did you learn this? That the Tyler confronted him?
That's part of the official documents. Our fact checkers can pull that up. But yes.
But I'm saying, when you say official documents, do you mean you saw this on CNN or you saw this play out in the hearing?
No, this was one of the things that I went through and fact check pre-debate.
Are you talking about the charging documents?
I think it was it could have been in the charging documents, but we can't.
This claim that, I'm fact checking it now, the claim that his father said that he confessed is just from the prosecutors. So we haven't seen that evidence yet. I don't think that we have that evidence if it exists.
Pull them up.
No.
And yes, are you disputing this?
Do we have that on the back to pull it up?
I can already tell you what you're talking about, the charging documents, because this is where we had to figure out where this story came from, because everyone was operating under the assumption that Matt Robinson turned him in. Until we got to the preliminary hearing and we understood, like I said, even for that, when you are charging someone, you can use hearsay. It's all probative, right?
Sure.
Nothing. So they didn't have statements. It's not like Matt Robinson, even though he was interviewed that night. Amber Robinson was interviewed that night by a Fed, separate rooms. Tyler Robinson was interviewed by a Fed. They did not produce statements saying, my son did this. I believe my son did this. But what happened was they did interviews, but also the crucial person here who you just brought up is Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell is the biggest unknown in this entire case. Everyone keeps saying they heard from Mike Mitchell this, they heard from Mike Mitchell that. So when the person wrote up the report that night, and it was Brian Davis who wrote up what became the charging document, he after they transported Tyler Robinson from the Washington Sheriff's County office up to, I think it's Salt Lake City. I think it was 4 a.m. in the morning that they got up there. He then writes what becomes a charging document. So he's basically saying, we all spoke to a bunch of people and here's the information that we got, right? We've not seen that. So it could have come from Mike Mitchell. Mike Mitchell could be saying,
I don't know how this negates the point, though.
Why wouldn't the negates the point, because you don't have a statement from the parents.
Yeah,
you are going.
Why wouldn't they just correct the
it's not correcting. That
misinformation?
doesn't negate the point. The point is that we now got the preliminary hearing. If the parents were the ones who said, I'm turning my son in because he's guilty.
I didn't say they turned him in.
I think you're talking about the over. You said it's been the narrative. Everybody's known this. The narrative initially, which I think you agree with, was that, Matt Robinson knew his kid was guilty and turned him into the police station. What actually happened in terms of Sheriff Brooksby, who was present there and gave a press conference, what happened was this Mike Mitchell character essentially peer pressured him, and we can get a fact check on this. We can find Sheriff Brooksby's press conference, and he said, you know, they know it's you, and you're going to come in peaceably, or people are going to be banging down your door. He was a undercover cop, which I don't like that. I don't know what he did undercover. It's very hard to find anything about Mike Mitchell, but he worked with them for 20 plus years, the police officers. The reason why Tyler Robinson knew him was because he lived nearby and he was also his Boy Scout
How
leader.
does this negate the parents could right this second? And by the way, if you had
I'm
the
going to
evidence,
address that point. I'm just saying that your first point, which is that the parents did this.
Yeah.
We don't know that the parents.
I didn't say that they did ever. It never
Well,
happened.
you're quoting the parents as having said, you said that Matt Robinson said that his kid was, you say involved, just, I don't want to misquote you.
Confronted him about it.
Confronted him.
Yes.
And I'm telling you that we have not seen any evidence that that is true.
We can fact check that.
Okay.
Wait, am I
do
right?
have-
Did he not? Did I mix that up? Did Andrew Wilson not? I've been fact checking. Did he not say that the mainstream media reported that he confessed to his parents? No, I mean, I know I just made fun of him for that. Did I fuck that up? Didn't he just say that?
Evidence.
And I'm saying it's the charging doc, which could have been derived from a statement Mike Mitchell said.
Two things I have ready in the back. One
Cool.
is the charging doc, and
Yes.
the other one is a video of Kathy Nestor saying she hasn't seen Tyler's phone.
Okay, we can
Okay.
run
Which
Kathy to
one
go
would you
back,
wanna
and
see
then
first?
just to
You
go
wanna see
backwards
Kathy
to
first?
Kathy first in court saying she didn't get her client's phone. Yeah, and then I think we'll go to the. If you're okay with that.
A thing not in dispute. These are all things that are not even disputing.
Okay, so we don't
And
have to show it.
We never get to the thing that I am disputing.
Well, I was just providing an answer. We were coming back in from a break because you were talking about the text messages as something that you felt was concrete. So it was just my rebuttal to you that it's not concrete because they haven't had a chance to actually answer that. And she didn't even get to see your client's phone. So that's effectively, again, the state saying these messages are real. You don't get the discovery on these messages just yet. She will during trial. They will actually get
Don't
discovery
you
on the
think
messages.
that would make their case fall apart if it was the case that they weren't able to actually pull the data off the text messages? Do you think the prosecution would go to court with fabricated text messages?
It's called winners and losers. They may not be fabricated, but by the way, as what they are saying, like I said, if there was somebody logged into his phone, they may not be.
Is he making the argument that would the government really do that? Would the government really fabricate evidence? You think the government would go to a trial with fabricated evidence? Yeah, I do. I do think that's within the realm of possibility. Do I think it happened? I don't know. This is a weird argument. Like Andrew Wilson is arguing. It's like the third time now. He's like, you don't trust the government suddenly? No. Of course we don't trust the government. Is this live now? We're maybe like 5 minutes behind.
Fabricated. That's the point.
So let's get to the
They just
let's
could
get
be
to
somebody
the
else.
parents. The parents fact check. That
Yeah,
was
so
the
I
other
was
one,
saying,
right?
I believe what you're talking about was derived from the charging doc, which was signed off by Brian Davis.
Let's pull it up.
Let's see if that's correct. What are we looking at
Robinson's mother explained that over the last year or so, I'm sorry.
Can you zoom in a
here? Is
little
this
bit?
the charging
I
doc?
can't see it. Robinson's
yes.
father reported that when his wife showed him the surveillance image of the suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believed that the rifle that police suspected the shooter used matched the rifle that was given to his son as a gift. As a result, Robinson's father...
Do I know what that's about? Because in the text messages, doesn't he say that it's his grandpa's gun? And that he took it from his grandpa and he was worried that they'd find out that they used his grandpa's gun? That seems to conflict with the text messages.
Contacted his son and asked him to send a photo of the rifle, which makes sense with the text messages. Robinson did not respond. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Robinson. Robinson implied he planned to take his own life. Robinson's parents were able to convince him to meet at their home.
Yes. So this is proving my point. This is from the charging document, correct? Yeah. So what I'm saying to you is that 3 people got interviewed on that night.
Hold on. They got to go to the next paragraph because it says, as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied that he was the shooter and stated that he couldn't go to jail and just wanted to end it. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained that there was too much evil and the guy spreads too much hate. They talked about Now, that's what he said in the text messages. They talked about Robinson turning himself in, and convinced Robinson to speak with family friend who is a retired deputy sheriff. At Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson. Okay, so that's the part where they're saying that he confessed to his dad. And this is in the charging documents. What's noticeably absent in these charging documents is somebody who has spent way too much fucking time in court lately is a direct quote. There's no direct quote from the parents here. So yeah, I don't know if that's what she's saying. I don't know if they're like recanting that now, but there is no direct quote saying that he confessed.
Mike Mitchell got interviewed,
Yeah.
Amber Robinson got interviewed, and Matt Robinson got interviewed. Of the three of them, only one of them actually wrote a statement, which was referred to in this preliminary trial. He came in, I believe, in March, Mike Mitchell, and he wrote a statement, which I find to be very shady that they
Got
decided
it.
to bring.
But why aren't the parents disputing that?
No. Well, first off,
That's the question
First
I've
off,
been
the
asking.
parents are not going to ever play in court, play to the cameras in court when they have a legal team that is going to be advising them not to speak to the court because your son could go to prison
But
forever.
they're playing to somebody else who's your source?
I'm not going to address that.
They're
'Cause
playing to
I don't-
someone else
I don't
who's your
think- I don't
source,
think
but
it's-
won't go publicly tell the media
yes.
this is not true?
Well,
Yes. Yeah, that's exactly what you would do. I was involved in that Lori Vallow trial. I can tell you this, that like we weren't necessarily instructed, but those of us who were involved with my friend, we were we were encouraged not to say anything publicly. Even if we wanted to like defend our friend or go after Lori or his ex-wife, they're like, this won't help. Just stay quiet. We're the attorneys, we're the professionals, stay quiet. I am almost positive that his parents have been instructed not to say a word. Not to say that like that he didn't confess, because I don't know, but they would definitely be instructed not to say anything.
what I did not say to you that I just said I have a source, so I want to be very clear and take it from somebody who is involved and permanently sued. When I have to take my lawyer's advice, I mean, there's so many things that I want to respond to when people are speaking about.
Yeah, but it's bizarre that they would utilize a source which would get the information to you, but wouldn't just go to the media and be like, actually, that's all wrong.
I am telling you that
No, it's not, because it's a court case, not a media case. They get no benefit going to the media.
would nary find a lawyer who would advise you to go to the media. And,
Oh,
and speak.
this mother.
Especially when your son
If
is
I
up
thought
for,
that my
is-
kid-
was up for death.
If I thought that my kid was in any way, shape, or form going to be up, you couldn't shut me up. Or my wife, she would be like,
Yeah, but you're a fucking idiot. That's the and you think that your voice matters that much. Your lawyer would slap you in the face, be like, "Dude, shut up. Let me do my job." And you'd be like, "I can't shut up. I can never stop talking." This isn't a good argument.
that's not true. That's ridiculous. There's no possible. That never happened.
Somebody asked why I've been in court, UK, BBN. This is exactly why. Hold up. Why has Jay been involved in court cases lately? Notice how I haven't told any of you why I've been to court lately? I have a public platform. I could use my public platform for my position. My lawyer has said, do not do that. Don't do that. You got it.
These people are lying through their teeth. They'd be public whether you like it or not.
Yeah,
No.
that's for you and your wife. But when a judge issues a gag order in a case and your son is up for death, and your lawyers could be advising you that if you say anything, you could blow the case, you would have a more responsible consideration.
I see.
And we're speaking opinion here. You're like, well, I wouldn't care. I'd violate it, and I'd violate the judge's orders and see what
But
would happen.
if you have a
I'm
source,
not-
it seems like
I'm
they're
not-
violating it with them.
I
The
did,
video looks a lot more like Erica Kirk's stepbrother.
I'm not speaking to a source, but what I am saying to you is speaking just relevant to what this is. We have not seen any proof that statement that is included in this charging document. I think it is highly likely on the basis of the preliminary hearing that all came from Mike Mitchell. And Mike Mitchell would be a part. He's
Based
saying,
on the statements of the,
well, it's him
parents.
saying the parents told me this. The parents could dispute that. That's going to come down.
No. UK, I wasn't upset with you. I appreciated the comment. I was using that as an example of why maybe the parents wouldn't. I wasn't upset at all.
The line, right? They're going to be able to seat the parents. I will say this, putting together context clues. If the state had it on, 100% certainty that Matt
Thanks,
Robinson
Pizza
and
Duder.
Amber Robinson said it, a 5-day preliminary hearing would be a good time to say we have enough evidence. And I can tell you why Matt Robinson made this statement, and here is his statement that he signed. That would have been a good time to present that evidence.
That
and
would
the
also
public
be
on
a
your
good
side.
time for the defense.
Is Matt Robinson his dad? Does anybody know? Is that his dad's name, Matt?
to say that's just totally
No,
fabricated.
it's not. It's the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
That is completely the wrong time.
Why couldn't they?
Because what they're doing is they already said they didn't receive discovery. They literally can't. They literally can't because they can't. They did not
You're
receive
saying that
discovery.
they didn't receive that
Yes.
information?
Thanks.
No, they just received the text messages. But in order to
That's not the text messages.
the probative information.
Yeah, we're talking about the information that we just reviewed. That's not the text messages.
They never presented it. The state never put it on.
Yeah, they didn't. The defense could easily still have presented this. Yeah.
No.
No. This was a preliminary hearing. This is evidence from a preliminary hearing. Is there no lawyer that works like Andrew Wilson has hundreds of thousands of fans? Did he not talk to an attorney before this and be like, hey, what's a preliminary hearing? You don't present your evidence like in totality at a preliminary hearing, and you also don't provide the totality of your defense at a preliminary hearing. The preliminary hearing is basically you going in there and saying, like, here's what we have. And the judge kind of makes some decisions on what's going to be allowed, what's not. Do you have enough evidence? If there's objections to providing certain evidence. But there's a reason that there's no direct quote there. There's a reason there's no link to like a video or a specific interview. It's a preliminary hearing. Later, during the trial, they'll probably refute this.
They could have said they're
no,
they're not allowed to. Are you sure?
In a preliminary hearing,
the
defense is engaging with whatever evidence the state decides to put on. They did not put this on as evidence. Brian Davis was up there.
So they're not allowed to present anything?
They're responding to the state's evidence.
Good Lord, dude. If you I think you said you did a lot of prep for this. I don't think he even knew it was a preliminary hearing. I think he thinks that was the trial.
Are they allowed to present anything?
They are allowed to say...
Like if there was a conspiracy that they could prove right then and there, would they present that in one of these hearings?
No, it wouldn't be the right time for that.
I disagree. I think that they not only could do it, but they would do it. In fact, when I talked in depth with my attorney, they said that's exactly... If you had actual evidence that there was fabrications by the feds, that's exactly when you would introduce that.
So when in the document that...
Well, but okay. If that's true, and I don't know, I'm not an attorney. If that's true, fine. They probably don't have evidence that the feds fabricated it. What they're going to do is they're going to try and cast doubt on it because they need reasonable doubt. That's all you need in a trial like this. You need reasonable doubt. They don't have to prove anything. They're the defense. The prosecution has to prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. So if you have issues like the text messages or conflicting statements, or if you have the prosecution claiming that there was a confession and then there doesn't happen to be a confession, that's reasonable doubt. You're going to present that to who? Not the judge. You present that to a jury. You would want to present that to people who are not trained professionals and say, hey, jury, look, this is reasonable. The doubt here that we're presenting to you is reasonable, right? And you're going to hope that the jury's like, yeah, that is reasonable doubt. So no, Andrew.
They filed yesterday or a couple of days ago. The appropriate, like
that's a good point too. If you never got the discovery, how could you? Good point.
Doing at this stage of the hearing is the state is saying we have enough evidence that we think this needs to go forth to the trial. Hence the reason that there's this extraordinary, we allow hearsay because it doesn't really need to be perfect. It can be enough that we feel like we can move forward, right? And okay, I disagree with that in general when somebody's rotting in prison, but whatever. The next phase is for them to meet in court and for the defense to essentially present an argument to the state that says, we find this filing to be defective in and of itself. We don't even have to defend ourselves because you, the state, have enough, you know what the laws are on the books, and this filing is defective and you should get rid of these charges because they don't make sense based on what you can decide based on a law on the books. So then that's why they then file the dismissal, right? So in the dismissal, what they're doing is they are engaging, and this is what was widely misinterpreted.
Well, yeah, they're engaging as though as it's a hypothetical. If this is hypothetically true, then
so they're saying all of
but
these charges.
I'm not disputing any of that.
So that's what you're asking. Why you're saying could they just put
what I'm asking specifically is like who could shut parents up who are like, no way, there's no possible. This never happened. This is ridiculous. They would be shouting it on CNN. They would be shouting it from the rooftops. They would be losing their minds. And you're like...
Unless their attorney told them not to. This is a bad argument, Andrew. Oh, Lord. Notice the Andrew Wilson people got real quiet. Did you guys bounce?
Nope. The gag order would be enough to keep them quiet. Not enough for them to talk to your source, but enough to keep them quiet. I think that's quite ridiculous. But I'll even concede this whole point to you.
There it is. There's the answer. There's Andrew when he loses. I'll concede this point. Just out of good faith. I don't agree, but I'll just concede. That's like the 10th thing he's conceded so far.
Maybe this was misconstrued. right? There's a little bit of reason to doubt it because we're still waiting for the evidence for trial. If that's the case, then why not take the same standard for the evidence that you present? You're just waiting for trial.
Well, you didn't do that.
Wait
That's
a
the reason
second.
we're here.
Wait a second. I just want to make sure that I got this right. That's your argument to me, right?
My argument to you is what?
Your argument to me is that, hey, wait a second, Andrew. There's not enough here that convinces me, right?
Well, that's actually my rebuttal to you, is that you are saying, why are people engaging in what you term to be conspiracy theories?
No.
I term it to be thinking. They're just thinking because they're recognizing there are a lot of holes in these stories and that this is not strong evidence, right? This is the reason they're doing it. I'm explaining to you, this is the reason that they're doing it. I'm addressing what you view to be overwhelming evidence. And by the way, I want to be clear.
That which convinces me.
But thus far, every point that you've brought up, every point that you've brought up, did you feel like this is beyond a reasonable doubt? I mean, you realize
remember what I said in my opening.
Going to be
it's not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just what I find convincing is what I find overwhelming.
So why are you so upset when people say they don't find it
if
convincing?
That was the limitation of the claims that you made, if it was just, wait a second, there's a little bit of problems. There's some problems in this case that I have questions for that I want answers to. Nobody would have a problem, actually. Least of all me. I would be the least likely person to have an issue with you, any of your fans, anybody saying.
I'm sorry. I don't want to defend. Isn't that exactly what she's doing? I don't watch her show, so I don't know if she's more inflammatory on her show. She probably is. She's probably more careful in a debate. But in this debate, that is all she has done. She just said, like, this is I have questions about this.
In fact, I've had tons of Discord calls about this. My position's always been clear.
Oh.
Of course, conspiracies exist.
Oh.
Some of them have way better evidence than others, but I've seen them myself. I know conspiracy. In fact, the federal government has hundreds of thousands of laws about conspiracies. They see them everywhere. We both know this, right? That's never what the problem is. The problem is when you make claims outside of, well, wait a second. I'm just questioning evidence here. I'm just questioning what the state's case is here. I'm just asking questions. It's when you make claims outside of that where you claim that there's...
She said that his wife killed Charlie and the Jews killed Charlie. Yeah, that is wild. She hasn't made that claim in this debate. So if she said that, yeah, she should probably have to defend it. Why is Andrew not asking her to defend that then?
Evidence or good standards you should believe because, and then it turns out that it's all nonsense or it's wackadoo stuff or it makes no sense. And when we have a chance to cross-examine your evidence that you've presented, I'm going to show a lot of that. A lot of this conjecture that's based on literally nothing that leads from no inferences whatsoever. Like you couldn't even infer it logically.
She didn't say the Jews killed him. She said Israel. Okay, thank you.
That's the problem. The problem has never been whether or not you just said, you know, there's not enough in this case so far until we get to the trial. I remain unconvinced. I'm sure there's tons of people who remain unconvinced yet until we get to the trial. I think that's fine. I think it's fine. There's people who are convinced too. That's never been my problem. My problem is the claims which are external to that.
Which ones?
Okay.
What claims is he talking? Is he going to bring up these claims? Or are we just going to dance around these claims? Do we have to guess what these claims are, Andrew? Could you just maybe bring one to the forefront so we could hear what these claims are? Because everything she said so far, you haven't really... It sounds like Andrew is conceding this entire debate so far. Saying like, you have reasonable questions.
I'm not sure I really care if you have a problem with what I think in my own spare time. I don't understand this like lecture that you just gave. But beyond that, what I'm saying is that the state is allowed to use.
I didn't
this
lecture
is what
you.
this is what my problem is. You guys are not like, you guys think while it's still legal. You can. You are allowed to do that. So, but anyway, going back to you saying I wouldn't have a problem. I think I just demonstrated pretty thoroughly that what you claim that you have a problem with is exactly what the state is engaged in at this stage. So it just doesn't make sense.
That's not the case. In fact,
so if people look and they say, I'm looking at the gun and I see, and I'm inferring this, and someone else says, I'm looking at the gun evidence and I'm inferring that, they're both doing the exact same thing.
They're not.
You're just saying, I want to do it for the state. That's
propositionally false.
That is not propositionally false.
I'll explain exactly how. It is the case that every proposition is going to have a true or false conclusion, period. That's just logic, right? It's the law of excluded middle. All propositions are going to be true or they're going to be false. When we get into when we're making inferences based on propositions. We can make We can actually come to true conclusions with false premises inside of a proposition, in fact. What we're talking about here is not whether or not you feel that you're convinced by this evidence.
But you felt like you were
Right?
convinced.
Sure. But here's the thing. When you ask me my reason, Andrew, why are you convinced by this? I can give you my reasons why I'm convinced by it. Why
When, though? Are you going to do that sometime soon, please? Because so far, we're like 2 hours in, and you haven't told us.
it seems reasonable and rational to me to be convinced. You could even say, but Andrew, I'm just not convinced by it. If that was the limitation of your claims, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. That's why I wanted to have the conversation, in fact, was so that we could
Have the
move into your
conversation,
actual
please.
claims that you've made, which
Please have the
transcend the idea
conversation.
of I'm just asking questions.
Before we get into that, your team has one thing they want to show before you go into that.
Okay.
So if you want to pull that up, this is the prosecution filing showing defense had full discovery by April 1st.
Oof.
They did not. That's not true.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
To date, the state's prosecutors have disclosed all evidence that is presently and reasonably
Reasonably
available
available.
to them as required under Rule 16, Utah R criminal, to be more precise, as of April 1st.
Yeah, that was not 100%. That's why they're caging that by saying what's reasonable. There was an entire, and we can pull this up. Like, we should now play the Kathy Nestor clip because that's from there. So, and they were basically saying you don't need it at this stage, meaning it's not reasonable that you're asking for this when we're going into a hearing that's just going to be based on hearsay and stuff, things of that nature. But of course, by the time a trial comes, you're going to get all the
Where
discovery
it's just show
documents.
cause.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's what they're saying.
Yeah,
there.
I understand.
Okay, so that's
and I'm even fine with
yeah,
it.
that we all know. And then, by the way, just now that the hearing is over, and you can also fact check this, they now at the end of the preliminary hearing dropped like an insane amount of the discovery stuff they gave to them like the week after. You guys can give me the exact amount. I don't want to say because I don't know my I don't remember how much it was. It was an absurd amount of stuff that they gave to them right after the preliminary hearing that they had been asking for. Because that was one of the things that I kept saying on my show is as we were watching that preliminary of the preliminary, why not just give them the stuff now so they can engage in these arguments? Because I feel like you, it's like, I want to hear what they have to say about the text messages. Why can't you just give them what they're asking for so that they can actually engage you? And it didn't happen. So, but the judge ruled that it wasn't necessary at this stage. And that was the whole point of that
because it's a show
preliminary to the
cause.
preliminary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you like to play the Kathy video?
Well, he's saying he's not disagreeing, so I don't think we need
There's
to.
no point here.
There's no
Okay.
disagreement
All right, great.
that she said that.
Yeah.
So
To be honest, I can't find anything that says that they withheld evidence, or the defense even said that they withheld evidence. The state did not present probable cause that the shooter knowingly created a great risk of death to anyone. Prosecutors relied too heavily on hearsay. These are the claims. The DNA conclusions were open to challenge. Public release was withheld, but that's not withheld from the defense. I'm not sure Candace is right on this one. I can't find evidence of what she's saying that stuff was withheld.
yeah, so I guess
Yeah.
the
I'd like to
disagreements now
also-
would move into the evidence.
Got me trained. Might need a couple after this. I know I already do. Thanks. Good reminder. Sorry to pause it right there, but we are crowdfunded, and we chose to forego our normal show today where we cover all sorts of stuff in the news that I prepared for, and the audience decided they would rather watch this debate. So that's why we're watching this debate, but we do rely on the generosity of our viewers to keep the lights on here. We don't take ad revenue. We don't do ad reads. We are completely crowdfunded. So if you could help us knock out our gift goal, that would be greatly appreciated. Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, or Super Chats are the way to help us with that. Thank you.
that you have stated
Yeah.
on the record, which transcend elements of reason.
Why are we
in regards
having
to this
a
case.
transcendental conversation now? Because I mean,
Because
first,
they're all
because
related to this
your
case.
entire thing was about looking at the evidence, which never made sense to me. Again, because all of the evidence that you felt to be overwhelming was hearsay. That was bizarre to me.
You told me that I could take as much time as I
No,
wanted
you
to
can.
question you on
No,
these
but
things.
I'm just asking you just to lay the groundwork of what you're saying is
Because you've
problematic.
made
That
many,
you
many
decide that it trips
claims.
into
I'll
something
explain.
else, and I do still want to hold you for going through because we've discussed the gun, we've discussed your,
and you can hold me to those things, but I
yeah.
would like to get into the
and
things
we
that
should
you've
discuss
said.
the screwdriver as
So,
well.
and I'll explain exactly what the groundwork is. When you make claims which pass the idea of I'm just asking questions because the state's evidence is not convincing, I think you have to answer for those claims because they are in regards to this case. You're saying, I have a claim. It is in regards to the assassination of Charlie Kirk, which is what we're talking about, not just the case of Charlie Kirk, his assassination. You should have to answer for the claims that you've made
Isn't that what the case is?
in regards to the assassination itself. You should, yeah, agreed. So if that's the case,
Okay, well then ask her. I say this has been 10 minutes of Andrew saying you should have to answer questions, and she's like, okay, and then he doesn't answer or ask the questions. You should just ask the questions, Andrew.
then I would like to finally dive into some of that evidence and dive into it.
Well, just to be clear, and I'm happy to have you talk about, like I said publicly, you want to engage in some conspiracies, but I said I want to make sure that we get to the substance of our debate. The substance of our debate
is the major
is me demonstrating that all of the quote unquote evidence that you feel that you have, which demonstrates that Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk.
You don't find convincing. I get it.
It's been invalidated by the testimony that we saw, and in your answer for when I explained to you that he had the most degraded prints was, I don't know. Okay, well there lies my ability to process that.
It's just fine for you to not.
But you guys get to some details, please, soon. It's getting boring. Axe said, just to support the live. Thanks, RTP and mod. Side note, see my post in Discord, fam. I'm so pissed I can't see straight.
Convinced up to this point, all of your viewers, everybody watching, nobody's
you're conceding.
Nobody's giving a dispute that if all your claims ever were just up to now, the evidence that the state's given, I'm just kind of not convinced. That is not what's been happening. What's actually been happening is that you've made tons of claims in regards to this case, and in regards to the Kirk assassination, which are far above and beyond, I just doubt the state's theory.
Name them, please.
Okay, yeah, I mean, sure.
And those are the things that
I do doubt the state's theory. I also am welcome to say what I think. If you want to move into opinions, if you want to talk about Erica Kirk, if you want to talk about Turning Point USA,
there we go. Let's talk about Erica Kirk. Finally, Denise said they suck, but choo-choo, motherfuckers.
Totally happy to do that, but I just want to say that, like, I do not feel, because I've said what's important to me is that we exhaust this topic first of our actual debate claims. I do not feel that you sufficiently have argued that the evidence is overwhelming.
Sorry,
Candace, question for you.
But I am sorry you feel that way.
Candace, one question. What
does anybody think that he has sufficiently shown that the evidence is overwhelming? I don't think there's a single person here that supports Andrew Wilson that would say that he sufficiently made the case that the evidence is overwhelming. I don't think he's even made a case. He's tried to pick apart Candace. He's not doing a very good job of that.
Evidence do you need to see for you to say Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
That's a great question. So I actually expected in this preliminary hearing, actually the inverse of what he was saying is true, right? So this is now the time the state is putting on their evidence. That's the purpose of this hearing, right?
I'm not sure she's made claims. She probably has on her show, but in today, what claims has she made today that she hasn't proven? I'm sure she has made claims before. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying today, I don't follow this story, and today I haven't seen her make claims. She's been very careful with her language. Like this, I don't think there's that they've provided evidence for this, or this evidence is confusing or conflicting.
State is using hearsay, but they're also putting on their evidence. So I was just expecting some sort of a slam dunk. Like, we got him on camera taking the shot. At least we have him clear on camera. You're telling me this guy drove 30.
Not today, though, Mr. Brandon. I'm like I said, just please, you need to understand, Mr. Brandon. I have not watched a single solitary thing she has said about this case ever. This is my first interaction with Candace Owens and her views on the Charlie Kirk case. So I can only talk about what they've talked about today.
Hours all around. Like, we can definitely show you a picture that it's going to be beyond a reasonable doubt before we even get to the trial. People are going to see and go, oh crap, like it was really Tyler Robinson. I was expecting to at least see evidence that, because I had reported early on that the source was saying that Tyler did not step foot on campus that day. It is my perspective that he had something to do with something. I do believe he was disposing clothes at this stage, at this phase. I do believe he was disposing clothes. He was involved somehow. I find Lance to be more suspicious, if I'm being honest with you. And also, like I said, the use immunity that was given to Lance by the feds, the fact that the feds didn't ask him any questions, the fact that I spoke with Lance Twiggs' family, and they were like, it's very weird that the feds are not asking him more questions. He's exactly the person that I would imagine to be involved in some stuff.
And I don't know shit. Yeah, I don't. But that's the point. Like, we're only judging this debate. I'm not taking a position on is she right or is Andrew Wilson right. We're just talking about this debate.
I'll say allegedly. But when we got to the preliminary hearing, there was not a single piece of evidence that I felt was slam dunk. I was waiting for that. A photo. I mean, anything would have made me go, all right, I think this could be the guy. if they had handed over the discovery on the text messages, since that was their big ta-da, we've got the text messages, that would be the first thing that I would hand over. But actually, who was holding them up? Like I said, it wasn't the prosecution. They're right to say we were handing things over, and we heard the defense argue on behalf of the prosecution saying it's not them and it's not the SBI, it's the FBI that's holding on to things. Is the FBI took everything. The FBI took the gun, the FBI took initially the screwdriver. And then when I heard testimony about the things that they found that were suspicious, example being the backpack, that's something that really bothers
I got to turn off my AI tracking. I'm glad you guys got to see that. It's that breakfast burrito.
me, that they say they traced the shooter, they traced the route that he went on, and then there was an abandoned, we know it looks like he's wearing some sort of a backpack. We know that there was an abandoned backpack found at the bus stop in front of a library, and they felt that this should be taken into evidence. They took it. The FBI, this was the testimony of Amanda Baker, I believe her last name is, but you might want to fact check that because I think I'm blending last names. She was the forensics for the FBI. And then she says she gets a call on the 13th and they stop testing on this backpack because they find that the backpack actually belongs to somebody on Charlie's team. But if you know the map of the layout of the campus, you're going, well, what the hell are they doing all the way up? This is nowhere near anywhere. And by the way, that's not an acceptable answer for why you just gave it back. That's like, why would you give it back? You're acting like no one's ever been killed by somebody on their
DeFreeze, this is an absolute nightmare blunt rotation.
team before, right? So I found that to be very strange that it was on the exact route that the alleged gunman ran, and that their excuse was we just gave it back because we heard that this belonged to somebody on Charlie's team. So that to me
It's a chorizo breakfast burrito from Filiberto's. There you go.
This is why the investigation itself feels underwhelming. When you learn, and this is completely crazy to me, that some of the artifacts that Charlie was wearing were immediately returned to Erica. That's absurd. That is absurd. Everything should be in evidence. When you learn that the car that they carried Charlie in to go to the hospital, they had immediately towed, cleaned, and back up for resale, that's absurd. That should be sitting in evidence. And any police officer that you speak to will say, or a person that's been involved in a crime will say, I didn't get my stuff back for years. That had nothing to do with anything. It was just around. And they kept it into evidence until the trial was over, and it has to be approved. I think somebody said by the attorney general has to sign off on giving you those objects back. And we were told this is all fine. And we see, this is just one.
Thanks, Sully. Love you too. Big W Sully for the $50 in over on Venmo, and D Freezy for the $50 super chat.
Example, Erica holding the crucifix. That should be in evidence. Irrespective of if you feel bad for her and think she should have it and it's sweet, that should be in evidence. Immediately paving over the crime scene. This is like the craziest thing ever. This defies common sense. You immediately, and when you heard the guy who did it actually go up on a podcast and explain, I got the call. They said it was a paver emergency. I've never in my entire career heard of a paver emergency. They had already had someone come up and dig up the dirt. So by the time he got there on Sunday, the dirt had already been dug up for him to lay down pavers.
He had to call his brothers. This is one part I did see. He had to call his family to come do the paver job because Mormons don't work on Sunday, and so that's why they had a hard time finding somebody to come do the pavers on a Sunday. And he didn't want to make his workers work on a Sunday, so he had to call in his family to come help him do it.
People are looking at and going, "This is weird. There needs to be answers for why this was done." And he tells us the call came from the feds and the governor's office. UVU's washed their hands of it. And what he's saying sounds true because we heard during the testimony, one person described the regions of who was in control of everything. Mm-hmm. The feds were in control of the courtyard. So in order for anybody to have paved anything, that was federal territory, so to speak. I'm maybe not using that in the best cop term, but the feds were in control of the courtyard. So these are things that I think should be answered for. Why are we doing things differently than you would in any other criminal scenario of keeping the evidence until we know more, until we're confident?
What side is Millie on? She got to be an Andrew Wilson stan, right?
The various decoys. I did it. It just doesn't look right.
Okay, so go back to the question.
They should have called Trump's pool guy to repave.
What would you need to see for you to say
something? If they had, I was expecting, here we have him, he took the shot, here it is. And then I'd be like, great, a clear image of him on the staircase where I'm like, that's definitively Tyler Robinson and he was on campus. We got nothing. We got literally nothing. but hearsay of people saying,
But you basically get no case.
what?
You basically no case on planet Earth. You get the,
Sure.
oh, we got a picture.
Okay,
Here's him with the murder
you're
weapon.
right.
Here's him taking the
But
shot.
Most of this doesn't take place on a college campus that has surveillance everywhere.
Yeah.
One clear image of his.
But I don't understand when you're
his
asked,
car plates.
if
you
you're
know,
asked
like-
the question, what would
Andrew. Andrew.
Well, you never get that.
Well, you do when there's cameras.
Well,
it take to convince? It'd be the same question be asked to me. Andrew, what would take to convince you that the oppositional is true,
Patsy.
right? That he's a patsy or something like
Right.
that. Just good, clear, concise evidence that's been presented, right? And is being presented that I could go through and link all together to see if there's actually some clear picture of there being a patsy. That's
It's such a cowardly position that he's taking, too. Like, what do you think's going to happen, Andrew? You think that the defense is going to be able to prove that the government set somebody up as a patsy? We still can't prove any patsy ever. You think the defense is going to be able to get into the FBI or the Mossad and get evidence that he was a patsy? No, it's such a cowardly position. This case is, can the government prove that Tyler Robinson did this? And if they can't, then he's going to walk free. Whether he did it or not, they've got to be able to prove it. That's the case. And Andrew's like, what if I took a position that's entirely impossible to prove? That'll make my dipshit following make me or think that I'm smart. It's what he always does. He just takes impossible fucking positions. How in the world, what are they going to do? Subpoena the FBI? Hey guys, we got to talk to you. The FBI's like, God damn it, we didn't think they would do that. We didn't think they'd subpoena us. Now we're screwed.
take from me.
Okay.
Just
I
a
don't-
good.
I don't disagree with
just
that.
a
We
good-
haven't heard the
hang on,
defense
just
respond.
a good evidentiary standard, and then of course I would change my mind.
Just to qualify this, so there is a possibility in the next few months that you may come out and say, guys, it's done. Tyler killed him. So
Yeah.
you're saying yesterday.
Yeah.
I think it's very important for the audience.
In
here
other
that-
news, Quad City's Tyson beef plant in Jocelyn, Illinois closed suddenly. Impacts 2,700 employees. A lot of family affected. Are we winning yet? God damn, that is sad. Shout out Quad Cities. I love you guys. Sonia said, quick, someone get Andrew a pickle jar.
Without question.
For you, is there anything that you could see for you to say, yeah, this guy was a patsy, the
Of
government
course,
was involved?
I'm going to always
Okay.
follow evidence.
Perfect.
So my whole thing is just this. It's really important to me. I don't mind people being truth seekers and justice searchers, and the internet has helped solve tons of crimes. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that, right? However, there's also people who
As I say, Veritas, it's not about laying papers, it's about bearing evidence. A small explosive charge in the mic would leave trace evidence all around. Why would you dig up and remove soil? Yeah. Look, I don't know. It is really fucking weird that they replaced all the pavers. I don't know if they were covered in blood, but then why, again, I don't know. Do you dig up the soil? You have to lay that flat, right? It's got to be level. But if the pavers were already there, are they saying it became it wasn't level anymore? It is that one's strange to me. I'm with you.
they not only don't solve crimes, but they just come up with conjecture and they what's called flooding the zone. You flood the zone with tons and tons of conspiracy-based ideas, and they go nowhere, right? And in fact, they actually take away from legitimate investigation. Now, I'm not even saying anybody here is purposely flooding the zone. That's not even the claim. All I'm saying is that the claims made.
Is the middle guy Israeli? No, I think isn't he Iranian? Or where's Patrick Bet David from again? I can't remember. He is Iranian? Yeah.
absent. Oh,
He's an Iranian Zionist, which is crazy.
this is just me not being convinced by the state's evidence. Those become claims, and claims have to be defended. Just like mine have to be defended, yours have to be defended. And that's what we're going to get to now, yeah?
You want to get into it? Would you
Yeah.
guys like to take an ad break?
We'll take
before
an
we
ad
come
break.
back?
Take an ad break, sure.
And then we'll talk Erica Kirk and TPUSA.
And the conspiracies that have been conjectured by Candace Owens in regards to this case in the Charlie Kirk
Perfect.
assassination.
Folks, we'll take a 3.5 minute break and we'll be back soon.
All right, you guys, you've
here's.
probably seen all of them.
I forgot that doesn't mute there. Yeah, we'll do our own ads here. You can do a Kegel experience. What you want to do, Lispy, is you want to pretend like you're stopping your pee. Okay, you know how you can cut off your pee when you're peeing. Do that even when you're not peeing, and that'll strengthen the muscles there, and it'll stop you from having a quick finish. Tips from RTP.
I have a bunch of questions for you, and I want to make it super painless, right? So no traps, no gotchas. I'm just going to ask them direct. And I think that as long as they're not loaded, if they're loaded, you should not respond yes or no. But as long as they're not loaded, if I just directly ask them, I'm hoping that you'll just give me a direct answer. So here's the questions that I have.
Wait, before we get into that, I would like to just reply to that. So just to be clear, we agreed to debate our claims, and then I agreed publicly that I have no issues having a conversation with you about other things that I've discussed that were outside of the court hearing and things like other evidence that's come across our lap and things that we've been speaking about. But I just do want to make it clear to viewers that for whatever reason, you think that you have a right to sort of depose me.
I'm not deposing you. I just want to ask you some questions.
You literally
Thank you, Jennifer.
said that I want to be able to
Well,
question
this is
you.
a meta conversation.
Right,
We're having
but
a meta
okay, so
debate.
now we're transcending.
It's actually YouTube, but we are streaming on Meta on Facebook, so that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's no-
to
there's
use
no-
a word
nothing
that you're
transcendent.
saying. But this is what you're doing, right? So
Okay.
this part to me feels like a
So
bit of
am I
a.
allowed to ask the questions?
I've already said you can ask questions,
Then
but I
let me
made it
ask
very
them.
clear to you
Yeah.
via email and with you in conversation that we should be speaking. This
Yeah, I
isn't
know,
like
but
you
I
get to
wanna-
sit.
I wanna ask
said
you
if you
some
want
questions.
to depose me, you should join
I'm not
Brigitte
deposing
Macron's
you.
defense team.
This
But
is
you're
part-
like, I'm
this
just
is
going
a
to ask questions.
legitimate
Can you
part-
answer it? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know what you're going to ask. And
I
I'm
know.
going to
And
answer
if
as
you
I
have
see
issues
fit
with it,
because I'm not.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get
okay,
it.
Just
If-
so we're clear. 'Cause-
Usually in the debate, if something's not loaded, I'm just direct with
because
the
you kept
question,
saying
with
I'm
the
Joe
answer.
Rogan. They have no evidence. They have no evidence. And now you're like, let's move away from the evidence. Just talk about transcendentals.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so direct question, super easy. Was Lance Twiggs DNA on the rifle, as far as you know?
We can't say that for certainty.
As far as you know.
I already answered that in the first part. We can't say that for certainty. I told you the context of which they spoke about those things.
So
was-
no, as far as you know.
we can't say that for certainty until we know what other the 5 sets of prints were on.
So that
there.
would be no, as far as you know.
We can't say that for certainty.
You can say no, as far as I know, for certain.
We can't say that for certainty. I actually,
You can say
just so
that
you
for
know,
certainty.
if your energy here is going to be like you're my dad,
Oh no! Oh no! This is this is the worst version of Andrew Wilson.
and you can tell me how to speak or what I'm supposed to say, you're just going to come up against the wall. I'm
Okay,
familiar with
but-
this debate strategy.
but I
like,
am just
yes or no,
telling
yes or
you.
no, yes or no. We're not debating anymore. We're having a conversation. So I already addressed that in the first half of this about why.
No, we're still
there's-
definitely debating. This is still
no, it's not a debate.
This is
Now
inclined
this
to
is you
your
saying I want to probe
Yeah.
things that sit outside of the evidence. I actually
That
already
you've
addressed this.
stated.
You asked me.
Uh-huh.
You're not going to go like you're
Okay.
sitting and I'm on trial. I'm not on trial.
Okay, great.
So
let's
you
talk
can
about
have a conversation
let's
as
talk
we've
about the
agreed
French.
to.
Let's talk about the Foreign Legion.
Sure.
Was the Foreign Legion, do you believe, trying to kill you?
Yes, that's why I reported it to the correct officials in government. That's what I was told, and I handed over that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office.
What's your best piece? of
French Foreign Legion was trying to kill. Because she was calling Macron's wife a trans person or something that was like his babysitter.
evidence for that?
Well, it was
Positive evidence.
It was told to me by somebody who is high up in the French government. I passed off that information to Tulsi Gabbard's office. I also passed it off to Trump's office, Donald Trump's office. And that's all I can tell you. I wouldn't be able to probe any evidence because I don't have the power to do that. I'm not the federal government. And I would also like to say that this becomes this other piece of what you do, which is when people say this, I was told.
Yeah, this is kind of gross. Like I think what she did to Macron was gross. I am familiar with that story. And Candace Owens, for the record, is gross, and she does some fucked up things. But now Andrew, after getting absolutely slaughtered for however many hours that was, I think that was 38 hours that we just watched, is now just going to take the rest of the time to smear her on behalf of Turning Point USA. Yeah, it's gross. Andrew's gross too. They're both gross.
This and this is the evidence that I have, and I'm willing to have that conversation and write the email to the correct government body that deals with this. Like I can't hack into Emmanuel Macron's bank account and say whether or not the information
I agree.
but then you go, well, where's your evidence? It's like, well, my evidence is that I reported it. I did the right thing that you're going to do. So if somebody calls and says, hey, Andrew, there's a viable death threat against you, and that person definitively has the rank to be able to tell you this, and you say, well, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to report that to the feds. Then I go, what's your evidence? It's like, well, I got the information and I gave the information that I got from who I got it to the right body of people.
And if that
That's what I
happened,
did.
Got it.
If that happened, that's
wanna make sure.
reasonable.
And so
I'm not
it-
trying to trap you.
Well,
I just want to make sure I got it clear.
And that's why I say I want to know what you're doing now, because this has always been the thing. It's like, we actually can't win on the overwhelming claim. So we're just going to go and bring up everything that I think can try to embarrass her. I reported
I'm
exactly
not
as I
trying to
received
embarrass
it.
you. I just want to make sure that I get your positions clear.
I have not said, yeah, go ahead.
And now you have stated multiple times that you believe that Israel's involved in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Can you give
Yes,
me...
we can pull up the clip.
Can
I'm sorry. I'm just saying.
I finish the sentence?
Go ahead.
Can you give me the context for what are you talking about? Like when I say, generally speaking, why people think that Israel's involved?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Where's your question?
Yeah. Do you have any positive evidence whatsoever that Israel killed Charlie Kirk?
Well, I couldn't say Israel was on the ground and shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I would say that there are various things that we're trying to establish, one being a motive. And since I don't believe that Tyler Robinson and his transferee is a convincing motive because he was fired up about politics, which Lance testified that he never spoke about with him, nor do I believe that he was so into LGBTQ issues, since Lance testified they never spoke about LGBTQ issues, that he stopped and ate at Chick-fil-A, which if you are into LGBTQ issues, wouldn't be your lunch before you go kill Charlie Kirk for LGBTQ issues, because,
Yeah, but do you have positive evidence?
I'm answering the question.
I don't know. I just gotta be honest. I think there's a lot of us that myself and my daughter loves Chick-fil-A. I don't feel good about eating that bigoted chicken, but I think there's a lot of us who occasionally ignore how awful they are and eat Chick-fil-A.
I feel like I want to answer it. Like I said, you don't get to for an hour and a half pepper
But the question I'm
questions and
asking is
tell me-
about positive evidence.
I'm telling you that in any case, establishing a motive and and again, I already explained this at the top of the show, but the reason why people find Israel to be an interesting question is because truthfully, Charlie's perspectives were changing on Israel.
No, that's true. I'm
And he was
not.
starting
Yeah,
to
that's true. I'm not. But wait, I guess Tyler. I don't know. Tyler Robinson gay?
realize how much pressure was being put on not just our government to constantly fight their wars, but also being put on his organization personally. If people had come out and been honest about that, rather than rabid claiming he never flinched and everybody's lying and this is
I
not
agree.
true,
I do think it's
you
mid.
would probably have people that just go, that's life. People change their opinions.
I understand.
And then there was the rabid, I mean, not even that, it's like everything was
That's a
about
good point, Namasi. If your beliefs are strong enough to kill somebody over LGBTQ issues, you probably wouldn't eat there. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, you're right.
trying to convince the public
I was wrong.
how much he liked it.
So
He
then,
loved
other
Israel.
than intuition, how you feel about things, do you have any evidence Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk?
I have already said, and if you're watching my show in the context of what I said, this is the general sense of why people think Israel's involved. Nobody has made the claim that Israelis, there were also, obviously
Ian
Joe
Carroll
Kent.
made the claim.
Well, Joe Kent, who I think would have the right to assert it, noted that there were 12 Israeli cell phones on the ground that day. I think most people would like to probe that. Now, it could be maybe they were students, and they were Israeli students in Utah that day. But we'd like to probe that narrative because what we've seen after coming from the Israeli government, the Israeli prime minister, kind of denying that he did it, which wasn't really necessary, was quite busy. The phone call that happened, which no one wants to discuss in the Hamptons the week prior, or not the week prior, I think it was around August 5th or 6th that took place. And again, the almost desperate lies about Charlie shifting opinion on Israel lead us to believe that there could be an Israeli angle in this. But we cannot say for certainty that Israel called the shots and this is how it happened. But it is definitively, I think, a thread that a lot of us would like to see
say there's no
pulled.
positive evidence.
Whatever you want to say, however positive, negative, however you want to say it.
Well,
I
like
don't
positive
need to, I
evidence
can just
would
have
be
a conversation.
material evidence and other evidences which would
what
point
we've
you
said
to it.
is on our show is what we said, which is
This is the same guy that about an hour ago said that masks don't work and the COVID vaccine was more harmful than good. So I don't know if he's the guy we should rely on for what constitutes good evidence.
feels like a conspiracy building. There's no reason to lie about these things, and yet people are lying. BB ain't acting right. The Hamptons thing was weird, and the way they tried to shove the Israel narrative down our throat immediately. I mean, the day he died, posting a picture of him with an American and Israeli AI'd photo on the president's feed doesn't feel right. So
Do you have any evidence that Erica Kirk or TPUSA participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I've never said they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk. So how could I say that I have evidence they participated in the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Okay.
So his WWE funeral makes a lot of people question. I'm not accusing Erica Kirk And she just might be a very strange person getting the worst advice ever. But the way that she has handled the aftermath of her husband being assassinated has been one of the most bizarre things I've ever seen in my life. To have his funeral, like his funeral, I try and explain this to people. In the parking lot, there was a Forgiato Blow was filming a music video and was using people standing in line to go to the funeral to film a music video that we are Charlie Kirk, we are Charlie Kirk. And then she comes out to fucking pyrotechnics. It was all everything she has done since then. Then like it was a couple weeks later, she's on a call and she's like giddy over the amount of merch they sold. Whatever you want to say, maybe I don't think that I don't know of any evidence that she participated. What there's strong evidence for is that that's the strangest way to mourn somebody I've ever seen.
Then you don't believe that they did.
I never have said that statement, so I'm not going to get you to ask me personal questions about things that I've never said on record.
Okay, fair.
Your team is sending messages in the back saying they have a video they want to play.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't know what the video is.
It's going to be just a video of Andrew smoking a cigarette so he can calm down.
Yes, you said that there's a video you want to play that Candace said she has full confidence Israel was involved.
Yep.
Yeah. He said evidence that they killed him. I said this
ahead
is
and
why
play it,
people think
though.
their involvement.
So she
If
can
they have the clip,
Yeah,
they
if they
can
got
play
the
the
clip.
clip.
Yeah.
They're referring to a clip.
Yeah.
Via whom? My guess is Pierre. Erica. I think that there's a reason Pierre knew that Charlie was dead first. I think there's a reason he was a priority.
I don't know how the rest of this is going to go, but it started with my guess. My guess is it's kind of covering her ass there.
How? Why? I think France and Israel are involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. And I'm going to put that out there with full confidence.
Okay.
I also
Involvement.
now have-
I understand.
That's actually weird. Yeah, she said my guess and full confidence. That's conflicting. That's not good.
Yeah.
So you
That's-
think you with full confidence, you think that
Yeah, I think
that
Israel's
France
involved.
and Israel.
Yeah, I mean, the person that gave me that thing that I reported said that French Foreign Legion were on the ground that day. Again, this would be at a professional limitation for me to then go and probe that information that I handed over. I can't do that. I'm not
But
the
you
United
don't have
States
any
government.
positive evidence of
Okay,
that.
okay.
Right?
Liz, I don't. Can you just stop? It's actually just like annoying to hear you keep saying positive evidence. I've just asked me what I think, and I just tell you, yes, I think they are
that's
involved.
a claim.
No,
Yeah,
I
it was interesting. She said, my guess, I think, and full confidence. That was conflicting.
said, here's what I think.
I have every
I
right
think-
to ask you about your claim.
Yeah, but
and if
I
there's
said,
positive evidence
in
for
this
your
statement,
claim.
I literally just said, I think, and I am allowed to think. And
Yeah,
you
you're
keep
allowed to
saying,
think,
do you have
but you're
positive
making a
evidence?
claim.
I have tons of positive evidence that I'm allowed to think. Yes.
I agree. You're allowed to think.
Okay. So,
Nobody's disputing whether or not
yeah, but
Candace
like
Owens is
you're-
allowed to
you're-
think. What
you're-
I'm asking is
but
you
you-
have
what you're
Yeah,
asking-
let's take that back. A lot of people have confidence that that isn't factual. Andrew Wilson is confident that he looks good for being 41. He looks like he's 60. I don't know. This is silly at this point, but I enjoy watching it.
what is your issue with this statement?
evidence-
I think
Uh-huh.
that Israel is involved.
That's
I
not
do.
what. That's not just what you said. You said
I did
that
say I
it's with
think.
it's with full confidence.
Yes.
You
That
would
I
think
mis-
that if you had full
Can you have
confidence.
Yes, Andrew Wilson and I are the same age.
to think when you think.
But if I said, for instance, I think I'm going to be late to work, right, with full confidence, I would say my evidence for that is that I'm 20 minutes away and I need to be there in 5.
Andrew,
That's how you would know whether or not you had full
I'm just gonna
confidence.
tell you something.
Hang on,
sister-
let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish. If it was the case that I said I have full confidence I'm going to be late to work, I would say my evidence that I'm going to be is that work is 20 minutes away, right, and I have to be there in 5. So I have full confidence. That's why I would think that. So I'm asking if you think that Israel.
What if work was 5 miles away and you were the traffic said you were going to be 30 minutes to work and you needed to be there in 10 minutes? You're like, I have full confidence, and then traffic cleared up though. Then what? Define confidence, Andrew. He's using the word full confidence in like absolute terms. Ask him to define it, Candace, please. We'll all take a shot if Candace asks him to define confidence.
were involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you say with full confidence, I'm just asking for the evidence, or at least walk me through the mindset of why it is that you could think that with
I
evidence.
actually don't have to walk you through why I think. I can give you something that I think with full confidence. I think with full confidence that you know you lost the substance of this debate, and now you're moving toward things that I have said that I think, which I can do. I'm
They're
allowed to think
pertinent to
that.
this debate.
Well, Etheria, send the thousands of dollars because I've already debated Andrew Wilson once before. So you can send that. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. I don't know how much longer this is, but if you can help us knock out that gift goal by the end of this debate, that would be greatly appreciated. The pay links are up in the top corner. And then, of course, Super Chats are the way to go.
It's not exactly pertinent to this
It's
debate.
100% pertinent.
It's not pertinent because our debate
These are claims made about Charlie Kirk's assassination. That's the complete substance of the debate.
No, actually, would you like to remind him of what our debate claims actually were?
And would you like to remind you said I could ask you about any of these things to my heart's
feel
content?
free, but you do not get to structure how I'm allowed to reply or ask me
I'm
why
not
are you allowed to
structuring how you're
think.
allowed to reply. I'm just asking you direct questions.
I have full confidence that you do not feel that you represented your claim well. And so now what you came
That's
prepared
nice.
to
I just
do is
wanna
to
know-
present yourself like a professor of
I
fallacies.
just want to know.
And to say, you're not allowed to say that. You can't. It's
You
my
can say
podcast.
whatever you want. Nobody's
I said
disputing that. I'm
It
asking.
seems like you are disputing
I'm
it.
asking
I think that
specifically
when this
why
is
you
all
think
said
that.
and done, I've already explained to you. I explained at the beginning of this why I think Israel is ultimately going
France.
to be proven to have involvement in this. I just explained to you in the middle, and now you're wanting me to structure the sentence or provide evidence. You don't have to. You're just allowed to think, and I've explained to you my thought process. I don't need to structure it in a sentence. If you feel like a professor today, you picked the wrong day.
Don't you think that like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people would want to know what Candace Owens' positive evidence for why it is that Israel and France were involved in the most traumatic public assassination of Gen Z's lifetime is?
That's why they watch.
Hold on. The most traumatic? This is getting silly now. This is dumb. Andrew's face is starting to scrunch up. The veins are starting to pop. Now he's getting fired up.
My podcast.
So you're just going to drip to them? Like, here's why
it's
I
not
think
dripping.
that?
Every time we come across any of these discussions, they're watching this in context and they know why I'm saying it. So, for example, when you're bringing up, well, Candace, where's your evidence for France doing this? I just told you someone who was high ranking in the French government, right?
Who's nameless?
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
Of course.
But
so there's good reason to
it's not
doubt
a conspiracy, though, if I then took it to the federal government. Like, you can't just go out there making a claim to the federal government. You get in trouble for making false statements and things of that nature. So, and then you go, well, I'm going to probe that. Well, how can you probe that? This happened to me.
I can ask you, well,
this
that's
is
not
my
what I'm probing
podcast.
specifically.
This is my podcast. I am sharing my life and my experiences and what has happened to me. And you're basically coming in like you're going to, regulate how I'm allowed to say
Nope,
it. If
I'm
I'm
not
allowed
trying to
to
regulate
say
anything. I'm asking
you're,
very
you're
pertinent
sounding a bit
questions.
like a professor trying to regulate and say, Candace,
You sound very
can't say, I
defensive
think.
and like you just don't want to answer questions.
I did answer your question 3
You
times. I just
literally-
didn't say it in the way that you wanted
you
me to
just-
say.
These are two dummies dumbing at each other, and their dumbness is going over the head of Patrick Bet-David. Somehow in this room, Patrick Bet-David is both the dumbest person and the wealthiest person. He can't even follow this. This is like watching two toddlers just sneeze at each other. What is this at this point?
to obfuscate and you run away from it, but I would like for you to actually
let's just go
focus
through every
on it.
clip that you guys have prepared, because it's pretty. I think with full confidence, people will recognize the strategy that you're trying to employ. So let's get to the next clip you have prepared.
Sure, they can pull up whatever clips
whatever
they want.
it is that you guys have prepared. So
But I would still. On this point, I just want to make sure that you have full confidence that France and Israel are
Patrick Bet-David is the moderator, and he's just there to sell shoes.
involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
I think in
and
the
you
end,
have no evidence for it at all that you'll give us.
Well, I already did tell you where it came from. Like I said, I can explain it to you. I can't understand
Did
it
that
for
same
you. So
higher
if you
up
need
tell
to,
you
if
that
need
he was
to-
going to kill, or that France killed Charlie Kirk, or just that you were in danger?
They said that the French Foreign Legion was involved and on the ground that day. I've already said that. You just don't like hearing it.
No,
Candace, just out of curiosity,
Yes.
when you pass down that message to Tulsi or Trump,
Tulsi's office, yes.
Tulsi's office, are you
Throw up the fucking ad. Those shirts are terrible.
Faith over fear. Let's do a shirt that says faith over fear, but let's make the over look like a wave.
Somebody scanned that? Who scanned the QR code?
giving them who told you that, or you're just saying, here's what I heard from
And
somebody?
I have this information.
Sure.
And of course, if they wanted to open a file on it, which I thought was quite mysterious, that Trump's office never got back to us. It was kind of weird about like, from maybe they're not the correct office to. I did receive a response from Tulsi Gabbard's office, but I don't think there was ever any investigation into what I
Got
said.
it. So the call was, hey, I've been
Emailed.
told the email.
Yes.
Email was, I've been told
I have
somebody
information, that the French Foreign Legion was on the ground during Charlie's assassination, and that, I mean, it was a lot of information, but
Well,
like
you didn't give specifics who it was from.
not in the first email, because I figured they would like.
Why are the French involved? How did the French get involved here? Does anybody know? This is new to me. I don't know what the French were doing here. I think that, like, just generally speaking, fuck the French, I guess. How are the French involved? Why do they hate Charlie Kirk?
Perfect.
Yeah.
So if they do contact you,
100,
are you
yes.
comfortable giving 100% who it is?
I would absolutely give them as much
And
information
can I
as
ask a
possible.
question? If whoever's the U.S. government, why are you not?
Yes, it's very strange to me.
You know, so if that's the case, now they may respond back and say, we did. You know, that's their position.
I did.
I'm
That's
not
why I
involved.
did it in writing.
And so I'm glad that's the case
Yes.
because so if they
And
do
right
ask
away in
you,
Trump's office, his Margot got right back to me. She said it was on his desk, so he has that. There's no.
and if you do say that and
Mm-hmm.
they contact that
Keep waiting, African night.
individual, obviously you don't have to leak your sources here.
Mm-hmm.
Is there enough credibility where that person would be willing to talk to them and explain to them exactly what their sources
Yes,
are? Okay. I mean, that's,
it seems reasonable. And so why he's asking me to defend that is like,
I'm not. Never
Okay.
did.
I think those are two different things. That's more.
He's so remarkably stupid. So you're saying that you have a source, you gave it to the government. Could they talk to our government? Yeah, they could. Oh, okay. So they could talk to the government. Yeah, dude, that's how human beings interact with each other. They speak. What was that? He broke in for that?
Two
Something I
totally
asked him
different
to say,
claims.
why are they not reaching out to you?
I've asked that many times on my podcast.
What do you think about that, Andrew?
What?
The fact that she emailed, she gave it,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody reached
Why didn't
out.
they respond? I don't know. They didn't respond. So if they didn't respond, how could I know? These are great questions, Patrick Bet David. What a great moderator. Give it up for Patrick Bet David and his capris.
To want to contact the
They
source that
probably
she's willing
didn't
to
think it was
share.
actionable, is my guess. But even if they did think it was actionable, great. Every lead should be followed up on within the confines of what's rational and reasonable.
Is it fair to say that this is maybe a different individual because this is a person that was involved with TPUSA
Well, we don't-
had a relationship with
Wait,
Charlie?
who?
No, her relationship. Like
Yeah.
this isn't just anybody. So if an average person sends it, yes.
Yeah, but I mean, we don't know who the source
saying?
is. We don't know any
Well,
of
then
this.
if you were in that department, wouldn't you want to even you assign it to one of your
There's
guys?
no
to
guarantee
say,
they didn't look into it. How do we know? We don't
How
know.
could they
No,
if
how
they didn't
could they
come
if
get
she didn't give it
the
to them?
information, more of the information, because it
And
was a
by the way,
long file.
Yeah.
This is a separate. This has
Did
got
you send
nothing
them
to do
the
with the
guy's
debate.
name?
This is more on
Well, I
Nobody
just-
in this room can answer these questions. None of them are the people who got the information. Now we're speculating, just collectively. Why didn't they respond? Andrew, why didn't they respond? I don't know. Candace, why didn't they respond? I don't know. Patrick, David, don't you think they would respond? Yeah, they would. Why didn't they? Andrew, I don't know. Candace, I don't know. Patrick, don't you? But shouldn't they have responded? Andrew, I don't know. Candace, I don't know. This is incredible.
I sent the email, assuming that's I'm saying, like, you go and you make a report. You think they're going to come back to you and say, "Hey, what's more information? We're investigating this," and that didn't happen, and which is what I raised.
No,
I
I'm
found
asking,
that,
did you send them the
especially
source of
because
the
this was at
claim?
a time where they were saying that they wanted to explore every possible lead. I even texted Dan Bongino.
But did you-
So
Oh,
actually,
okay.
it was three offices.
Let me ask
the
one question and then
executive
I'm gonna come to
office,
you.
Dan Bongino, and Tulsi Gabbard's office.
Okay, so a follow up to that is the following:
Mm-hmm.
if they contact you to say, is that specifically to the French government or Israel's involvement in the killing of Charlie? Kirk?
That wasn't about
Those
Israel.
are two separate things.
That wasn't about Israel. It was
Okay,
they were
got it.
saying the French foreign that person as a
Those are different governments then? You're saying that the French and the Israelis, they're different from me. Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Those are different countries. Oh, okay. I'm just a numbers guy.
Part of it was saying that it was the French Foreign Legion that was on the ground that
So
day.
I'm surprised they haven't called you.
Then I find that to be very strange too.
I do as well.
Because
Oh,
who would
okay.
want to make
I'm
a report?
surprised.
Like, I mean, I've never made a report with the federal
Let
government.
me ask one question.
but
Let me
when you
just
did
ask one
send
question.
it-
Let me just ask one question, and I'm going to bring it to you.
Sure.
The question is in regards to, I've not seen that clip, so I'm seeing it now. I'm full confidence. I believe that Israel French was involved. Is that also based on a source that somebody told you that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk, or is that a gut feeling?
So in terms of Israel, I mean, what I've said is what I publicly have said here. I do think that at the end of this, we are going to find that Israel was involved. I do. Now, in terms of any of the hard evidence that's been presented, I think this has been a huge problem that a lot of us have had is that they won't even explore anything else that was going on in Charlie's life personally. So if we're not satisfied that Tyler Robinson did this in any way, then every alternative theory should be explored. Other evidence should be brought forward. We've done that in our capacity. Like when people keep saying she has no evidence, it's kind of crazy. I think we've broken like more stories than any news source in the world. I mean, down to pictures, details, police officers, what the dog's name was, because we're not.
Why do I doubt it? Because our government hides anything that would involve Israel ever, our government has hidden from us. I don't doubt that Israel's necessarily involved. I doubt that we'll ever find out. That's what she said, right? She said, we'll find out that it was Israel. I don't think so. I don't think that anybody in our government, especially in intelligence, is ever going to confirm any of that. If it were true, I don't think they would confirm it.
The only people that believe there's a conspiracy here, the police officers that were involved, the many police, sheriff's offices, that were departments that were involved that day, all believe there was a conspiracy. Down to the U.S. Marshals believe there was a conspiracy. They were, my sources at the U.S. Marshals were saying they were basically sent on a wild goose chase that day.
But do you see how you say my sources?
You're not allowed to have sources.
Well, the thing is funny.
So is CNN allowed to have
Well,
sources?
hang on. I have sources. If I said I have sources that claim none of that's true. In fact, my sources claim that her sources are lying. My sources claim that none of them believe that there's a conspiracy. My sources claim all of them really think that Tyler Robinson was a lone gunman. If I just said that as hypothetical, wouldn't you say, what?
Yeah, I think what probably adds weight is like then when I drop photos of the car that no one was supposed to see, people go, okay, her sources are legit. So, and then when what I say is then proven in court and nobody knew those things, people are recognizing that my sources are legit. When I say Charlie was scared in the last days, and then I dropped the text message, which you've just learned about a couple of weeks ago, of him saying he was leaving the pro-Israel cause when everyone was lying
Andrew Wilson's entire defense has been, really? That's the only two things. Really?
about that, then they say, I think Candace's sources are legit. So I think what's happened is I've actually built up a rapport with my audience that it's not vibes and dreams. And that's why they keep watching my content, because like, for example, when I just the other day released the content of the shooter on the roof doing the lateral crawl, then they're going, I don't think these are just vibes. It seems like Candace's sources are legit. So I've proven myself in the market.
Yeah, I'm not sure that would legitimize your sources as being legitimate when it comes to the idea that, they all believe that there's a conspiracy going on, which is actually what your claim is now. How would that actually, hang on, I'm almost done.
How would that, talking to PVD
how would that legitimize, well, it's not his debate. How would it legitimize these sources that even if it's the case that you get some court footage or some things like this, why would it legitimize that your sources are telling you, all the marshals believe it's a conspiracy, all the police believe it's a conspiracy, everybody believes it? How would that legitimize any of that?
Well, what I am saying to you, and you are not forced to believe it. So let me just explain what I was answering here, and I think that you understood what I was saying. Is I have, because people trust me, compiled a lot of information and presented it to the public, and this information has been proven true. We've presented photos, we have presented videos, never before seen stuff. The public has never seen it. And so what that does is your audience goes, okay, when she says that she has these sources, clearly she's telling the truth. Now, whether you would then go, well, I'm going to believe her when she says they think that there's a conspiracy, that's up to you. You cannot watch my content. I'm not here to tell you that you have to watch my content or believe everything I'm saying.
Well, don't you think questioners should get questioned as well?
He's cooked. He's completely and totally fried. He lost it so long ago. Did you guys notice about an hour ago, everybody that was like dick riding Andrew Wilson just went away? I can't believe how poorly this has gone for him. He might not recover.
By who? I'm not committing a crime, am I? By just like saying what
Well,
I
I
think and
mean,
collecting
aren't
evidence.
most of the people you ask questions of not actually committing crimes?
But what do you mean they should answer questions?
Bro,
Where?
what,
Like at a
now they're
police?
just asking questions back. Now they're just all answering each other with questions. They're just not having a conversation anymore. They're just responding to every question with a question. Good Lord.
Like,
no,
what are you
just
saying?
like if you want people to come in and answer questions for you, I have questions about this in the investigation. I have questions about this. I have questions about that. You want them to answer your questions. Doesn't it seem totally fair that you answer back the questions people have for you?
Well, they're not answering our questions, so it's also fair that they don't answer them.
So you're
That's why I
okay.
said
So I just
Andrew
want to.
Colvett should be in this chair. He's not.
But
That's
isn't
his
that a double?
prerogative.
But isn't that a double standard?
No, it's not, because he's not doing it.
Yeah, but what that would still be a double standard. If you're requesting that he does do it, then that seems to infer that you think he owes you answers.
Oh, so inferences are allowed again?
And they never weren't. So that seems to infer that you think that he owes you answers. If that's the case, then don't you owe answers?
Yeah, well, I feel like I'm answering your questions and his questions about. I mean, I'm talking about Andrew Colvett. His position is he's a spokesperson for Turning Point USA. So when the crowd turns against Turning Point USA,
this is what qualifies as like intelligence and conservative media. These are two of your best. Two of your best right now. Just I'm rubber, you're gluing it.
on the basis of a lack of information or because there has been, I don't know, seeds sown of distrust, I would imagine, and forget answering my questions because it doesn't need to be me.
But aren't you sowing a lot of those seeds of distrust?
Well, I think they're doing a pretty good job themselves, if I'm being honest. You can blame it on Candace all you want.
Well,
people love to do that.
The thing is funny is
people
like,
act like I'm
I think
ground
their
zero.
PR I'll be fair with you.
Ground zero of people not trusting Turning Point USA.
I think that there was some
actually kind of
PR there.
last.
I think there was some PR there. Sure, they could have done better. Absolutely. I'm not disputing any of that.
What a concession.
One thing, though, that I want to just directly ask you is, do you actually believe that anybody in TPUSA or Erica Kirk or Erica actually participated, had foreknowledge of, or facilitated the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I'm not going to get myself into a legal pickle here. Everything I've said is on my podcast.
How would that get you in a legal
I think
pickle?
firmly that
How'd that get you in defamation, you dumb fucking bitch? God damn.
How could it possibly get you in a legal pickle if you accused Andrew Colvett of being in on the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Because it's defamation. Yeah, dude. She's a public figure with millions of followers accusing somebody that worked with Charlie Kirk of murdering him. Yeah, that's a legal pickle. That's what you can call it what you want. I would say that's a legal pickle. Good Lord, Andrew Wilson is dumber than I thought. I'm so sorry earlier when I said I think he's really smart, and you guys were like, he's not smart. And I was like, well, he's actually just a skilled debater. And then you guys were like, he's not a skilled debater. And you guys might have been right.
if I was the investigating officers, I would seat them all and I would ask questions. I would at this phase. I would.
Okay,
Andrew's,
what does that mean?
Andrew's wife is waiting for Candace outside.
How dare you go after Andy in that way? He would have done much better if you let him smoke a cigarette.
But she tweeted that shit, by the way. She tweeted something about that, like,
Candace can't even handle a little bit of smoke.
but like actual smoke. She's out there just pacing right now.
Give him a cigarette. He's actually winning if you really think about it.
I shouldn't even
Does
be
that mean-
speaking, but I'm going to.
That you do think so?
I think it was not a sufficient investigation into what we know to be true of 80% of homicides. It's usually conducted by someone you know, right? And the fact that was never even considered, that like I said earlier, the backpack was returned.
How do you know that was never considered?
Oh, Susan, I'm on my best behavior today. I'm so rude. I'm sorry. Usually, Susan, and I'll be nice to you because Susan sounds like a little bit of an older name. Usually when people criticize me, I talk about their dads paying me for sex, but I'm not going to do that today, Susan. I'm sorry for being rude. Will you forgive me?
because they gave back the backpack as just one example. They gave back the backpack. They gave back the.
That doesn't show a conspiracy.
Well, I mean, it shows that the police trusted everybody and didn't just hold things up for a
Yeah,
second.
they
and
ruled them out as suspects.
that quickly. I'm not comfortable with that investigation. It's a pretty big organization. There's a $100 million incentive. People, this is
What $100 million incentive?
what I'm saying is his organization, like it had grown to, I think it was 100
Plus per year.
Yeah, per year. If that's something you want to factor
Yeah,
in,
but
that's
what was
fine.
the-
Your
what-
team wants to play video, if you don't mind.
Yeah,
There's a video they want to play of Candace said it's impossible to not believe Erica's complicit. If you guys want to play that video.
Could also just ask
And
them,
so
but
right
sure.
now, their guys are going out and they're going to look for evidence. And then by May, which is fortunately around the corner, then she'll see what they found. So what the F is that performance? How could you sit up there and say, yes, I 100% believe Tyler Robinson did it? That right there is why it is impossible for me to think that Erica Kirk is not complicit somehow. Because what?
Those two thoughts actually don't even follow. How would it be the case that even if Erica Kirk did believe that Tyler Robinson was 100% responsible for the death of Charlie Kirk, let's just say she believed it with every fiber of her being, believed all the evidence, because she did. She just actually did. Would it then follow that somehow she's complicit in his death?
I didn't say implicit in death. You added those two words.
Okay, so what's she complicit in?
Yes. So sowing this narrative that Tyler Robinson is guilty. So you're chopping up clips. Like I said, you didn't have the confidence to come
Okay,
in
well,
and
tell
debate.
me,
So
what
now
does
you're
that mean?
chopping
What
it
does
up.
complicit mean?
We are showing a clip of her on Barry Weiss, which I can't remember the date that she did that interview. And Erica, when she is asked, "Are you do you feel with 100% certainty that Tyler Robinson did this?" And she says, "I do." Then again, context matters. I sit down with Erica for 4 hours under the assumption that she had some evidence, right? Like I'm like, this is why I did not engage in any like Erica, everyone's questioning what she's wearing and all this stuff. I was like, I'm going to wait here because I don't know, just it feels weird to think that.
Leather pants in mourning is a choice. And that by itself is not damning, but it's a choice. And she works for a media company, and they have lawyers and they have media training. I'm just saying leather pants while as a grieving widow is a choice.
Did I think that some of her mannerisms were weird and stuff like that? Yeah, but that's not, you can't convict somebody on weird mannerisms. And then when I sat down with her and I was expecting for her to say, well, I'm obviously the victim on the case and we got to see the shot, taken or this or that, whatever it is. Great. That's why she has that much confidence 2 months ago. And when I sat down with her, it was nothing. It was nothing. Okay. So this is a conversation.
How would that make her complicit?
Complicit. And again, you said complicit in the death of Charlie Kirk.
Complicit in what? Yeah.
Well, if you let me finish my sentence, I could tell you that. But my point being is that then you take a look
Thanks, Lee. Lee said have a good weekend. Appreciate that. Stacy, thank you as well. I don't know how much longer this has, guys, but if you want to help us knock out that gift goal, that would be dope. Thanks.
at this and you go, okay, well, this is weird. Why would you have this confidence? And then when you sit across from somebody and you say, okay, great, I want to go out there and defend you now. I want people to know that you can't say this stuff publicly, but you know more things. And she just blanks. And then she says, well, I'm going to call the lawyer. And she called the lawyer. Again, all of this is on my show. So out of context clips is not going to work because I know what I say on my show. Okay. So we call her lawyer and her lawyer says to us, she calls him on the phone, pardon me. And it's me, her, and Justin Strife. And I'm like, okay, great. What do you guys have? He goes, well, we don't have anything yet. We're not at that phase yet. And I'm like, well, what do you mean you don't have anything? And he says, well, don't you know how it works? It's a probable cause hearing. So basically the state says that they're going to bring this forward. And now our people go out and they look for the evidence to assert that Tyler Robinson is guilty. And so I asked her directly, her lawyer directly, the phone's in between us. I'm like, wait, so just so I'm clear, you haven't seen anything that the public hasn't seen? And he says, no. So I'm going back in my head and I'm going, okay, so why is Erica saying with such a degree of certainty, like she was sent out to convince the public and people bit, by the way. I remember even Megyn Kelly was like, let's wait. She's going to have access to things. I did think she had access to things that we didn't have. Why express that confidence to the public as opposed to just being like, We don't know yet. I feel confident he's involved. They made an arrest.
I don't understand, how would any of this make her complicit, and in what?
Well, I've already told you. She's complicit in trying to fool the public into thinking this is some open and shut
How
case.
is she trying to fool the public into this? If she believes
Like, don't look
if she
anywhere
believes
else.
that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk, if she believes that, how would that be complicit in anything?
I do.
Are you saying that you think she doesn't believe it?
I don't believe that at that stage she sat down with Barry Weiss that's what she believes. No, but that's my opinion.
Right. But so when you just say complicit, you just mean she believes that Tyler Robinson killed Kirk? That's it?
That's what we were talking about. That's why I said if your strategy was to dice up clips and take it out of context and make it
No
seem like I
strategy.
said
You
she
can
was
explain
complicit.
everything.
Yeah, but then why not just play the full thing? Like why?
Because we don't have like infinite amounts of time, I'm guessing. You probably don't want to watch.
He didn't hear a word. He didn't hear a goddamn word. No.
I'm going to go back to my theory that you didn't feel confident that you could defend your.
Has he aged like 10 years? He looks 10 years older at the end of this. He's looking rough. He getting slouchy. Face is all scrunchy.
Your claim that it was overwhelming evidence, so now you're trying to move towards doctored clips and getting
Well,
me to
there's no
respond to
doctorate
it.
anything. I'm just making sure that we got this right.
Yes,
That what you're actually
yes,
saying
I
is
do
that
believe
Erica is just complicit in believing it.
When I re-examined her actions backward, because I did not have this perspective of her at the beginning, which is why it's so funny to me that you guys make it seem like I'm ground zero. People thought Erica was sus from day I forgive him, and I was not a part of that. I did not lean into that.
I forgot
I did not.
I forgot about that. I forgive it. That was tough to watch.
Contribute to that. I was getting actually terrible messages from my fans being like, Candace,
Everything I see from Candace and Andrew is against my will. You're mean today. I apologize. That's true. Some of you may not have consented to seeing Andrew Wilson and Candace Owens this much today. And for that, I forgive you and I'll make it up to you.
and Charlie always say to go with your intuition. You won't address this, how we all feel about her. Things changed for me when I saw that Zoom call. I will tell you that for sure. And the fact that she lied to me. So I sat across from her and, you know, I wanted to have that conversation publicly, but they're probably grateful they didn't do it publicly. She told me some lies. And so the next thing that happens naturally when somebody lies to you, when any person lies to you, whether it's a toddler, people only lie when they're trying to obscure something else.
Have you addressed what that lie was?
Yeah, I've talked about, we have a list of lies that
People only lie when they're trying not to tell you the truth. Thanks, Candace. That's a really important point there.
been told by Charlie. We can find that,
In
I'm
the
sure.
meeting with her.
Well, no, I didn't want her to cage up. I didn't want to do this, and because I didn't know what to expect. Like I didn't know if she was going to be like, I'm so overwhelmed with everything, you know, and I don't know who to trust at the organization, and I don't know what I'm doing. Like I didn't know. I didn't want to.
Just out of curiosity, before anything happened with Charlie, how close were you and Erica?
Not very close.
So there's not a relationship.
No, I would say it's totally normal. Like it's not like there was any issues at all. We were always nice to each other. It just is our life went to a different phase, right? So Charlie and I hitting the ground, running around, traveling 4 days a week. Now I get married. I find love of my life. I get married and I get pregnant. I've been pregnant. I haven't stopped being pregnant. And what you want?
I was going to ask earlier if is she pregnant? I thought there was a shot there. I thought that would be disrespectful if I asked that. But is she pregnant again? Also, didn't she get engaged in like 10 days? Didn't she meet this dude and like 10 days later was engaged? And I think we played the clip. They were basically like, it's not love, really. Not love in the traditional sense of like, oh, we really love each other. It was like, we should have a family together. Their marriage is strange.
Life changes. You don't want to be running around for 4 days a week and traveling on a plane nonstop. You suddenly want to start building at home and live.
Five kids in 4 years. God damn. God bless you, Ken. No disrespect. Like I grew up Mormon, so that's not. I remember one time at church, this lady was like, shared her testimony, and she was about to have her 13th kid, and she was like, after the 8th kid, the doctor said I can't have any more kids. Like there's a 50-50 chance of me dying, any kid I have from now on, and this is the 4th one. I was like, oh damn. But she beat the odds, I guess.
Was desiring that suburban life.
Did you guys ever do the double dates? You, George, her, and Charlie? Was there ever double dates?
Yeah, I knew. She was tried to do like reality TV.
Between the four of you?
I was engaged to George quickly. We were planning our wedding. I was kind of in my bubble with George. George traveled with me and Charlie, but Erica and him were just starting to date at the beginning of 2019. George and I were planning our marriage. So George really got to know Charlie. I wouldn't say that I really got to know Erica. I was just rooting for them because I knew how much Charlie wanted to, find love. And so I was kind of his wing woman throughout that phase. And I was just happy. And never was under the impression, obviously, that they were going to get married when they were dating. So it wasn't like I was conscious, I really need to get to know this person. And so it was just kind of normal that by that time, because of where I was in my life, that I wasn't spending any time getting to know Erica per se.
So the complicit part about Erica to you, is that a gut feeling? You think
it transformed when she lied.
You can take the lead. I'm just asking questions.
Yes.
If you want to
I
go for it.
I actually don't. I still don't understand what you think she's complicit in.
Yeah. So when I say Erica's,
Andrew, you can just say I don't understand. We've figured that out a while ago. just put a sign around your neck that says I don't understand and shut the fuck up, because you're adding nothing at this point. He is completely defeated and deflated. He checked out like an hour ago. He got demolished. Imagine getting demolished in a debate by Candace Owens. One time Joe Rogan demolished Candace Owens in a debate. If you can't beat Candace Owens in a debate, maybe it's time to hang it up. He might be washed.
listen, that's my opinion. When you tweeted Erica's too retarded to kill her husband, would you like to explain how you developed your evidence, your positive evidence for the fact that Erica was retarded?
Yeah, sure. So I just think all women are retarded.
Oh, so you're allowed to just say stuff. Who knew? So, and
You
what?
just-
Oh, all right.
He's not a misogynist.
Huh. Wonder what his wife thinks about that. Just out there. We are. We really shouldn't be talking, honestly.
By the way,
me.
and
Like,
what dramatically transformed your opinion of Erica after going to the headquarters? Because you were pretty hostile about.
I wasn't hostile towards him.
You don't think calling somebody too retarded?
No,
Is-
come on. That's like normal tongue-in-cheek stuff for me online.
Oh, you're being tongue in cheek.
I'm always a piece of shit, actually. That's normal for me. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Usually when I call someone retarded, I'm being tongue-in-cheek, yeah. Like, for instance, you got supporters. I mean, if you want to use the same exact argument, you would take a supporter like Owen Benjamin. He called you bad names and called your husband bad names. You're just like, well, that's no biggie?
I've never answered him on anything that he said. I'm saying that you now are her biggest defender. So do you still think
I'm
she's
not
too,
her biggest defender.
Do you still think she's too retarded?
No. I didn't know Erica Kirk. I'd never met her before.
Okay, but you had an
Oh, that changes it.
issue with Turning Point being led by a bunch of fembots talking about
Still
the
do.
feminist angle.
Still do.
And then suddenly you go to the
Still think
headquarters.
it's a terrible idea.
You go into the headquarters. Now all of a sudden you've got text messages that you're sharing with them. You say that you and your wife are getting involved with management.
No. I'm not involved in any management at Turning Point
Well,
USA.
I'm pretty sure there is a clip of you where you say that your wife went to their recent conference and sat down. And then when you were on Joe Rogan.
No. Hang on. I'll explain what happened just so that you understand.
Yeah.
So I was invited there to do some debate training. That's literally what I was invited there to do.
Yeah, I wonder how they feel about that money that they spent to have you train their debaters after today. I wonder if the folks at Turning Point USA are like, good. We're glad we hired Andrew Wilson to teach our people how to debate.
On recommendation. So I went down and did some debate. That's the first time I ever met anybody at TPUSA.
Okay. And then you said you sat down with Erica.
Well, I didn't sit down to her. I talked to her in a hallway.
I would never sit down with a woman.
So you didn't sit down and speak with Erica?
No, I didn't have like some sit down long conversation. We talked in a hallway.
Okay.
I
Is that
don't
when
know,
you gave her
maybe-
the hug?
Yeah, gave her the hug right there. My wife did too. We were both very sorry for what happened.
Okay.
to
So
her.
at what point did you start receiving text messages?
There's
From
no
that
way
you-
you think that Andrew's winning. Well, you spelled winning. Never mind. Strictly Kickly. Andrew is. Well, I can't even say whining because it's whining incorrectly. It's no surprise that a person who can't spell thinks Andrew Wilson won this debate.
cited in your opening statement.
Oh,
that
I
you-
just reached out to TPUSA and said, I'm prepping for a debate. Is there anything that's pertinent that I can use here?
Do you find it
What
interesting?
was their answer, Andrew? Was their answer no? Because you didn't show up with anything. They're like, I don't know, Andrew. We don't really have anything. And he's like, fuck, all right, I'll just show up with nothing. So how else do you think Tyler Robinson is innocent? No, this is about it's just about judging the debate. I don't they didn't really cover any evidence. I don't know anything about the court case. All I know is that at every turn, Andrew Wilson was lost. He lost the debate. Debates are not, and if we're talking about a debate, the debate is not who is right, who is wrong. It's who won the debate, not Andrew Wilson here. And neither one of them were going to prove that the other one was right or wrong. We'll find that out in court once we see all the evidence. We haven't even seen all the evidence. We haven't even heard all the arguments in court yet. So it was silly anyways that they're even doing this. But yeah, and Andrew got exposed is pretty incompetent today.
Thing that people have been asking for, basic answers to questions, and you're saying that you walked into their headquarters and reached out and they instantly...
It's amazing, isn't it? If you reach out in good faith and you're not demonizing them and saying that they're complicit in the murder of people's deaths, that perhaps they're actually willing to release things to you that are pertinent, other than thinking that, perhaps you're diabolical.
Well, I don't know. I,
and don't have the
I
best
feel like if I was
intentions.
going to release that...
You know what's diabolical? The amount of brown shit in between his teeth. Can somebody get this motherfucker some floss? You smoke cigarettes. Or do you chew them up after? Brush your teeth, bro.
Information. I didn't demand that it be released to me. I actually never demanded that it be released. I just simply said that this is what was going on in the last 48 hours. Maybe to the media they could release it. They could release it to PBD. They decided to release it to a guy that called Erica too retarded in June.
So what?
Yeah, I just think it kind of shows that Turning Point is sending you as their horse.
Well, I don't know
They
where
just don't have the courage to have the conversation.
Like, I don't
if they
see
were
this-
just releasing something in
Let
good
me ask you
faith
a
to
question.
answer
Do
questions.
you have any
I've never
evidence of that
demanded.
claim?
Oh, my bad. No, it's because he's eating shit. My bad.
Okay, it's not evidence that
No.
you're sharing your opinion
No.
that she's too retarded. I can't share my opinion that I think it's going
Well,
to
I never
register
met the
as
chick.
really obvious to the public that rather than presenting that throughout the course of everybody wanting to know what Charlie was going through his last days, they decided to give it to you to come to my house as some sort of a...
I don't know if I'd sound totally unbiased. I don't know how I could possibly be less biased. I started this debate saying Andrew was going to dominate Candace and that he was a much better debater than her, and she wasn't prepared, and she had an impossible position. That's how the first 15 minutes of today's stream went. I was like, Andrew is going to demolish Candace Owens. I have it went the exact opposite of how I predicted. That's the opposite of bias. These are three of the people I hate most in this world. I can't stand Andrew Wilson. He's a misogynistic dipshit with a group of followers who have done nothing but harass and threaten and dox me and my family since I debated him. I have a personal problem with Andrew Wilson. I still started this show by saying he was going to beat Candace Owens. I don't like Candace Owens because she's a fucking bigot. And I don't like Patrick Bet-David because he's the dumbest bigot. These are three of the people I openly despise the most. I don't know if there's anybody who could be less biased than me analyzing this debate. I equally despise all of them. And Candace mopped the floor with Andrew Wilson. It wasn't even fucking close. And I was dead wrong. I thought for sure that Andrew Wilson would roast her all day.
Prize.
Well,
do you think the public's not smart enough to see through that?
Do you think that if
It's
you
talking
know
about terrible PR.
if you know that there's a huge debate that's coming up that's going to be probably one of the most viewed that year, and one of the debaters calls you and says, "I'm taking this position. This is the position."
Yeah, well, excuse me for making fun of his teeth. Go watch my debate with him and see the shit he said about me. Go watch me sit there for 2 hours after the debate while his vile fans sent in super chats just calling me every slur in the book and a drug addict, and then them doxing my family and him not saying shit about that. Respectfully, shut the fuck up. He's got shitty teeth. That's objectively true that he has
That I feel
brown
like-
shit in between his teeth. I can't believe you're bringing that up. Shut up. You guys, the Andrew Wilson fans are the most pathetic, whiny scumbag losers you'll ever see in your life. How dare you criticize him? How dare? Did you hear what he just said about Erica Kirk? Have you ever listened to him ever in your life? You made fun of his teeth. No, I objectively pointed out that he should brush his teeth and floss, and it looks like he chews up his cigarettes. All of those things are objectively true.
There's the most evidence for. And Candace also agreed to answer many of my questions in regards to this. So if you got pertinent evidence here that I can use, I'd definitely like take a look.
What is the?
It was actually amazing to me. It really was actually amazing to me how if you approach people in good faith and just say, hey, I'd actually like to know what the facts and details are around this, they actually do talk to you. It's amazing.
Yeah, I just do not believe that they are doing this in good faith. I don't believe that anything you have done has demonstrated that's in good faith. It demonstrates that you walked into Turning Point USA headquarters and came out a different man because you were critical.
And they have a graphic on your debate saying dirty lib. I think I might have did. I think I put dirty lib maybe. I think I did that. I think I told them to put that as the graphic.
Organization. You
Still
were critical of Erica, and now you're sitting here going,
Well,
Candace,
first
I
of
want to
all,
interrogate you for
have
an
you ever
hour and a half
been-
about everything
hang on,
you've
hang
ever
on.
said
Have you
about
ever been
Erica.
critical of somebody that you hadn't met and then you meet them and you're less critical of them?
And the inverse has happened too. I was
You're right,
less critical
exactly.
about Erica, and now I'm more
But I'm
critical about
asking
her.
you, isn't it the case that there's people you've been critical of and then you've met them and you're less critical after you meet them?
Too retarded. I feel like if you
Oh my
think
God,
that
how much
she's
longer
dumb
do we have
and
to do this?
let's just talk about your record. I mean, you're a person that has spent time in what most people would term to be the manosphere, talking about
Kind of.
Well, yeah,
I debate against the
Against feminists.
and red pillars.
Okay.
And a lot of the actual. So I'm a Christian ethicist. I
and then
always
you
take
go
the
on to
ethics
Joe
position.
Rogan and you're like soft explaining away why Erica had to take over Charlie's company when they don't have a parent at home. So now you're a feminist icon. Like you just go into the headquarters and you just shift all of your perspectives.
That's a bizarre criticism. Like nobody's in the bigger girl boss position than you.
Yeah, I'm
How
actually,
can they so flippantly use the R slur? Because that's red meat to their audience. They love that. None of them are funny. Like conservatives aren't funny ever. Like you never have like great conservative comedians. They're not good at art. They're just good at being bigots. They're good at holding on to the past. And so they just any joke that they feel lands, they overuse it and they laugh at each other because they're like, we're so edgy. We use slurs. The best thing you can do, honestly, like in a public setting, the best thing you can do is just laugh at them. Or don't laugh at their joke. Just stare blankly at them when they do it. Make them feel insecure. The worst thing you can do is react to it and they're like, haha, gotcha.
no.
You're in the
this
biggest
is,
of the girl boss positions. Like you don't have to do this.
Okay.
You just do this. You could definitely not do it at all and be fine, right? But you still do.
I would say that you are making a comparison that cannot
Shane
be.
Gillis is not a conservative. He just looks like a conservative. Dude, I was for Monday's show. Like, I'll show you. He says, like, I didn't vote for Trump. Shane Gillis is not a conservative comedian. That's crazy.
Well, but he's a white guy.
He looks like it.
Compared because Erica's husband was just assassinated in front of the world.
Which
The
makes sense. Why should we take the organization
No,
over?
that it makes sense why you would go home to your kids, just so you know.
Wait a second. That's bizarre.
Yeah,
You wanna
they don't
See
have
what
a
I mean? See when I said they all just do the same thing? Host, what is a woman? Brother, I've been streaming for like 4 years now. Every day, some dipshit like you says, what is a woman? Nobody cares. Like literally nobody cares. Let it go. Just go watch it on the internet. Do your thing. If you want to talk to somebody about like trans people, this might not be the place. Just call your mom. You guys can talk about it together.
They don't have a
You wanna
parent and they've just suffered a trauma. You don't
Yeah.
go into the office.
You
want to
protect your husband's legacy,
Yeah,
right?
no.
And you're trying to find some
The
new
legacy
normal.
is his children, not the organization.
It's both.
No,
Yes, it is both. It's totally rational and reasonable to
Nope.
believe that it would be both Turning Point USA, that is part of Charlie Kirk's legacy. He worked his whole life
I think
for
this
it.
is why people think she's sus.
and his children. Now, for you though to say that anybody's a girl boss, right? That's like the pot calling the kettle black.
That came out of your mouth.
Tex,
No.
you don't know what a conservative is. You're just a bigot. You don't know. You're one of the most unintelligent people when it comes to politics that I've ever spoken to. That's silly.
If that was you brought up girl boss.
Girl boss came out of your mouth.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I'm telling you that you brought up this idea that I'm defending some feminist nonsense. I'm not. I'm pointing out that they're by the way,
She's not
there's
qualified
always
to take over his company.
There's always objective outliers to each situation. In fact, it's the exception that proves the rule. And the interesting
You're
thing,
just a bigot. Classic fallacy. Check my DMs from Tex and tell me he's not a bigot. He'll tell you he's a bigot. He's legitimately, openly a bigot. He will say, I am a bigot. It's not even fallacy. Like, he knows he's a racist. He's a misogynist. He's a bigot. He openly says it. I'm not even like casting aspersions. These are his own words.
here's like,
You can't listen. Kate, you can respond right now, Tex. Have you not openly admitted in DMs to me that you're a racist?
I'm still just as critical of feminism inside of TPUSA as I've always been.
Look how watch
And
him
I'm
get
just
now.
as
Watch him get upset. Yeah, they called us a racist. Watch him melt down now. Watch all the bigots melt down.
critical of any pro-Zionist position as I've ever been. None of that's ever changed. By the way,
Yeah, but I never said I'm a bigot.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You never said specifically that you're a bigot. You just are a bigot.
I would think it's the most rational, reasonable thing on planet Earth to do if you wanted to actually see an organization change, to try to work with leadership or reach out to leadership to try to do so. Doesn't that make the most amount of sense?
I would like to state for the record that I think Erica is underqualified to run the organization.
Sure.
And on the more emotional aspects, I agree with what seems to be a majority opinion, because I'm not gonna say it's scientific, that any woman that would leave her kids and go right into the office after their husband was publicly assassinated does not have their priorities straight.
Okay, well, I understand that you can have those criticisms,
Yeah.
but I'm not understanding still how that would make her complicit.
I don't have to keep answering the same question.
Okay,
so
but
let's
you
let's
feel
get
like you
team
got
is
an answer
asking
to how
your
it's complete.
Tex, but just so you know, I know you're a fucking idiot. So we can just do that. If you're a racist, you're a bigot. Racism is a form of bigotry. So you would be both. If you've admitted that you're a racist, so then you have to be a bigot. You can't be a racist without being a bigot.
Your team is asking to play a clip. So if we
Okay.
want to play this clip to just finish this segment on the Erica Kirk topic, we can spend some time on that as well. So
Okay.
if you guys are ready in the back, we're ready.
and causing that 30-06 diameter, as would happen with a patent explosives, as we've demonstrated to you in the past, it accidentally, because of how Charlie was crouched, went up and hit his neck. And that ruined everything. That ruined everything. It was problematic. It's the reason why Terrell then had to scramble to get the cameras down, because they were never supposed to see it. They could have said.
Do I think Erica Kirk or Israel killed Charlie? I don't have an opinion on that. I don't know. I would not make that claim. I think it is. I don't think Erica did. Haven't seen any evidence of that. There's nothing I would put past Israel. I do think it's. I think at the very least there's some irony there that right after Charlie Kirk basically said like "fuck you" to Israel, then he was assassinated. There's some irony there, but I would require far more evidence than Candace Owens to come to that conclusion. Like the evidence she relies on to come to that conclusion, I would never comfortably come to that conclusion with the limited evidence that she uses.
Reasonably that a 30-06 got eaten by Charlie, much more reasonably, obviously, than saying that the chicken bones.
How much to permanently ban Tex? Wipe out the gift goal in the next 15 minutes and we'll permanently ban Tex. What's left in the gift goal? 156. Wipe that out and mods, and you can choose which mod gets to ban Tex forever.
His neck stopped it because he ate vegetables. They panicked. That's why Terrell's nervous on the phone with me. Again, this is my theory, and I am now very much sticking to it. Okay. They panicked. It's the reason Erica had to step out. That's why she would.
Don't pause again. You got it. Jesus is watching you always. Don't touch your wiener.
Gotten on the phone with Terrell so quickly because I was going, why is Terrell saying, well, I didn't want Erica to relive. Oh, that's why I did it. He didn't have an answer. He was nervous. It was crazy. But he acknowledged that he spoke to Erica immediately. Why did you speak to Erica immediately?
So do you believe that there was a shape charge that killed Charlie?
Hey, can I ask you why you keep starting clips mid-sentence?
probably to get to where the clip is.
No, it doesn't seem that way because you can always start a clip at the beginning of a sentence. Like you're just it's completely out of context.
Wait,
But
I didn't
so
prepare the
in
clips, but
yeah,
Diet Pepsi started. Bye-bye, Tex.
I didn't
start.
but
We're
it's
kinda
fine
ready.
to ask it to back it
like
up.
I said, I don't need to say what's happening here because the internet will clock
Stephanie
it.
says, fuck
But,
Tex.
In this episode, we are now going, and that's why I said we're now going to look at some alternative theories. I made it very clear that this was a theory that I didn't want to look at. This is,
Thanks,
I
Damien.
believe, because I don't have every episode on my head, but I'm pretty sure this is an episode where we presented the evidence that was in the car, the photos of what was in the car, right? And so we are now inferring off of what we see in the car that this very much does look like that we see a bunch of shattered Rode microphone, which was an early theory that I was actually interested in, but couldn't really wrap my head around what was the shape charge
I don't
explosion.
know a lot about that stuff, but like, can we rule out that the microphone was like Israel? If Israel was involved, they used exploding pagers. Why could they not do an exploding microphone? I'm not saying that's the case, but if like they kind of have a track record.
As I say at the beginning of the episode, it was just not my expertise, and I was concerning myself with timelines
Thanks.
and stories and statements that didn't make sense. Without question, Terrell Farnsworth is someone who made me think that we were missing a big part of the story. So I'm walking them through John Bray's theory. If we started to insert what we are actually observing with the evidence that we're taking a look at and what took place that day, so we're completely in the hypothetical right here. And you're now introducing this.
If that's the case, if you're just hypothetically
Yes,
exploring it,
and
that's why I'm just asking directly.
Yes, but that's obvious when you watch this episode. So that's why it feels like I'm in the middle of an interview with CNN when they like pull up random clips and they're
No, I'm
like,
just making
"What's
sure.
this? What's this?" You watch the episode, you
I'm
know
just
what it
trying to make
is.
There's
sure.
an exploding microphone. You would have seen an explosion. I don't know. I don't know enough about that shit. Would I? You might be right. You might be wrong. I don't know. I know nothing about explosives. I'm just saying that if you were using some sort of exploding device, you'd be like the first people you would think of is like, Israel.
Do you think that your alternative theory?
I think John Bray's theory should be explored. Yes.
Okay. Do you think that Charlie Kirk was killed with an explosive?
I think that is a possibility. Yes.
Okay.
And it
good.
should be explored. He's done a lot of work on it. John Bray has done good work, and I think that that's why that theory is now starting to gain steam since we released the second set of the photos of what was in the car. I think it's viable.
So this was the big thing I wanted to get into with you on the explosives too.
Mm-hmm.
What is it about that theory that's actually compelling to you? So I looked into the explosive mic theory multiple times, and the biggest thing that stood out to me is there's no explosion. there's literally no explosion. In fact, there's videos when the shot rings out that kills Charlie. At least it sounds like a shot to me. People are actually like looking up towards where the gun is being fired. They're looking away for where the sound is. Like, where's the actual explosion?
Well, for every person that you say looks away, there's going to be a person that was looking forward. We have former Marines that have gotten
that's a
on
bad
and
argument.
said, it looks to me like there's an explosion under his shirt, right? You obviously saw Rob O'Neill.
One of the biggest problems with this entire thing is that Kash Patel is such a dumb fuck. And the FBI was so incompetent under Kash Patel that every step of the way, I mean, we covered it live. We were live when it happened. We went to the video. We didn't show the video live, but we covered it for, I think, like 7 or 8 hours that day. And they arrested the wrong people. They kept putting out these weird statements. Like there was no shot with Kash Patel that there weren't going to be a trillion conspiracy theories because he's completely incompetent and he wants to be out there in front of a camera, standing on his little booster, telling everybody how great he is. And he's way over his skis. He spoke too soon, too many times. Like, sorry, the incompetence has led to this.
Go on to, I'm forgetting which platform
Why
it
did
was.
Tyler Robinson's parents turn their innocent son in? Well, I've never seen any evidence that his parents turned their son in. I don't think there's any evidence of that. They might show that at trial, but there's been no evidence presented that they did.
Where he said, it's the first thing I thought was it
Rob
looked like.
O'Neill is the man that killed Osama bin Laden.
Yeah, and I think he's qualified to say what he believes he saw.
Actually, Rob O'Neill did not kill me. Everybody else was part of that team. This is funny that they're citing Rob O'Neill because Rob O'Neill was exposed by I forget the name of somebody can help me with the name of the podcast. It's these former special forces guys, and they have exposed that Rob O'Neill lied about being the person who killed Osama bin Laden. So it's interesting that they're quoting Rob O'Neill.
We should actually, since they're pulling clips, we should run that clip of Rob O'Neill and what he said and what he observed and his experience.
Yeah.
So I'm going to take that. And also there were people who immediately spoke to the media that day who said the same thing, that they thought that something happened under his shirt. That was actually, if you go back
No,
to
it wasn't the Sean Ryan show. It was, I'll look him up. I subscribe to him on YouTube. I haven't seen him for a while.
First episode, when I was just observing what I saw with my eyes, I was asking the serious question. I was seriously saying, why is it like somebody shot him from underneath? Why is his shirt moving first? That doesn't make sense to me. And
That's because of air dispersal from the bullet. So whenever a bullet is shot, a projectile shot, you can actually run this experiment yourself if you have a rifle.
Mm-hmm.
Take like an empty box of ammunition and put it on the table, and then fire it near the muzzle, and that box will actually blow off the table.
Okay, so question for you. Does that box go sideways off a table?
It can.
It can.
Yeah, it can. It depends on the dispersal.
You 3,000 pounds of energy or 2,000 pounds of energy coming at you. That's how much it carries.
Well, it's not 2,000 pounds of energy.
Well, we can fact check that. How many pounds of energy is it? A 30-06 being shot 150 yards away. That's a great question for Grok. I'm going to say when we looked at it, it was between 1,500 and 2,000. I'm pretty sure pounds of energy coming at you, and you
it's the Anti-Hero Broadcast. That's the name of the people who exposed Sean Ryan. Anti-Hero Broadcast.
Upward and to the side. I don't really buy that. I'm going to just say I just think that that's not possible. It doesn't go through on top of that. So there's another miracle. You didn't get blown backwards. You didn't go through.
Real quick, Jennifer said, adios, Tex. Gail said, eat a dick, Tex. Kraken said, towards banning Tex. Lee said, worth every penny. Lee paid off the remaining balance of the fuck Tex fund, but let's get this. Jessica said, bye, Tex. Not going to miss you. Stacy said, what the heck? A second donation to celebrate Friday. TGIF, everyone. Thank you so much. Bye, Tex. Whatever mod wants to do it, do your thing.
But I also want to say that you're saying this can happen, and Rob O'Neill is infinitely more qualified, I think, to speak on that.
Why?
And because he's actually shot and killed people.
Why would that have anything to do with anything?
Yeah, she said, got a raise at my liberal job so I can pay my Antifa dues and not be a freeloading commie. Thank you, Ashley.
Well, because
did he slow down all the videos of the people he shot to see if their clothes moved?
Well, why are you able to assert your position as
because
a fact?
I'm gonna tell you how projectiles work. He's not even gonna I guarantee you, this guy's not even gonna disagree with what I'm about to say.
What stops from making Tex from making a new account? Nothing. But he exposes himself because this is a new account he's using now, and we'll figure it out and we'll permaban that.
If it is the case that you have energy and you have mass, and the mass is moving in the air has to go somewhere. It doesn't have a choice.
I think you're totally BSing right now, man.
Not only am I not BSing, I'm telling you the truth. If a bullet is moving in air has to move out of way of bullet.
But maybe not at the bottom of a shirt here. I don't know. I disagree with that. I'd like to say, for the record, I've watched some of you do these sorts of things where you assert something with a lot of confidence, and
you can fact check it. Fact check if bullets displace air.
Not about whether it displaced air. It's where it dispersed the air. It was underneath his shirt here.
It's not underneath the shirt.
But bullets this big.
I'd have to see the video. I'd see what Andrew's saying. It does displace air, but I feel like the shirt moved first. I don't know.
You're telling me it's going to hit his neck,
Candace,
and then
it's not underneath
beneath
the
his
shirt.
The
it
shirt
starts
puffs
up here, and the collar's moving, and then you see the wave here as he's moving backwards.
No.
Yeah.
That's not true.
It's not.
And we obviously can't show that clip. I disagree with you.
Okay, I understand you can't show it for TOS purposes.
Exactly.
That's fine.
I disagree with you. People can go watch and make up their own minds. We don't need to debate it. Whether or not that was the first thing I said was, why is his shirt moving first?
Candace, physics are wrong.
Sense to me. It almost looks just like this. It goes across. His necklace breaks first before Charlie even reacts. If you watch it in slow.
No, I think Andrew's right on this one. God, you fucking losers. You get so hung up when you get called bigots. No, I hear what Andrew's saying. I can't disprove that. I'm not an expert. It doesn't make sense where the shirt moved. I'd have to see it again. I don't really want to watch that video, but I'd have to see it again to determine whether or not I thought it made sense.
His necklace breaks first, which I thought was very odd. And then you see a puff here, and then the next thing you know, there's the entry wound on his neck. I would not confidently assert that I see smoke.
He's not losing on this part of the debate. However, we all are losing. This is silly.
Said it on my
platform. Do you think that
an
explosion generally has smoke?
I don't think that there's any quality version of video that would get us to be able to answer that question other than Terrell's 4K footage that he has from the front. So
There's a lot of, if you look at the Israeli pagers, it's assumed that it's a similar, if not the same type of explosive that was used inside the pagers that would have been used inside of this.
Ken, you said you was served 82nd Airborne and know how bullets work. Do you agree with what Andrew's saying here? I'm not an expert on that. I don't know shit about any of this stuff. So you know more, you know better than me. Just not maybe none of us are, but do you agree with what he's saying?
Mike.
I think that you should, since you love debating, you should debate someone like John Bray, who's worked on that theory for 11 months, and ask those sorts of questions of
On
how
the
a shape
fence?
charge
Okay.
would work. I presented the evidence of what was in the car, and I also, at that episode that you're clipping, said John Bray has done an unbelievable amount of work on this, and I think he has debated a ton of people, actually,
Can I
regarding
go
this
into detail on how that's true, that you're a bigot loser? No.
topic. So that's the route that I would send you on. For
Yeah,
purposes
that's
of my,
fine.
yeah,
That's fair.
for the purposes of my show, I do believe, to answer your question, that it is a hypothetical. I mean, that it is a theory that should be thoroughly explored.
There's two clips your team wants to show. One of them is the Rob O'Neill clip, since we're on it. So if you guys are ready in the back before we go to ad break, if you want to pull it up, this is a good time to do so.
And good to see you, General Holt.
You too.
A lot of things bother me.
Somebody asked what it was. Somebody said it was what earlier. Illusion said 150 grain soft tip 30-06 round. That answers your question.
It bothers me about this. Nothing in particular. And it's not like I'm out there saying big lie or conspiracy or someone did it. I'm just saying I've been in a lot of shootings. I've killed more than a handful of people. And this thing looked shady off the bat. I mean, I've killed people closer than I saw the camera. And I've never seen a shirt move like that. That looks like an explosion to me. Just the fact that no one started doing first aid to Charlie Kirk, they were more concerned about getting SIM cards out of cameras, removing cameras, and then getting him off the X somehow. There didn't seem a lot of concern for his life. It seemed like just clean it up. And then, I mean, I've been told they paved it over a couple days later. And
I mean, I would just say that, like, I don't think those people that are getting the SIM cards, like, you think they were trained in first aid? I'm not saying that couldn't be the conspiracy, but I can't fucking stand Rob O'Neill, for the record. So I'm probably super biased against Rob O'Neill, but yeah, I just don't think that Charlie Kirk's bros were first aid certified.
you get Erica Kirk behind all the razzle dazzle, and she's really quick to forgive the alleged shooter, which technically says that was him because I forgive him, but then she can't forgive Candace Owens for having an opinion or asking questions. And they mock people by saying, oh, I'm just asking questions. Yeah, I'm a SEAL Team 6 sniper. I'm asking a lot of questions. No one wants to answer them.
And you're able to ask.
He's actually said very little about the explosive there. So
I'm
he
just saying he observed, he said he's shot people up close and he's never seen a shirt
No
move like
dispute.
that. And it looked to him like an explosive. That's what he just
dispute,
said.
But when I play that video at full speed, I can't see a shirt moving. I can only see a shirt moving when we slow it way down. So if I'm in real time, I'm just assuming this, right? If I was in real time and I was in like a close quarters combat, you kill somebody situation, and I shot them, would you even see the shirt move?
Well, I just feel like 5 minutes ago you were arguing that it was because the bullet carried air. Now you're saying you don't see the shirt move at all.
Yeah, but that's if you slow it down, the disbursement of air, that's where you're going to see it, right? It's going to be very quick. Very, 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 very fast.
Yeah,
and then
that's
over.
not what I saw. And clearly it's not what he saw. And he thinks that there could be an explosive.
Why is
So
Tyler Robinson in jail? I mean, I think that they have compelling evidence. It's Tyler Robinson. Do I think Candace Owens will shut up if he's found guilty? No. No, she's not going to admit that she's wrong if she winds up being wrong. No way.
saying to you,
When
people disagree with you. Your
Yeah.
opinion's not a fact. That's all.
I
I
understand.
think that's a good place for us to, if we have another a break, and then we can keep answering your questions.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, sounds good.
Perfect. We'll do a quick 3.5 minute ad break. We'll be back for.
We watched it. I thought that Lance Twiggs' DNA, like he was directly responding to that because the testimony was a bit confusing. They started by saying that they were going to, like explaining how they got the samples, and they said Lance, Matt, and Amber Robinson, how they got their DNA samples, and then they started speaking about
That's a good point. Guilty doesn't mean she's wrong. True.
gun and
But
said,
even if it was like compelling, I just don't think she would admit she was wrong. I don't think she has that in her.
multiple prints were found on them, and then they moved and they said Lance Twiggs's DNA was found on the screwdriver. when I went back and rewatched it, I realized, well, they haven't officially said that Lance or Amber are on the gun. So I think I've already conceded that we don't know that. So I think but if you want to play the
this
clip
is directly you saying it is on the gun. Twigs' DNA
I'm saying
is
that
on
I
the
feel
gun.
like I've already said to you, like I've made that concession. But just to be clear, whenever I make a mistake, I just correct it. So that's why when you were asking me 3 times, I've already said we don't know yet, and I've corrected that mistake. So if the purpose of you showing this is to demonstrate that Candace makes mistakes sometimes when she's taking in a lot of information and she's reading through legal documents and she's trying to remember
no, it's not
9-hour
actually.
testimony.
It's just demonstrate something else. It is, in fact, the case. We're all going to make mistakes.
Yeah.
I'm going to make mistakes.
And I've
on
already
the case.
I've already
You're going to make
conceded.
mistakes on the case.
Yeah.
I think it was maybe a mistake to do this debate, Andrew. I think looking back on your life, you might realize this is going to be probably his most viewed debate ever. And I think he will look back on this and think, that was a bad idea.
In this case, you were very adamant that his DNA was on the gun itself.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that it's not ruled out. We know that there's 5+ prints. I've said this so many times. I had to rewatch the testimony again. It's like 9 hours a day. It got very scientific when they were speaking about this. And I think I wrongly extrapolated that they meant all 3 of them were on the prints when the only person they officially named was Matt Robinson.
Do not blame me for making you guys watch this. We did a poll and it was overwhelming. If you don't like that we watched this today, you got to join Discord and engage in the polls. It wasn't even close.
So we don't know yet if Lance Twiggs has his DNA on the prints, DNA on the gun officially just yet.
Okay.
I've already conceded that.
Sure.
So
that's fine. And then the last one is one with Erica Kirk.
Sure. This is like the Erica Kirk. All right,
Well,
Erica. You could just
collects chairs to watch Finally Getting Satisfied.
down with me, Erica, but we can do it this way.
This goes back to a previous claim that you made.
Yeah,
Why I'm
sure.
bringing it up.
Straight to jail, straight to jail.
It was a topic about me and Andrew discussed immigration.
Jail. For questioning at least, Erica. I don't care who's mad. I really do not care who wants to be upset after this episode. Really, you will be wasting your breath. You can spend $1 billion on influencers because this is all becoming increasingly inexplicable. You are asking me to be an idiot, actually, and I cannot do that for you.
Well, if Candace admits that she's wrong, if she winds up being wrong, I'll apologize. I just don't think she will, but happy to be wrong about that.
Once commented beneath this show that if the situations were reversed and there were this many verifiable lies.
So straight to jail?
Yeah, so that's the show intro. And straight to jail is a monopoly term.
Okay.
Like,
so do not pass go.
Yeah.
Do not collect $200.
The lies you discussed,
it's
definition.
obviously
Straight to jail.
tongue in
Yeah,
cheek.
if you're going to go watch that debate, you might want to skip the first hour where Andrew tries to get me to define the word good for like 45 fucking minutes. You might want to skip the first part of that, and then the debate starts after that.
And then we explain that actually I think that she should be brought in for questioning because of inconsistencies. So this is the exact episode when I started to think that she should be sat down and questioned. And I still believe that. I still hold the perspective that Erica should be sat down and she should be properly questioned.
Do you know that she hasn't been?
No, actually, that would be a great thing for the spokesperson of Turning Point USA to say that she's already
but
sat through.
why do they?
I mean, my guess would be she hasn't because they returned everything to her.
Yeah.
But
Why do they owe you that though? Why
they don't owe me
Yeah.
anything. That's my show you're watching. Just the clips that you're pulling are
Yeah.
from my show. So if I want to say something on
I
my
did not vote. You're usually so late that I'm late now. That way I do not have to wait to be on time.
show, I can say that.
You
I didn't say
can.
they owe me something. I don't think that's ever,
You
unless you
can,
have
but
another
if you
clip.
say like you need to be sat down for questioning
Yeah.
and you don't even know if they haven't been, that's strange, right?
Do you know if they have been?
No, I have no idea.
That's
So you're
not
just
strange.
saying,
That's
what
an
if it-
opinion. They should be sat down and talked to. What if they have? Cool.
They haven't been.
Yeah, if-
Andrew's grasping at straws at this point. Like he's just desperate to catch her on something. What is that? If she has been questioned and none of us know, then I guess Candace was right that she should be. But he gave up so long ago. His posture sucks now. He just slinking into that chair.
if your
You're just kind of
entire
filling the air.
if your
with
entire thing
just
is
junk.
if you're no, it's not junk. If the query is why is it that Erica Kirk's not being sat down for questioning, but you have absolutely no knowledge whether or not she's been sat down for questioning or not. What that does is it creates an innuendo. It creates an inference. It creates out to the ethos that this should be happening because something's wrong here when you actually don't have the knowledge that anything's wrong at all.
I just think that my opinion is that she should be sat down and questioned.
But you're not sure if she hasn't been.
Yeah, and you're not sure if she has been either. So, like I said, I feel like now you're just kind of filling the air
to
with
my
nonsense.
knowledge,
Because Turning Point's like, we want
to my
to make
knowledge,
sure that you go in there and
nobody-
you defend Erica. And I have to say, I don't think you've done an extraordinary job
Great,
at that.
but I'm not here to defend Erica. The thing is, though, is like
that since 4 out of 5 of the clips that you
Yeah.
had on the ready when we asked you guys ahead of time. I mean, I want to just assert how professionally we have dealt with this debate. As you can see, we have not planned any gotcha clips for Andrew. I expressed to him that what we were going to do was just to use people for fact checks, and because I might not remember something, or I do remember something and you're saying no, and that is what I...
Rob Knorr was bragging that he was one of the 3 fact checkers for Andrew. Yeah, that checks out. That absolutely checks out. I prepared for this debate by practicing with Rob Knorr, and then I got my dick kicked in. Yeah, that's what happens when you practice with Rob Knorr.
think will register to people as very
Wait,
fair.
I expressly
We did not take out of
what?
context clips of Andrew
But
to
I
try to
expressly said
please
that
don't
I
cut
was
me
going to
off.
bring
We
claims,
did not.
right?
No, when you said you were going to bring claims that
Your
you would want me to
claims.
speak to, you didn't say I intend on sitting you down with out of contexted clips to which we said to you before in an email. Any clips that you want to share with us, send it
Mm-hmm.
over. Let's assert a debate claim so that we can both be ready to respond to it. This just
That's not really what happened.
well. What didn't
yeah,
happen?
the way that you're framing the exchange, that's
do you
not
mean?
that's not actually what happened. We were negotiating. It is true we negotiated out the claim itself, right? Which one's going to take which position? I
is
wanted
this
to make
in-
sure
is
that I
this
had at
in
least.
I didn't even notice that on the microphone. So this is in Candace Owens' studio, and then PBD's just moderating. I didn't even realize that till right now.
An hour and a half on mine, and you got the time for yours to question me. We did. We got through your hour and a half on mine, roughly an hour and a half now on mine. That's basically how this went.
But in the beginning, I did not take an hour and a half to just pull out of context clips with Andrew. I actually debated the substance of what's going on in this trial and this hearing. And I do think that
There's-
I think you fell short of that.
There's nothing
And you-
out of hang on.
And
There's
I did
nothing
not
here
say,
except
I'm
holding
just
you to
gonna
account
get
for
you
your
to say
claims.
yes or no. Well, we
Yeah.
were supposed to be debating the case
This
and
is
whether
part of
or
the
not
case.
there was overwhelming evidence.
These are your claims about the case.
No, you then admitted that now you're getting into another sphere and you want to talk about the transcendentals and things that I've
And we
said.
got through-
And like 4
yeah.
out of 5 of your clips are about Erica Kirk. So the general
I
perception
don't think 4 out of 5 even
is
were.
your Turning Point's horse.
Oh,
I
so you
think
just-
quite
just-
a few
you
of
just-
them were.
you
Were
just-
there 3
just made it
Ericas
up?
or 4?
So you're just making stuff
Can
up?
we get a count of how many were about Erica? I feel
I
like
think it was
Yeah.
3.
3.
Three.
Okay,
Yeah,
3. I
3.
said 4.
But those are extraordinary
sorry.
claims, which is why you were asked about
Okay,
them,
well,
right?
okay, but the point being is
Okay,
now-
but the point of what she said here was that it seems like you came here just to defend Erica Kirk, and 3 of the 5 clips were about Candace talking about Erica Kirk. I feel like once again, Candace Owens is winning the argument.
now you're veering into trying to get me to defend my opinions, and then you completely shirk responsibility
Your
when I
claims.
point out yours. No, they're not claims. When
No,
you
they're
tweet
claims.
Erica is too retarded, you go, that's
Oh,
just whatever,
16
and then
now.
you move on.
That's a claim and I'm responsible for the claim.
Well, earlier when I brought it up, you said that it was tongue in cheek.
Yes, sure. That's me responding to your criticism
Okay.
of the claim. That's all I'm doing here.
I was interested, and
And I'm happy to get into also the Patsy stuff now. If you,
Oh, we're gonna go back?
Your
that
team
was
has one more
supposed to
clip
be
they want
the
to play.
whole
They want
Oh,
thing.
for the love of God. How much longer is this going to go?
Days
Okay,
ago.
sorry.
They got one
They
more
had
clip.
to.
and
We
then
were
can go
getting
to
into the Patsy stuff, and you stopped it, and I was explaining to you. Oh, they have one more clip. Okay, let's go.
They want to hit the minimum of 4 clips you were saying with Erica. So
100%.
Yeah, Patrick! Yeah! Finally did something. Good for you, Patrick. Get this man a sticker. He finally did something. I love that. 47 minutes left? Fuck me. God damn it.
okay. And this is the one you're saying from 7 days ago.
The length of time it takes them to pull up clips is remarkable.
Okay. While they're looking for that, do you want to continue?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
can I
yeah.
ask a question?
Is
I know
Rob
it's
working
been-
the computer too?
or like, can I ask a question? Or are we
Not
just in
really. I'm just gonna.
Okay.
We're going to hold to the actual contract itself.
the contract does not say that you are allowed to just question me without me being able to respond to you
I've never said you
or
can't
have
respond.
a conversation.
You've been able to respond to every question I've asked you. And by the way, the other thing is like,
let's have it your way. I want it to look like
still happy
we've
to have
done
the
everything
debate.
Andrew wanted to, so that people can fairly assess the situation. So you have it your way. I
Totally
will not
fine.
ask a question.
Totally fair with me.
So are you good with her asking a question or
He
no?
said no.
Waiting for the clip.
Okay. So you want to wait for the clip first. Okay. You guys have it in the back? Okay, beautiful.
It was good stuff.
You need the Jeopardy.
Your team told me they had it. So
That's what I heard. Okay, there we
come
go.
on, guys.
Did this crime. Okay? Because Lance
I can't hear
Twigs
this. My
has his
thing went out. Just
DNA
tell me when
on
it
the
said
towel.
longer. It's fine.
Lance Twigs has his DNA on the rifle.
Lance Twigs
And to
has
be
his
clear,
DNA on the
Lance
right.
Twigs'
Said this- considered this 4
DNA
times,
was
but I don't
not
know why they feel
as
like they need
degraded
to-
as Tyler Robinson's DNA was on Tyler's rifle. It's Tyler's rifle.
Oh, you
but
also
Lance's
said, yeah, it's
DNA
not as degraded on the rifle.
Yeah, because I thought he was one of the things, but I've already that's what I mean when I say that. Like, it just seems like you're not actually here trying to engage, because
Who decided to play that clip? First of all, I didn't hear it. Everybody just decided, oh, that clip sucked.
even before you got to this, and I knew that you had some secret clip planned, I said to you, when I rewatched the testimony, I realized that they didn't explicitly say Lance Twigs. They said 5 other profiles were on it. And
That's
his
probably
was
what
the
it
most
was. Yeah, they just were like, we got to get her non-Erica clip. Yeah, I think you're right.
degraded. So I hope your team feels fulfilled in playing that. Is there any more? I'm happy to play every clip that he has on the ready. Anybody?
You said you had some new evidence at the beginning of the.
Oh yeah,
debate
we should
you had
show that
something
text
new.
message that you read,
Did you
just
wanna
because
share
I
that?
think that's important for the public. You shared it out of context,
I'll do it on my show. I'll share the text
so you're going to
message.
read it on my show, but not show it.
Correct.
Okay.
So I'll show it on my show, but that's what I'll do. I'll show it on my
Can
show.
I ask why?
Well, because I want to drip out the evidence. You know, that's got to drip out that evidence, keep people coming back for the show, right?
I don't know if snark serves you so.
Is he just like, because I'm a grifter? Is that what he just said? Yike. Yeah, yikes is right. Why won't you show it right now? Because I need clicks. Oh, you got to drip it out there. Bitch, you've been dripping all day. That's a condition you ought to check out. You might want to check your prostate. And again, maybe if it's dripping like that, might I recommend you can do a Kegel experience. What you want to do, Lispy, is you want to pretend like you're stopping your pee. Okay, like you know how you can cut off your pee when you're peeing. Do that even when you're not peeing, and that'll strengthen the muscles there, and it'll stop you from having a quick finish. Yeah. Tips from RTP. Yeah.
Well,
I'm just saying, like, yeah, I'll release it there. Yeah, that's my intention. But yeah, I'm fine with closings if you want to do closings.
well, I also would just, if I may ask a question, is that permitted?
I'm a Candace shill
just
for
so
sure,
I-
dude. All I ever do is play Candace Owens clips. I love Candace Owens so much. I have posters of her on my wall. Everybody knows this is a pro Candace Owens stream.
Also have clarity, since your basis has been evidentiary. You keep saying that you have evidence, or like you are following evidence. Which one of the charges against, or all of them, do you think Tyler Robinson is guilty of?
The specific charge?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think is that Tyler Robinson.
Women don't have a prostate. That's true. Andrew Wilson, as far as I know, is a man, and he was talking about dripping, which can be a sign of a weak prostate. And so if you do, Kegel exercises and act like you're cutting off the pee, then it comes out in a flow rather than a drip. You're welcome.
Shot Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, but of the 7 charges that he's being charged.
Yeah, can we list them real quick? I'll tell you exactly which ones. We'll pull them up.
Well, do you know any of the charges that he's up for right now?
Yeah, of course. But
Can
I
you-
want to
can you
make sure
name
that we
one?
have them listed.
Yeah, but like can you name one? Because my general perspective is that you don't actually care about this case. You're not
Is
following
that
the
it?
case.
That's the
Yeah.
question. You're
Yeah,
just
but-
not
but
following it
seems,
enough.
It seems pretty, like, if you're going to engage and you're going to say the evidence is overwhelming that Tyler Robinson is guilty, I just think that you should, like,
All right.
can you tell me one
Then let's do the
charge that
counter.
he's...
You can really, hang on. This is a great gotcha.
No. You just got to ask me, play
Yeah.
clips out of context,
Yeah.
put me in the hot seat. So please just answer the
This
question.
is fair.
Can
Name
you
all
name-
7
can
since
you-
you've been following the case.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
may-
Downtown said women can benefit from Kegels too, and it will also help with any dripping. Thank you.
You name one.
Yeah, you named all 7.
I'm happy to do that, but can you name one?
I think he's been charged with murder.
That's actually incorrect.
Okay, great. Now name all 7.
He doesn't even. This is like.
Name all 7.
And I.
Can
I
you
think
name all 7?
I can.
Then do it.
Sure. You don't have to
Do
put
it. No, do it. I'll count them. Go ahead.
You don't have
Name
to
'em.
put your fingers up. I
Okay,
can do
hang on.
that.
Name them.
Yeah, sure.
Name them.
The first charge is aggravated murder because that's what carries
Okay.
a death sentence
So
in the
murder.
state of Utah. No,
Next.
that's not. That is literally not murder.
Okay.
And
Next.
so just for people, no, I don't have to do it in a time limit. There's nothing going on. And just to explain to people the difference of why that really matters and shows that he doesn't actually care about this at all is because aggravated murder, it's narrowly defined
Just
and because
avoiding
it
the
carries
question.
a death
Oh,
sentence.
shut up, Andrew. You couldn't get one? You couldn't fucking get one?
I'm going to answer the question.
Okay,
You're
I'm
just going to
waiting.
recognize that your strategy of thinking that people are intimidated when you try to put a time constraint doesn't work,
Yeah.
and you'll be better the next time you debate
I got
someone.
it. I got it. Give me the other ones.
The more you cut me off, the longer I'll take. Do you want to just wait for me to finish of why that's a big difference so that
No,
people
I just
don't walk
want
away?
you to list the charges.
Yeah, I'm going to do that. You just don't get to pretend that there's a time constraint for me to do that.
Well, how long does it take you to list 7 charges?
I'm-
A lot
'cause I'm
longer if you
speaking,
won't
you just
shut
got
the
to-
it
fuck
sounds
up.
like you're just delaying it because you don't know them.
I know all 7 of them,
Then
and I'm
tell
going to
me
say
them.
again, because you're going to get embarrassed. You don't have to rush this. I'm also showing an example of a very flawed debate strategy. I
Okay,
actually
well,
am
I
under
got
no
one.
time constraint.
I got one.
Great. The second charge is the felony discharge of a weapon. The next 2 charges are for obstruction of justice.
Okay.
The next 2 charges are for witness tampering. And the
What's
final,
the specific charges, though?
that is them. Obstruction of justice,
Both of
obstruction
those-
of justice, witness tampering, witness tampering.
Okay, wait, and there's no other specifics to them.
Well, I can tell you why he's being
No,
charged
no,
with
no.
it.
Just the charges, and then 7.
Yeah, see, the bad thing is when you try to be an a-hole and it doesn't work.
What's the 7th?
The last charge is violence in front of a minor.
Okay, got it. So then he's being
Andrew.
charged with murder. You just say aggravated murder.
Andrew, sweetheart. Andrew. This is a fucking meltdown. I'm now happy we stayed. This is a complete and total fucking meltdown by Andrew. Watch him try and spin this.
That's the distinction. You just want to
It's a massive. It's
Got
like
it.
you cannot
Massive.
say murder versus aggravated
massive
murder.
distinction.
This gets to the entire
Oh,
crux
Andrew,
of why him
sweetheart.
being up for the death sentence. And I actually find the defense's filing about why this is not aggravated to be very compelling of why it's not aggravated murder. I actually think that if the state was going to even try to pull this off, they should have charged him with just murder. And then I do also, again, want to stress to audiences that that debate strategy of thinking that you have to speak faster or somebody puts your hand up and they try to pretend like it's some sport. I think he thinks it's a blood sport. It's not. It's about being right and being principled when you're engaging. And you can make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, but at least be genuine in pretending that you care about this case enough to know one of the 7 charges that are up against Tyler Robinson when you say the evidence is overwhelming that he's guilty. If you would like to move to final statements, I'm fine. I want to make sure Andrew has had the time that he has requested.
I think your team would like to pull up the 7 charges that he just asked you about. If you
Sure.
guys want to pull that up, just to
Why?
confirm
Why? No.
the 7 you went through. Can you guys zoom in a little bit for
Aggravated
the,
murder, felony discharge of a firearm, obstruction of justice, which is counts 3 and 4, 5 and 6, tampering with a witness, and count 7.
Violent
I said offense in the presence of a
in front of
minor.
a child?
Yeah.
That's what
So
I said.
5, 6, tampering witness, 3rd-degree felony. Now, I did notice something. I just was curious.
What did you notice? That you didn't know any of that, Andrew? What? Sorry, I don't mean to cut him off. This is so beautiful. I love this. Look at this screen. This screen grab. Can somebody screen grab this, please, for me? This is exactly how the debate went. Fuck it. I think I could just hit print screen, right? Can I do that? Yeah, there we go. We're gonna take this. That's beautiful.
About, if I'm just wondering, when you pulled out your phone just before you asked that question, did somebody by chance text you that question?
You can check my phone.
I'm just curious.
No, you can absolutely not. I have not had one
He's
communication.
accusing her of cheating. No. Andrew, my friend. You're falling apart, buddy.
Okay.
With a single person, not even my producers who are in there this whole time we were here. You want to check my phone? I'm happy to do it because you're just going to get double embarrassed. Where's my phone?
Do you want to see it?
I'm just curious. Yeah.
You can literally do that. Here you go. PVD, you're the moderator. Take it.
Oh,
See if
no.
anyone was texted at all during this debate
All right.
about the violent charges or anything.
I'm looking through this. You give me permission.
You
I'm
have
looking
full
I'm not gonna
permission to
give
go
names.
through my phone. I don't need to
So
cheat.
the last one has nothing to do with it. It's just a compliment.
I haven't even read my text messages.
That's
so
a compliment.
he's reading them.
You're okay. You'll give me permission. I'm
Yes.
just going to read 3 of them
Yes.
to 11:32 because after that, I don't need to read it.
Any other text? Could have been Telegram. Could have been something.
All I
like
have
that.
is Signal. You can check that too.
What?
I only have
were
Signal.
there any smoke signals? Was anybody winking at her? Is it possible? Could have been Telegram. And
Telegram I used in Russia. And that was a download for
I'll
Russia.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't need to like. I
poor
deeply care about this
guy.
case. I don't need to
I
pretend
get
to
it.
know
If you
stuff that
deeply
I
care
don't
about
know.
the case, I
Yeah.
just, I have my other question is about the steakhouse receipt.
You just said that you were done asking all your
Nothing, just so
questions.
you know,
Yeah.
nothing there.
There. I don't
Yeah. Do you
need to
have the
that.
steakhouse receipts? My question.
I have said several times that I have never said I have the receipt for the steakhouse. I have said the person who's working on that.
Who's saying it? So I'll answer. I know you've asked a bunch of times. I think you're telling me to watch the video. Look, for the record, Pat Easthope, I'm not making a determination on Candace's claims or Andrew's claims at all. I haven't followed this case, and frankly, I just don't think it's that important for me to follow it. It doesn't really interest me that much. I cover politics. I don't think this is politics. I'll probably pay attention a little more when we're actually in court. But no, like we're watching this in terms of like a debate, and now, admittedly, like now I just love what's happening. Now I'm just being petty, and I just love watching Andrew Wilson fold.
Story is going to be forthcoming with the receipt, and that was what I was responding to. And he then dropped the receipt. He redacted elements of it. And I said, stay tuned. He's the one working on that story.
Okay. So you haven't actually confirmed that Robinson was at that steakhouse.
All I did, as I said earlier in this conversation, was I spoke to the owner when I broke that story. I think it was back in January. I spoke to the owner, understood what had happened, and that there was a receipt. That's it. That's the extent of what I shared is what happened.
Okay. So
It's the most important case possible. They killed our brightest. Oh, that's bad. If Charlie Kirk is your brightest, you got bigger problems than this fucking case.
to be clear, there's no receipt.
No, I just said the opposite. I said there is a receipt.
Well, you don't have a copy of the receipt.
The receipt was published online.
Yeah, right. With blurred
The
out.
person working on this story that blurred that out
Mhm.
is what I was referring to when I said stay tuned and keep following his stuff, because he went to go do what I hadn't done, which was he interviewed the actual server.
So there's no evidence that Tyler was at that steakhouse.
I would say the receipt with his debit card number, it would be some hard evidence if that
I agree with that,
Yeah,
but-
so that's it. But you're questioning me.
But is there, as of right now,
He-
Did
if
Andrew
you're-
know ahead of time why he was here today? It doesn't appear so. This feels like it was sprung on him. For somebody who was able to raise $300,000. By the way, they challenged her. She said no. Then they said, what if we give you $100,000? She said no. Then it became $300,000. She said sure. She got paid to beat this man's ass. And again, I don't like her or Patrick Bet-David or Andrew Wilson. They all suck. I don't know if anything she's saying is true or false. All I know is Andrew got beaten into submission. And he had to raise $300,000 to take a beating like this. That is what do you call that? When you pay somebody to beat you up, what do we call that again?
Asking me, did he pay with a credit or debit card? The
Who
answer
do
is
I like? I like you, bud. I like you, AJ. I think you're a nice guy.
yes.
no. Is there
BDSM?
proof that
Sure.
that was actually his debit card that he paid with?
I think you should follow the
all
person.
right, I will back that up. Thank you, Susan. If Candace Owens is correct, if our government and Israel was involved in killing Charlie Kirk, then I do agree with you. It's incredibly important. One of the most important cases in the history of this country. I do agree. If she's right, it's very important. If she's not, then it's just like it's a murder case, and I don't find it to be like one of the most important cases ever.
That is behind that story.
Well,
is
the
more
reason I'm
something
asking
that-
you is because you always include it in your timeline. that he traveled to the steakhouse.
Yeah, we've been building a timeline with things that we feel are
But is there any actual
Utah 1102
evidence?
approved. I think speaking to the owner, knowing that there's a receipt, seeing the receipt is good enough to put on our timeline.
But the receipt itself, the question I always had about it is, couldn't you just call the merchant? Like if I've ever had a merchant account, I just call the merchant account processor and say, what's the name on this?
Yeah, I would stay tuned. I feel that having spoken to the owner, that the evidence is compelling enough to put onto my personal timeline of what took place on that day.
Oh, he lied about the 300K offer? Yeah, I took his word for that. Was there really not who said that? M. Gonzalez. That wasn't true? Admittedly, that was where I heard from it. So so did she not get paid for this?
That's where it's going to stay. And if it gets debunked, I'm happy to take it off. If that's what you mean, that's how an investigation works. Like I said, I did more than enough. It would definitely pass the test by the Utah.
She agreed for 500K? Oh, damn. Is that real? She got $500,000. Is that real? She got $500,000 for this? That's the easiest $500,000 she ever made.
1102 rule, for sure, for certain.
To be submitted as hearsay.
Well, yeah, beyond that, because they didn't even have
She
receipt.
took back the need for 500. She accepted 300. Okay, so she got Okay, so it was right. 300K. Wow.
They were like, Bob told me this.
But the question is, the receipt itself, it has not been verified to have been Tyler
Yeah, I just want to
Robinson's,
say you're
right?
holding me to a higher standard than you are.
I'm not even holding it.
in
I'm
the
just
prosecution.
asking specifically.
Yeah, I've been very forthcoming. I've told exactly what happened. I spoke to the owner. I got the tip, and
So should that be
chased
added
it down.
in an official timeline that
It's
you
in
give?
my timeline. It's my show, and we can add and subtract what we want, and we do. If
You
we
can
get
do
something
what you
wrong,
want, sure. But
Well, I
I'm
just wanted to
asking,
make sure.
should you include a thing that you know hasn't actually been verified to be Tyler Robinson's?
Yes, you should. If we're trying to build a timeline, you should. Yeah.
You don't think that falls
And then
under...
you should remove it if someone somehow debunks it. But I think that there is very strong evidence that is where he was, and that
What's the
is,
strong evidence? Just the two people who said that they saw him?
you know, I'm actually,
Just joined. Who's winning? Well, the debate's already over. Candace Owens won. We all lost because this debate was pointless and useless. And the reason I say Candace won is what she has proven time and time again in this debate. And I don't know all of her claims. Literally, the entirety of what I know about her show and Andrew Wilson's objections to what she said all happened in this debate. So what happened in this debate was Andrew Wilson consistently looking like an idiot. She might have lied. She didn't prove that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, but in every clip that Andrew Wilson showed, he's like, you said Israel killed him. And then it'd be a clip and she's like, this is my opinion. It's like, okay, well, yeah, her opinion is, or she's led to believe, that's fine. She can have that opinion. So Andrew Wilson has provided nothing. As far as debates go, it wasn't good. I don't know who's right or who's wrong. Andrew could be right, but he lost the debate. We have to, that's how we're scoring this. The reason I wouldn't say like who's right or wrong is because we haven't even seen all the evidence yet. The case is still ongoing. We've seen the preliminary hearings. We've seen some evidence. We haven't seen everything. So I'm not going to make a prediction on who's right or wrong here, but it's in terms of debate, like it's pretty fucking clear. The only like, I don't know how you could possibly watch this and be like, Andrew did a good job. This was tough. And I'm somebody who, as much as I can't stand Andrew, you can go watch my debate. I told him he was a good debater. I thought, again, I thought he would win this debate. I didn't think it was even going to be close.
all good with I feel like I've sufficiently answered your question about how I got
All
the
right,
information, what happened next.
Him not releasing the supposed text message from Charlie makes me think there was actually no message. Collins, thank you for the super chat as well.
Would the next stage of this investigation being somebody accessing knowing what his debit card was and confirming it? Yes. And I do believe that will happen. If it does not happen and it gets debunked, I'll remove it from my personal timeline that I share on my show.
That officer, the first officer that was up on the roof, do you remember his name?
Officer Bagley.
Yeah, what was his first name?
Christopher.
When Christopher got up on the roof, you talk a lot about how his camera died.
Well, he talked a lot about that during the
about
preliminary
his camera
hearing.
died.
Yeah.
Do you think that he planted that screwdriver up there?
No.
No. Who do you think planted it?
If we're just going on am I allowed to have an opinion?
Of course.
At this stage, I would say that I don't buy his assertion on the stand that he didn't check to see if anybody went onto the rooftop before he got up there. I do think that it's possible, it's at least plausible that the screwdriver was planted. I don't believe him. What I can say strongly is that his cam died at just the right time. His body cam died at just the right time. I think that, as you were just grilling me about whether or not I had got the merchant receipt for a debit card, that kind of makes it difficult that we just have to sort of trust that a screwdriver was found and we don't have any should be evidence of a police body cam. But like I said, you accept that stuff and then are like, did you call the merchant and get, like, it just seems like you
Well, I'm not adding.
hold,
I'm
like
not
I said,
adding
you
this
hold the
to
prosecution to
Well,
a
wait a
state
second.
to a higher standard
I'm
than
not
you do to
adding
people.
unconfirmed evidence to an official timeline that I'm putting out either.
What do you mean an official timeline? This is my
Well, this is
timeline. I made it at home.
So then it would be official to your show?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, great. So then your official timeline, Candace Owens' official timeline,
Yeah.
includes a steakhouse stop that has not actually been confirmed at all.
Well, yeah, it hasn't even been discussed by the prosecution, so it's not like you're debunking that it happened.
I don't
there's
understand. I don't understand what he's doing here. Like, she claims that there's a receipt. She was given a receipt. The owner of the restaurant says that he was there. That's what she's claiming the evidence is. If they prove that he wasn't there and that receipt was fake, cool. We'll see if later on, if that happens, if she says, okay, that was fake. I still don't understand what Andrew's saying here.
There's no evidence for it. There's no good evidence for it at all. There's no camera there. And the steakhouse receipt itself has never been confirmed to be Tyler Robinson's.
I'm
It's
assuming
impossible to prove Israel's part of it because the evidence is / has been covered up. Duh. Have we had enough of the obvious gaslighting Americans? I mean, I'm not willing to go that far, but I think it's not out of the realm of possibility.
this is just like a talking point they gave you, and you got to like keep pushing this, or like
I've been
'cause
following it very closely on X.
the receipt. You would
Why does she have it on her timeline? Because that's what somebody told her. And somebody showed her the receipt. What do you mean that's the issue? If just put yourself in Candace Owens' shoes and you're investigating this, right? You're not law enforcement, and somebody comes to you and they're like, here's a receipt for him being at the steakhouse, and I said that he's there. You're obviously going to add that to your timeline. Obviously, right? Why wouldn't you add it? You think you just wouldn't add that to your timeline if somebody showed you evidence? She's even said, yeah, like I can't confirm it. And she just said right there, if it turns out to be fake, then it's fake.
you weren't even following the charges of Tyler Robinson, but you really
You
wanted
think
to know.
that
I've been
because-
following it
do you
very
think that
closely on
because-
X.
Wait, you think
I'm calling owners of
do you know
steakhouses
that-
and having a
wait,
conversation. You're following Congo
Yeah,
on X.
I literally followed the entire trial or the preliminary live. I was live with an attorney. We covered all of it. You think because I have a momentary or lapse where I'm like, oh, it's murder? No,
Brother,
it's
this wasn't a momentary lapse. This was a fucking 4-hour lapse.
aggravated murder. Come on.
You didn't know any of the
That's
charges.
splitting
you didn't. No, that's not
hairs.
splitting. It means you didn't.
I watched it live. Yeah, you missed a lot, I guess. I guess you didn't understand it, Andrew, which makes sense. There was a lawyer there. The lawyer probably understood it. It appears you did not.
follow the preliminary hearing at all.
No, it doesn't
Like
mean
you
that
don't
at
know
all.
any of
That's
the charges that are
ridiculous.
against him when this is like getting literally to the crux,
Oh,
aggravated
man, that's-
murder versus murder.
It's
a
ridiculous.
death sentence.
And not only that, let's point this out. One of the major things here is that this is your official timeline.
It's mine.
Yes. Who else could it be? Who else? There would be Candace
What's your
Owens'
issue?
timeline.
I just don't know what
What's
his
your issue
issues with my timeline.
What's your issue with that?
Well, so the issue is that the entirety of the evidence revolves around two people who claim that he was there and supposedly a receipt. There's supposedly a receipt where Tyler Robinson paid for his steak and his soft drink. No alcohol, right? No alcohol, right? You know nothing about the case. But
I never go to a restaurant without drinking. Does he drink? Does he drink? I don't know. Every time, you know what's funny about Andrew? Every time I've debated and his fans are around, they always accuse like everybody on the left of being on Adderall or being drug addicts. If I was half as jittery as he was, and I did say that, they kept accusing me of being on Adderall, which is true. I do take Adderall. But I was like, how are you guys calling me a drug addict? This dude can't go 5 seconds without smoking a cigarette. Is nicotine not a drug?
anyway, this particular receipt, they could have called the merchant account, confirmed it, this type of thing.
Who's they? Who's they?
To date, this receipt has only the blurred information on it that would actually give you the information to confirm whose receipt it is. We have to date, nobody has confirmed that this was actually Tyler Robinson's receipt. And yet inside of Candace Owens' timeline,
Well,
which
but
is-
we wouldn't know yet, right? The prosecution or the defense wouldn't have laid that out yet.
states over and over again when she says, this is the longest 13 hours. This is 13 and a half hours. The requirement for about what? Roughly 5.5 or 6 hours of that?
Cigarettes last 10 minutes, Adderall 8 hours. No, Adderall does not last 8 hours. I don't know how long cigarettes last. I've never smoked cigarettes.
Is that he went to the steakhouse? And that's not been confirmed at all. Not even a little bit.
I feel like saying that I spoke to the owner of the steakhouse is me, like, not just being on X looking at opinions, but actually doing the legwork. And that's why like I said, if you think this builds up a rapport with your audience and makes you seem like a serious person, we don't have to keep belaboring the point here. I feel like I've demonstrated that I did.
Yeah, I take extended release. And I meet with my doctor, and I'll even I won't tell you the milligrams, but I have extended release, and then I have, I guess, I don't know what you call it. This is the other one. What do they call it? I have extended release, and then the one that's not extended release. And the extended release lasts me between like 5 and 6 hours, and then if I need more than that, I have a much lower dosage that I can take that's more instantaneous.
As I could to confirm this when it came in. I spoke to the owner of the restaurant. Obviously took down everything he said, noted that there was in fact a receipt that he pulled. That receipt that was
Instant
published
release.
is real.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
A debit card.
My
and
brain's fried too.
credit card was used. If for some reason somebody misidentified something down the line, or we find out it's a different Tyler Robinson, I'm happy to remove it from my timeline. But for right now, I think that there's enough under the Utah 1102 rule for me to keep it there. I don't really think we need to keep going into circles about this receipt.
Thank you.
It's my timeline.
I don't know why the 1102 rule would apply here for your
Because
timeline.
you will constantly cite things that are said in that courtroom that have less evidentiary support than me contacting and speaking with the
Robert, then go somewhere else, you dumb bitch. This is on YouTube. Look. Right here. Go to the PBD podcast. You can watch it all by yourself. Then you don't have to listen to me. See how we're watching the PBD one? And there's no extra commentary?
the owner of the restaurant. It's not like I dreamed it, as to use your expression. So it's in my timeline, and I'm going to keep it there if that's
Sure, you can keep whatever you
Great.
want there. I'm
Okay.
just saying that there's no
And
evidence.
just so you're aware, I get in trouble. If I don't stop this and pause it and talk over it, I get in trouble. Then they can copyright, or then they can claim the content is theirs. I have to provide commentary if I'm using somebody else's, I guess, content. It's like a rule on YouTube. I have to do this. If I just play this without commentary, they can claim it.
He was ever there.
Okay. Thank you. I think
No
we
hard
made a good
evidence
point.
anyway. Yeah, I'm fine with closing.
Okay, so the last thing we're going to do before we go into ad break, right after this will be final thoughts. I'll be asking both
Let's
of
do
you
some more ads.
if anything on your opinion, thoughts, wrap it up. I think whether you're a fan of Andrew or not, whether you're a fan of Candace or not, nobody can dispute the fact that these guys agreed to sit down and talk live. Others were thinking this was pre-recorded. This is not pre-recorded, just so everybody knows. This is purely live. This is a little bit scarier than pre-recorded because pre-recorded you can do edits. So whether you agree with them or not, let's make sure we respect both of them for having this sit down. And before the final thoughts, I want to make sure you guys hear that from me as well, for inviting me here as well.
Of course.
I do know one day, I think it was last week, you sent a message on one of our accounts. You said, can I talk to Patrick? We got on the call. You said, Patrick, can you moderate this? And then I said, great, let's do this. And so before we wrap up, final thoughts. I'll
Using
come
the
to you
word
first.
moderate a bit loosely.
Yeah, she had nothing. Just nothing.
This is Andrew every time he finishes a debate. I obviously dominated. They had nothing. This is the part where he pats himself on the back while jacking himself off. He got crushed. She brought nothing. Bro, you were interrogating her. She backed up all of her claims with what she had. This is where Andrew now tells everybody how great he is. I guess this is what he has to do. But I can't imagine anybody who isn't already a fan of Andrew Wilson watching this and going, yeah, he looked good.
her claims of Patsy, nothing. She didn't have a single claim. She didn't have a single solid piece of evidence. She had no positive evidence Israel's involved in anything. No positive evidence that France is involved in anything. No positive evidence TPUSA is involved in anything. No positive evidence that Erica Kirk is involved in anything. When I ask her about her claims about Erica Kirk, yeah, it was just funning. It's just fun, and or yeah, I do think that she needs to sit down, ask some questions, but or answer some questions. But you know what? I don't even know if she has. Like maybe she has. I have no idea. Yes, I'm going to have an official timeline with unconfirmed evidence. That's just fine. Hey, it's hearsay. If that's good enough for the state, it's good enough for me. But my biggest problem with the state is that they're admitting all this hearsay. It's like she's a contradiction machine. On top of all of this, the thing
That's not what contradiction means. She didn't have hard evidence. True. How could she? You know what I mean? Like, how could she possibly have hard evidence? These aren't contradictions. These are her theories, and the evidence that she has to back up her theories. No, none of her evidence proved any of her theories were indefensible, or I guess impenetrable. That's the word I'm looking for. My brain is fried.
thing that I wanted to get out of this more than anything else was to just demonstrate one thing.
What?
Yes, it's true. I'm not perfect on the case. I'm not going to ever pretend that I am.
You
never did.
You didn't seem to know much about it.
But what has been made very clear to me is
yes,
that
he's debating her theories. They both are debating theories because neither one of them have all the evidence.
there's nobody with an alternative theory that has any evidence for it at all. None. Zero.
I don't know. If you have a receipt and a testimony, that's evidence. If he was supposedly at this steakhouse, there's a receipt and testimony. That's evidence. If there's multiple fingerprints and his is the most degraded, that's evidence. If there's other casings, that's evidence. All of it is evidence. It's just not irrefutable evidence. All of it, like most in all these cases, like you're going to trying to prove your case beyond a reasonable doubt. Almost no murder case is just like, here's the one piece of evidence that proves everything. All of this is evidence. It's like he doesn't know what the word. Somebody should ask him to define evidence.
Continuous kind of expression. We're running an investigation. What kind of investigation builds a timeline out on a receipt that they don't even confirm? What kind of investigation tries to make these bold claims that Israel's involved?
Any YouTuber doing an investigation would build it out this way.
France is involved and all these different players are involved and never shows any evidence. We're just asking questions. It's again, like I said in my opening, it's always intuition, my feelings, how I feel about things, how I think about things. Andrew, how many times did you hear this today? Andrew, you can't tell me how I'm supposed to think. Yeah, nobody's trying to tell you how to think. But you should rationally come to your conclusions based on evidence and facts. And the truth is that 90% of what you're saying is simply intuition based. It came to me in a dream. It's intuition. Almost none of it has any evidence at all. Just I'm skeptical because these people over here said things, and that makes me skeptical. It's like, but no evidence. Note this to the
He is getting his butt kicked. Yeah, he's getting absolutely torched. This is a terrible closing statement.
Audience, to everybody watching. You might hate my guts. That's fair enough.
I do.
I get that. I'm not the most likable man.
No.
I understand that too.
Yeah.
But there was nothing. I mean, no evidence at all that Tyler Robinson was a patsy that was ever put forward by Candace this entire debate. Now, maybe you could say that we stalemated when it came to whether.
Sure, there is. If there's evidence that there's other people involved or that he wasn't in the places that they said he was, that would be evidence that he's a patsy. Did she prove it? No. Is there evidence? Yes. Somebody, again, where's his team? Somebody explain to him what the word evidence means.
Whether or not Robinson did it, she says, I found the evidence convincing. Or unconvincing. Andrew says he found the evidence convincing. Okay, fair enough. Maybe you can't do too much about that, but there was nothing. She had nothing for Robinson being a patsy, nothing for any of her conspiracies, not a zero, zilch, and she backed away on a bunch of them. This is the first time I think she's ever really backed away from the Twigs thing. First time I've heard her back away from the Erica thing, back away from TPUSA, being very cautious about making any of those claims now, whereas on her show, much more likely to be making those claims. So she just
maybe that's true. I don't know. I've never watched her show. He might be right about that. I don't know, but doesn't change the fact that, I mean, this is essentially what he's saying is that, like, yeah, I lost today, but if you go back and you watch her shows, she's more definitive on her shows. Maybe, but if we're just judging the performance today, it didn't go well.
Nothing. The entire debate. Zero.
Candace.
Well, I think that is quite a conclusion. Admitting somewhere, maybe we stalemated.
I love this is my favorite one, and this is why Andrew Wilson gets dipshits to pay him money all the time. Where was that? It was where is it? There's no evidence. There's no evidence. There's a Brian. There is no evidence. There is a piece of paper and a claim. That's evidence. The receipt doesn't support the claim alone. No, it does not. It is evidence of the claim, and you might need more evidence to verify it. That is part of the evidence. That's why evidence and verified are different words, right? This is how Andrew has the following that he has. Got a bunch of dipshits. There's no evidence except for the receipt and the testimony, which is not evidence, except for it is evidence.
It probably signifies what I've been saying from the beginning, that you didn't feel that you were strong on the actual facts and the evidence, which I was willing to engage with you. I wanted to go over the screwdriver. I wanted to go over the towel and the things that you've mentioned, and you wanted to then move the conversation into a defense of Erica Kirk and her character, and what I've said about Erica, which is my opinion. And I have not edited that opinion after discussing with you.
There's a claim that someone else told her something. Correct. That is evidence. Is it good evidence? No, not by itself. Is it evidence? Yes.
I would like to extend a compliment to you for being willing to sit down and to have the conversation. I still walk away feeling that
if you bring me a random McDonald's receipt and say he was at a random McDonald's, is that evidence? No, but this one seems like it has his debit card number on it, right? So, but yeah, it would still be evidence. But then I would go over that evidence and see if I could verify it. Right? Still evidence.
People who are jumping on the bandwagon about this case don't care about this case. They don't care about Erica Kirk. It tends to be follow that they take a meeting with Turning Point USA.
Andrew's aging faster in this debate than the guy who drank from the wrong grail in Indiana Jones. Neely says, who wants to meet me in Valhalla? RTP has the watch. That's right. I got it.
And they come out and suddenly have a lot of junk to say about Candace Owens. And I do want to also stress that Turning Point USA tried to pepper him with something as a surprise. He showed clips that were meant to be a surprise. I did no such thing. I stressed to PBD from the beginning that I was grateful he was taking this on and that I wanted this to be a clean debate because I believe I can win this on the merits. And I believe that I did win this fully on the merits by engaging the evidence.
Did someone else have his debit card to establish an alibi? Absolutely. Right? Absolutely. That there could be other explanations. Again, it's just understanding what the word evidence means.
What has happened. I do still believe that there is more evidence which supports that there are more people involved and that Tyler Robinson has been set up, and that none of the evidence that was presented was in any way overwhelming, which is why I think you wanted to move to end that discussion quickly and to speak to me about France and to talk about this Panguitch receipt and my timeline. I want to remind people that a lot of the at-home investigators, which you were open to, as you called them, internet sleuths. I think it was on a show that you did. Right
exactly,
after
downtown. It's not just the receipt. It's also the owner of the restaurant. So yeah, that's evidence. Maybe he's lying. Maybe whoever told her that is lying. But if there's a receipt and there's testimony, it's evidence.
I was assassinated, that internet sleuths would solve this. This is the reason why Charlie, a year on, is still a conversation every single day trending on Twitter.
There were two witness accounts on that? Okay, thank you.
I knew Charlie. I cared about Charlie. I care about finding out what the truth is here. My heart is in the right place. I think anybody who watches my show or even just watched this debate knows that if I get something wrong, I'll instantly correct it and own it. I'm not arrogant. I don't need to sit here and pretend that I didn't misspeak on the Lance thing. It hasn't been ruled out. But you saw that he just really wanted to hammer that point. You know, part of being a well-meaning person is to concede when you are wrong, to take something off a timeline when you know it's not right. And I would like to think that that is why I have earned the audience that continues to follow me, because they know my heart's in the right place, that I deeply cared about Charlie and I deeply care about the answers. I want to thank Andrew's team who are providing the fact checks. It's a very small room that they're in. I want to, as always, thank my team who worked really hard to make this happen and flip this set. And to you, PBD, just for being a great moderator. I think very fair, letting us both speak and making sure that Andrew got out of this what he wanted.
No, they didn't, Edward.
Which was a little more than what I wanted, but I'm very content with how I dealt with this, and I trust. I don't need to convince the audiences with the magic trick of what they need to think.
Other YouTubers went to that restaurant and spoke with the servers who served Tyler that evening. I was unaware of that.
This debate, they can watch it and draw their own conclusions.
Beautiful. Fair from both of you. I think the audience won. And again, from the beginning, all of this is because of how much love and respect we have for Charlie Kirk, a great man that's no longer here with us. His 1-year anniversary is coming up here. I can't believe it's that quick that it's here. The audience, I think you also won if you did. Support the Crucible, support the Candace Show, support the PBD Podcast, subscribe to the channel. This is how you help these voices get out even more, especially going into future when this happens. You want a lot of independent creators to have these types of discussions.
All right. You use the words evidence and proof interchangeably when you shouldn't. Yeah, that's what people are saying. Evidence and proof are different. All right. Holy Christ. That was fun. Okay. Jen, did I miss anything? Let me check real quick. Jen's not feeling good. She, something happened to her throat. She said something happened yesterday that really damaged her throat. And so she hasn't been able to talk much, and she's also tired. I think maybe she didn't get a lot of sleep. I'm not really sure exactly what happened. But oh shit. Hold on. We never even started our voice. She can't say anything either because we didn't do like a stream voice channel. Anyways, you guys can check in with Jen. I'm not exactly sure what happened, but we'll be back on Monday, back to our normal programming, which is not Candace and not Andrew Wilson. It'll be nice. Thanks for hanging out with us and being miserable with us. So it was 'cause she hates me. Yeah, I feel bad about that one a little bit. Did she say anything? She didn't hear it. Don't tell her, guys. Don't tell her I said that. Okay. Oh, shit. The camera's panning again. What's going on here? Let's move that. Which way does that go? That way? There we go. You guys, we're going to see my burrito. I'll see you guys Monday morning and every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1 Pacific Standard Time right here on YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, and Facebook. Until I see you guys again on Monday, take care of yourselves. Go outside and touch grass. If you can't touch grass, smoke grass. Perhaps maybe touch grass and smoke grass at the same time. If you can't do either of those things, good luck to you. Reach down, find your bootstraps, pull yourself up by said bootstraps, and then put those boots on the ground. But before you do, find a mirror, look into it, and say something nice about yourself. Drink lots of water and take some water with you. It's important to stay hydrated. But most importantly, take care of yourselves and be nice to yourselves. And until I see you Monday morning bright and early, stay cute and cool and have a great, great summer.